Chapter 168. Along the way, they had experienced many dangers. The team of 10,000 had lost nearly 3,000 people before they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a desolate land. The ground was dry and cracked, and large cracks were spreading. The ancient trees had exploded, and even their roots had disappeared. There was also some energy surging in the surroundings. Wu Xiong's explanation was very weak. The traces of the battle here were definitely less than a month old. The trial ground that they had discovered was probably a year old. Obviously, there had been a great battle here recently, but no one pointed it out. Where is the trial ground? Someone asked. Along the way, they were trembling with fear. If the trial ground disappeared, they would be completely finished. Don't worry. I've sensed it before. Although the trial ground is not very stable, it definitely exists. Wu Xiong said. Not very stable? What do you mean? Someone's expression changed and asked. Even Li Hua and the others were puzzled. Oh, I forgot to say. This is a different space. It seems to be forcibly opened by an expert. It doesn't belong to the space we are in. Wu Xiong smiled awkwardly and explained with a hint of complacency in his tone. What? It's not the space we are in? It's a forcibly open space? What kind of battle strength does it require? How is this possible? Who in the world has such strength? Everyone was shocked, including Li Hua, Song He, Wang Shan, and the others. Forcibly opening a space was something he had never heard of or seen before. Now that he heard it, he could not believe it. No one knew how strong the sects from 10,000 years ago were. But after sensing the strength of their own families, they could guess a thing or two. But even the secluded experts in their families, the patriarch-level existences, did not have such means. Opening a space was the first time they had heard of it. This is also the speculation of the older generation. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Wu Xiong smiled. A space opened by an extraordinary expert was specially for innate experts to train. It went without saying that there would be treasures in it. Not to mention the others, even Zichan was tempted. This was definitely a treasure land. It was very likely that there was the inheritance of a great sect from 10,000 years ago. Since we're here, let's open the trial ground quickly. Yeah, what are we waiting for? In the distance, some cultivators were extremely excited and kept clamoring. Although there's only one passageway here, once you enter, you'll be separated. Moreover, there are many demonic beasts inside. It's very dangerous. Be careful. Miao Kong stepped forward and whispered beside Zichan. Zichan nodded. A bright light flashed in Wu Xiong's hand and a black medallion appeared. This medallion was as black as ink and looked like a small fish. One head was big while the other was small. However, in the middle of the big head, there was a speck of white that shone brilliantly and was pure and flawless. Such a strange black order attracted the attention of many people. This is obsidian. No, it's as black as ink, without any other color. It's like the darkest substance in the world. But why is there a bit of white in the darkness? It's dazzling and eye-catching. It's another extreme. Everyone frowned in confusion. The black token was divided into two sides. The other side was filled with all kinds of veined patterns that were difficult to understand. At a glance, one would feel a sense of dizziness. Unfortunately, this token was not complete. It was broken in the middle, and many of the veined patterns were blocked. Buzz. Under the infusion of true qi, the black medallion shone brightly. The black light that represented the extreme almost dyed half of the sky. The entire sky began to tremble and endless ripples appeared in the space. In Wu Xiong's hand, the black medallion suddenly trembled. Then, as if it was pulled by some kind of force, it floated towards the sky. At this moment, half of the sky was completely dyed black. It was as dark as ink, like a night where one couldn't even see their own fingers. Miao Kong, what are you waiting for? Just as everyone was dumbstruck, Wu Xiong suddenly let out a roar. Swoosh. In Miao Kong's hand, a bright light flashed and a white medallion appeared. Its shape was the same as the black medallion, but its quality was completely opposite. It was the most dazzling white substance in the world. It was as bright as a mirror, but on the big head, there was a black that was so obvious. The white medallion shone brightly and dazzled. It slowly rose into the sky, causing the space to constantly distort and dye the other side of the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. When the black and white medallions met in the sky, they suddenly began to rotate and fuse. Black and white light constantly bloomed and a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared. This medallion is actually a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Tai Chi yin-yang diagram represented two extreme energies. There was white in the black and black in the white. The black and white colors were like yin and yang fishes that constantly mixed and formed an inexplicable trajectory. It was said that the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram belonged to the Supreme Great Tao. It recorded the Great Tao of heaven and earth and represented the rules. It was just that no one could comprehend it. The big sects from 10,000 years ago actually used the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram as a medallion. It was indeed extraordinary. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram merged and emitted rays of light. The two fishes of yin and yang kept rotating and mixing, flowing with the traces of the Great Tao. Then, the sky trembled and the marks on the other side of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram emitted a bright light. It was like a mysterious Tao diagram that fell and imprinted on the sky. Buzz. The void began to tremble and the space fluctuated. Under the Tao diagram, a large area of space rippled like water. Then, the space silently melted and a huge black hole appeared in front of them. It was like the space was collapsing. The black hole led to the turbulent flow of space and produced a suction force. Endless black light kept swallowing and spitting out. It was like a huge mouth of the netherworld. It was abnormally terrifying. Everyone's expression changed. Could it be that they had to enter from here? Everyone was afraid. No one knew where this black hole led to, and it was extremely unstable. Not to mention entering to search for treasures, it was very likely that as soon as they entered the black hole, they would be torn to pieces by the endless energy. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement. Even Miao Kong was the same. Only Wu Xiong looked very calm. Obviously, he had seen it before. Buzz. At this moment, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram above their heads suddenly trembled. Then, it quickly fell from the sky with two extreme energies and landed on the black hole, instantly freezing the extremely unstable black hole. The black hole disappeared and was replaced by a constantly rotating Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. It was like an illusion that was fixed at the entrance of the black hole. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. Everyone, the passage has been opened. I wish everyone good luck. Wu Xiong had a faint smile on his face. He cupped his hands at Li Hua and the others and said, "All martial ancestors people, follow me." Before leaving, Wu Xiong's gaze swept over here, and a light flashed in his eyes. Swoosh. Wu Xiong was the first to disappear. Then, the experts brought by Wu Xiong stepped into the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram and disappeared. Li Hua glanced at Song He and said, "The martial ancestors people have been here for a long time. Although they suffered heavy losses, they must have found something. It's just that they are too tight-lipped and won't say anything. Let's not fall behind." "Yes, let's go in quickly." Song He nodded and followed closely behind Li Hua. However, before they left, the two of them gave Zichun a kind smile. "Humph, isn't it just a trial ground?" After the three forces entered, Wang Shan snorted and urged the black-scaled horse forward with a group of experts. Before leaving, his gaze swept over Lin Shui and Su Mingyao. "Good luck." With a strange chuckle, Wang Shan disappeared into the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. "Chenlong, let's go in together," Miao Kong suggested. Behind them, the group of rogue cultivators was waiting impatiently, scratching their ears and cheeks. However, since the major powers had not entered, they did not dare to step forward. "Be careful." Before entering the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, Zichun whispered in his original voice. Su Mingyao and Lin Shui trembled, but before they could say anything, they had already disappeared. The token is actually the yin-yang token, and the passage is the yin-yang diagram. Although there is no real yin-yang formation, if the news spread, it will definitely shake the world. And this yin-yang token is not an ordinary item. An old man in a Taoist robe looked at the yin-yang diagram with flickering eyes. Along the way, although his performance was very strong and he had the strength of a Xiantian full-circle expert, he was close to the age of the grave, which made others unable to walk together with the old man. Old man, you are indeed extraordinary. You even know about the yin-yang formation. A burly man stepped forward, glancing at the old man and said sarcastically. The major forces entered one after another, followed by the rogue cultivators. They rushed into the yin-yang diagram like a swarm of bees, impatient and impatient. Treasure, here I come. Inheritance, here I come. The fighting spirit and hope that had been obliterated before was ignited again. Boom. However, at this moment, the constantly rotating yin-yang diagram suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. Under this aura, a Xiantian full-cycle youth was instantly turned into nothingness. What's going on? Why is the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram attacking? What a terrifying light of destruction. A Xiantian full-cycle died just like that. Everyone's expression changed. They did not know what was going on and immediately retreated. Could it be that this is not the trial ground, but an extremely dangerous place? Something has happened there. Or is there a limit to the number of people here? Everyone guessed. Their expressions kept changing, but they did not dare to go forward. A Xiantian full-cycle cultivator died just like that. It was too terrifying. The burly man and the old man looked at the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram with solemn expressions. There's actually a strength limit. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. Even the suppressed strength can't work. Their expressions kept changing, and no one knew what they were thinking. What? Could it be that the person just now was not a Xiantian realm cultivator? Someone heard the two murmur and exclaimed. Then, the expressions of several cultivators in the crowd changed. They all wanted to take advantage of the loophole and use a secret method to suppress their strength to the Xiantian realm. When the light of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram fell, I felt a trace of essence energy fluctuation. I think the other party is a true energy realm overlord or even stronger, said a Xiantian full-cycle cultivator who was standing behind the dead cultivator. Is that really the case? Only Xiantian realm cultivators can pass through the passage of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram? Everyone was shocked. Finally, a young man mustered up the courage and walked toward the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram flashed like an illusion and the latter's body disappeared. We can really go in. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and swarmed forward. Boom! A moment later, another beam of destructive light appeared, and another powerhouse was destroyed. Everyone was not surprised. This was already the third overlord who had died. Chapter 169. Stepping into the Taiji diagram was like walking into another space. Time began to become chaotic. A moment felt like an eternity, a step felt like 1,000 years, but it also felt like eternity. All of his senses became blurry. Swoosh. In an instant, the feeling of floating disappeared. Zichen once again felt that he was on solid ground. In front of him was a dense forest. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was terrifyingly rich. White mist rose into the air like white dragons. This was extremely pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It had already been vaporized. Once it reached the limit, it would liquefy and finally solidify. What a rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Taking a deep breath, Zichen felt his whole body and mind clear. It was as if he had taken some kind of tonic. It was extremely comfortable. The rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth entered his body through his nose and was quickly refined into Zhan Qi. In Zichen's body, the Xiantian Zhen Qi that had just broken through also increased a little. The rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth has signs of vaporizing. This is definitely a cultivation treasure land. Zichen was incomparably shocked. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to several days, or even dozens of days in the outside world. Moreover, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was like eating a spiritual medicine that would never dissipate. It was twice the result with half the effort. This is a cultivation treasure land. If I stay here for a year, my strength will definitely increase to the peak of the Xiantian realm. Zichen's eyes lit up. This time, coming to the ruins, just cultivating here for a year was enough. In the dense forest, the spiritual chi was dense and vaporized. No one had stepped into this place for 10,000 years. It was silent and even a little bit dead. Roar! Suddenly, A deafening beast roar rang out like a clap of thunder, resounding throughout the dense forest. Then, a shrill cry came from afar. It was accompanied by despair and was extremely sharp. Demonic beast. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. This was a cultivator who had died. Boom, boom. The earth began to tremble, as if a colossal creature was moving, affecting the earth, releasing rumbling sounds. There are demonic beasts here. 10,000 years have passed, yet there are still demonic beasts here. How terrifying are their strength? Zichen's expression changed. This was a cultivation treasure land, and the world energy here was extremely rich. If Zichen stayed here for a year, he was confident that he could break through to the Scintian full circle realm. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the strength of the demon beasts that had been living here all this time was. It can't be a small demon, right? Zichen's heart trembled. A small demon was equivalent to the human's ability to fly. Their strength was so strong that it was impossible to guess. Help! Cries of agony pulled Zichen back to reality, followed by the sound of metal clashing, accompanied by cries for help. The earth trembled, and a giant beast roared. With a single step, it caused the entire area to tremble. There were also the wretched cries of cultivators. It was clear that this big fellow was not to be trifled with. The place where the battle took place was not far from Zichen, but the latter obviously did not want to be involved, so he turned around and prepared to leave. Help! The cries for help still rang out, and it spread far and wide. Zichen's speed was even faster. He turned around and left. The martial ancestors' people had been here before, and it was full of all kinds of dangers. It was better to avoid trouble. There's a 2,000-year-old spirit herb here, and it's guarded by a demon beast. At this moment, a voice full of temptation rang out. Swoosh! Zichen's extremely fast footwork suddenly stopped, and his eyes flashed. A 1,000-year-old spirit herb was a kind of qualitative change, and its value was dozens of times more than a 900-year-old spirit herb. Similarly, a 2,000-year-old spirit herb was also a qualitative change, and its value was even higher. Most importantly, the spirit chi it contained was purer and denser. If it was absorbed and refined, it would increase one's strength with half the effort. A 2,000-year-old spirit herb. If I refine it, I can save a lot of time on my cultivation. Zichen's eyes flashed, and he was already tempted. At this moment, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Obviously, many people who were ready to escape had turned back, showing the temptation of a 2,000-year-old spirit herb. Zichen turned into a flash of lightning and turned back quickly. A few miles away, there was a vast expanse of white, and the spirit chi of heaven and earth was extremely dense, forming a white fog. A 2,000-year-old spirit herb was emitting dense spirit chi, shining brightly and blooming with auspicious colors. It's really a 2,000-year-old spirit herb. Zichen's eyes shone brightly. Such a spirit herb would only appear in a place like this where the spirit chi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. On the spirit herb, the petals were emitting bright colors, swallowing and spitting out light, and emitting dense spirit chi. The spirit chi here was extremely dense, and it had already begun to vaporize. It was obviously a masterpiece of the spirit herb, and the two complemented each other, forming a kind of cycle. Roar! But next to the spirit herb, there was a huge monster that was close to 10 meters tall, and its fur was like steel needles, emitting a cold light. It was a big bear, majestic and powerful, and its eyes were cold and ruthless. Its pair of bare paws were like millstones, and with a whistling sound, it suddenly slapped down and killed a human cultivator in an instant. Boom! With every step it took, the ground trembled as if it couldn't bear its huge weight. With every step it took, the world shook. Boom! The big foot landed, emitting rays of black light and carrying a terrifying pressure. It was like a mountain that was abnormally heavy, and a cultivator was instantly stomped into the ground, dying before he could even make a sound. Zichen was shocked. This big bear was really terrifying. Although its strength was at the peak of the Khanate level, its combat power was comparable to a true essence beast, and its body was extremely tough. In the blink of an eye, several cultivators were killed. Go to hell. A sharp sword suddenly appeared from the darkness. A Khanate level cultivator finally seized the opportunity to perform a powerful battle technique with himself and the sword. However, when it landed on the big bear's body, there were sparks and it couldn't break through its defense. What? How can this be? Its constitution is so terrifying. A Khanate level cultivator can't break through its defense. In the distance, there was a sound of gasping. This big bear was really abnormal. Not only was its combat power strong, but even its defense was so terrifying. Boom. Seeing that his attack had failed to break through the Great Perfection Cultivator's defenses, the Great Perfection Cultivator was stunned. His feet flashed as he considered retreating. However, at that moment, the Great Perfection Cultivator was sent flying by the bear's paw that was as big as a millstone. When the latter flew back, his vitality had already dissipated. A Khanate level cultivator was actually killed so easily. It's too terrifying. Its combat power is simply comparable to those geniuses, second only to monsters. Everyone's expression changed and they lingered in the distance, unwilling to leave. The temptation of a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb was too great. It's so fierce. Its constitution is far beyond its realm. Is it cultivating a secret technique? Ziqin's eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. The big bear took a step and the ground shook. It didn't do it deliberately, but it seemed to be extremely heavy. This was the first demonic beast he encountered, and it was already so terrifying. What about the rest? Ziqin didn't dare to think about it. The several corpses on the ground were a bloody lesson. Swoosh. The big bear's powerful combat power made everyone extremely fearful. They all lingered not far away, but refused to leave. Finally, a cultivator couldn't hold back and wanted to attack. The other party had mastered a kind of extremely fast footwork. Its body was as agile as a swallow, and it was extremely agile. With a single step, it was hundreds of meters away. Like a beam of light, it instantly arrived in front of the spiritual herb. The other party wanted to use extreme speed to snatch the spiritual herb. Boom. The big bear's paw landed like a millstone. Its body emitted rays of black light, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. This blow was heavy and fast, far exceeding the speed of the footwork. The cultivator was instantly hit. Boom. After a dull, loud sound, the cultivator's body was directly blown up by the big bear, turning into a rain of blood. This is too terrifying. It's just the periphery, and there's already such a terrifying existence. What's in the depths? No wonder the martial ancestor was kind enough to publicize this trial ground. It's because it's too dangerous. Only a monster of the age can subdue this big bear. Everyone exclaimed. The big bear's combat power was really terrifying. Swoosh. However, at this moment, another silver light appeared and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Another one is courting death. Is he tired of living? The bloody corpse on the ground is a lesson. Some people ridiculed, while others sneered. It's him. Someone saw the figure in the silver light, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. At the same time, others also saw it and exclaimed, "No, it's that young man named Qianlong. Qianlong used to be a nobody, but after the beast died, his reputation skyrocketed. He had killed a true Yuan demonic beast with his bare fists. His combat strength was comparable to a monstrous genius, and many geniuses of the major forces were trying to recruit him. Moreover, the other party's ferocity was simply inhuman. Everyone had a deep impression of him. It's him. The existence comparable to a monster has actually made a move. I wonder who's stronger between him and the big bear in terms of physique." Someone exclaimed and stared at the field. Swoosh. Ziqin turned into a ray of silver light and displayed extreme speed. His speed was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he arrived in front of the spiritual herb. The rich spiritual qi rushed over, making people feel clear. Roar. The big bear let out a roar of dissatisfaction and waved its paw again. The surging energy rolled and hit Ziqin fiercely. When the big bear's attack fell, Ziqin actually felt a strong pressure. Under this pressure, his movements became sluggish. Now, He also understood why the previous cultivators died so easily. Zichen's blood boiled and rushed into the sky. A powerful energy surged in his body and instantly dissolved the pressure in the big bear's attack. His movements became faster again. Swoosh. His figure flashed, and he didn't choose to fight the big bear head-on. Instead, he flashed to the side of the spiritual herb and prepared to take it away first. Boom! The big bear's paw, which was as big as a millstone, brushed past Zichen's body and fell down, leaving a deep pit on the ground. The soil splashed, and the surging energy scattered in all directions. Boom! Before Zichen could bend down and take the spiritual herb, the big bear's attack fell again. This time, it was its foot. It was like a majestic mountain, and with a terrible pressure, it stepped on Zichen's head. Swoosh! Swoosh! Chapter 170. The temptation of a 2,000-year-old spirit herb was great. Despite knowing that there was no hope, no one left. They were all wandering around, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. At this moment, Zichen made his move and restrained the bear. There were still cultivators whose eyes flickered and were ready to make a move. Zichen relied on his extreme speed to dodge 2 consecutive attacks from the bear, attracting a series of surprised gazes. However, he was also forced away from the spirit herb. Even Qianlong is no match for it. It keeps dodging. Could it be that even such a monstrous existence can't stop the bear? Are we going to give up on such a spirit herb? Some cultivators sighed in the distance, unwilling to accept this. Damn it, it's really difficult to deal with. Zichen quickly retreated and sized up the bear calmly. The other party's attack was very sharp. Although it was as heavy as a mountain, it was extremely agile and forced him to retreat. Let's go all out. Isn't it just a battle of strength? I wonder if my perfect body can defeat your monster body. Zichen gritted his teeth and a cold light shot out from his eyes. He wanted to take the spirit herb and leave quickly, but now it seemed that he had to get serious. Boom! In his body, his qi and blood began to boil like a dragon waking up. Surging energy swept in all directions, and his clothes fluttered in the absence of wind. Sensing Zichen's exuberant qi and blood, the bear's bell-sized eyes turned solemn. It roared in a low voice and became very impatient. It's about to fight. Let's see who's stronger. A human monster versus a monster monster. Everyone looked at the battlefield with eyes full of anticipation. Go to hell. Zichen's eyes emitted a cold light. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he instantly charged at the bear. His surging qi and blood surged, and his perfect body was completely displayed. Roar! Big Bear let out a roar. At this moment, it also struck out with its full strength. The energy of its physical body was fully displayed. Its 2 palms suddenly descended like 2 huge millstones approaching each other. In addition to the terrifying pressure, there was also a frenzied surge of energy. The 2 finally clashed head-on. Ha! Zichen shouted and mobilized the qi in his body. Exuberant qi and blood surged. Under the perfect body, he threw out 2 quick punches. Boom! Under the gaze of dozens of pairs of eyes, the bear paw and the fist collided. A violent sound reverberated through the forest, and a visible energy spread out in all directions. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and many trees were snapped in half. Roar! Big Bear let out a low roar and staggered back 3 steps. Its bell-sized eyes were filled with shock. On the other hand, Zichen's body only swayed slightly during the collision. After suppressing the surging qi and blood in his body, he looked as if nothing had happened. What? He's actually so powerful. Big Bear was actually beaten back. It seems like his battle prowess is comparable to a genius, but he can't compare to a monster. As expected, this place is a training ground for Xintian realm cultivators. It must have been prepared for those monsters. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. Seems like that's all there is to it. Looking at Dexiong, Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. He dashed forward again, his eyes cold and merciless, filled with killing intent, and once again launched a powerful attack. Roar! Big Bear also let out an unwilling roar and waved its paw again. Terrifying energy rippled around the bare paw. Boom. When the two collided, a terrifying explosion erupted. Dexiong was once again pushed back. This time, Zichun didn't give his opponent any time to breathe. He instantly flashed forward, and his two fists were like large iron hammers, constantly falling down. Boom, boom. In the forest, there was a rapid roar, among which there was the sound of Zichun waving his fists and the sound of Big Bear retreating and stepping on the ground. Big Bear, who was strong before, was now suppressed by Zichun. He's too fierce. His constitution is even more terrifying than Big Bear's. Is he still a human? Why do I feel that he's bigger than Big Bear? Everyone was speechless and tongue-tied. They couldn't believe what they saw. Zichun's battle prowess was too strong. Roar. Big Bear retreated again and again, and finally found an opportunity to attack. It roared, and the black light around its body continued to swirl. Then, it suddenly lifted its right foot, and with a heavy pressure, like a small mountain, it fell towards Zichun's head. It wanted to trample Zichun to death, and the power of Big Bear's foot was obviously more terrifying than the attack of the bare paw. Get out of here. In the face of the attack, Zichun's expression didn't change. He let out a roar and then clenched his fists. Bright silver light flowed on the surface of his fists like water, and the blood in his body flowed quickly, showing his perfect constitution. Boom. He waved his fists, went up against the sky, and hit hard at Big Bear's foot. Boundless energy collided and burst out loud sounds. A shocking and horrifying scene appeared in the next moment. After Zichun punched out with both of his fists, he actually sent Big Bear flying. Although it was only a few meters above the ground, it was actually sent flying. Boom. After flying, Big Bear's body was unstable in the air and fell hard, making a loud bang. Smoke and dust flew everywhere on the ground, and a deep pit appeared. Everyone was speechless and didn't know what to say. Zichun's performance was more beastly than a demon, and more beastly than Big Bear. After being humiliated again and again, Big Bear was finally angry. Its body was huge, but its body was extremely flexible. At this moment, it suddenly got up, and the black light around its body became denser. There was even a trace of red light flashing in the black light. Big Bear is going berserk. This Big Bear is obviously a bear-type demon beast. Although it is rare in the outside world, it still has the talent of a bear. Now that it is suppressed by Qinlong, it finally went berserk. The berserk Big Bear's combat strength has increased exponentially. Qinlong may not be able to suppress it. A berserk Big Bear's combat strength will be comparable to a demon. Everyone was amazed and surprised by Big Bear's berserk. Roar. Big Bear roared, and its eyes turned red. This was the sign of berserk. After berserk, Big Bear's combat strength would be so strong that it would not recognize anyone. It would only be able to defeat or kill everything in front of it. Berserk? Come on then. There was a trace of surprise in Zichun's eyes, but he was not surprised. Even if Big Bear went berserk, he still had a way to deal with it. This was the trial ground. Zichun no longer had any scruples. He could use all kinds of powerful combat strength at will. Boom. The berserk Big Bear raised its palm, causing the space to distort. Then, a huge palm print appeared in the sky. It was as big as 3 millstones, floating above Big Bear, and a destructive aura emerged. This is a battle skill. Seeing the energy palm print that appeared on Dexiong's palm, everyone's eyes widened. Some people even fiercely bit their tongues, as if they had discovered some kind of exotic treasure. My eyes are blind. I can't believe I saw a demonic beast that knows battle skills. Rumor has it that there are some demonic beasts with good aptitude and special bloodline who can comprehend battle skills. I thought it was just a legend. I can't believe I actually saw one in my life. Everyone was shocked. A Big Bear that could go berserk was terrifying, but a Big Bear that could use battle skills after going berserk was even more terrifying. Everyone retreated, afraid of being affected. Battle skills? I have them too. Zichun's eyes were filled with battle intent. This Big Bear was a rare opponent. Its combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Zichun was going to go all out at this moment. His hands began to form seals. Rays of silver light twirled between his fingers, like dancing fairies. The complicated seals were completed in a few breaths. Boom! The sky trembled, and a large seal that exuded a greenish-silver light appeared from the sky. The seal was as big as a mountain, with a sense of heaviness. Its surface was surrounded by some complex lines, and a terrifying aura was flowing. This was the Qingfeng seal, a killing technique of Yunxia City. It was learned from Wang Shan. At this moment, Zichun used it. It had the power of thunder and lightning, so there was a silver light on it. The appearance of the seal caused the space to distort. Its power was no weaker than the palm print. The two collided in the air, like a thunderclap, and the sound of the collision spread far and wide. In the end, the palm print dissipated, and the seal also slowly dissipated. Qingfeng chop. Around Zichun, a surging aura surged, as if it had turned into a sharp blade. With a will to pierce the sky, a huge blade more than 10 meters long shot out. It rushed towards Big Bear with a terrible murderous intent. Roar! Big Bear raised its palm again, and the terrifying palm print that had dissipated before appeared again. At this moment, as the palm fell, the palm print also moved and pressed down. Rumble! Boundless energy surged, and the two battle techniques collided. The blade was originally made of energy, but at this moment, it was like a real sharp weapon. It directly destroyed the energy palm print and slashed on Big Bear's body. Puff! The blade slashed across, and a deep wound appeared. Blood spurted out like a blood sword. What a powerful battle skill, to actually injure the crazy Big Bear. What kind of battle technique is this? It has such a terrible power. Even a Khanate full-circle expert couldn't break its defense with a sharp weapon. But now it was easily broken by Zilong. With such combat strength, he is definitely a real monster. Big Bear was injured and began to roar. The red light in its eyes became brighter, and its attacks became sharper. Two energy palm prints followed at any time, falling with a terrible aura. That aura was terrifying. Not to mention a Khanate full-circle expert. Even a true energy realm expert couldn't resist it. However, in front of Zichun, Big Bear, who was comparable to a monster, was suppressed. Boom! Zichun punched out with a mountain-like aura. This was a fusion punch, and its power was terrifying. During this period, Zichun had comprehended the essence of the true meaning, and its power was even stronger. In an instant, his fist penetrated the palm print incarnation, and then fell on Big Bear's body. With a cracking sound, Big Bear's bones were shattered. Go to hell. Zichun didn't let it go, and once again, he launched a fierce attack. It was like a pear blossom rainstorm, but also like a rain of flowers. Each attack was overwhelming. Bang! Bang! Big Bear had been knocked down countless times, and his red eyes were slowly turning black. That's too terrifying. He actually managed to wake the berserk bear from its berserk state. This is simply inhuman. Chapter 171. The powerful Zichun attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, everyone seriously doubted whether Zichun was a demon beast. Why was he more of a demon beast than a demon beast? Boom! The last punch fell, and the big bear was directly sent flying. The red light in its eyes completely disappeared, and it became pitch black. It was beaten out of its berserk state by Zichun. Although it was awake, it was not as confused as before, because the sober big bear had fear in its eyes. No matter who it was, they would be terrified to meet such a non-human. Roar! The big bear's roar was no longer deafening. It was much lower, and there was a strong fear in it. You beast, I'd better send you on your way. Zichun's eyes flashed coldly and ruthlessly. His attacks were sharp again. Although it was a series of killing moves, it was difficult to kill the big bear quickly. Boom! Boom! The big bear was beaten back again and again. It had no power to fight back, and it couldn't even escape. Crack! After a few continuous punches, Zichun finally broke the bones in this place. The clear sound of bones breaking made people tremble. Boom! Zichun flew up. Silver light shone from his fists. His mountain-like aura once again spread out. He threw out a punch that was like two real mountains pressing down on Yifutien. After comprehending the essence of the true meaning, this move was terrifying. Boom! The two punches fell almost at the same time, hitting the big bear's head. The latter's body shook, and it seemed to be stunned. Bang! Bang! Zichun took this opportunity to soar again, and his fists fell again. The attack was powerful and terrible, and it caused a gust of wind. The big bear's head shook more violently, and it seemed that it could faint at any time. Bang, 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 bang. Like raindrops, the fists fell quickly, and each blow was full of strength. After a series of crazy attacks, even Zichun felt a little weak and consumed a lot of energy. Boom. Finally, under dozens of continuous and high-frequency attacks, the big bear's solid head was broken. It fell to the ground with a bang, and its vitality dissipated. Huff, huff. The surroundings were deathly silent, and only Zichun's heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone was completely shocked. Zichun had actually killed a monstrous bear with his fists. This was too terrifying. Inhuman, more demonic beasts than demonic beasts. Everyone was shocked. Zichun's powerful battle prowess was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Regardless of whether it was his powerful physique or those terrifying battle skills, it was not something that ordinary people could compare to. After this battle, everyone had no doubt that Zichun was a Xiantian genius. Once he grew up, he would be on par with Yunxia City's Wang Qiong and Songli City's Li Hao. Suddenly, Zichun heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. Turning around, he saw a figure standing beside the 1,000-year-old spirit herb, obviously trying to take advantage of the situation. This was a Xiantian full-circle expert. He wore a green robe and was about 30 years old. Previously, he had been hiding in the dark. At this moment, when he saw that Zichun had killed the bear and consumed a lot of energy, he also flashed forward, wanting to take advantage of Zichun. Put down the spirit herb and leave immediately, and I can spare your life. Zichun's rapid breathing became even. He coldly looked at the peak stage cultivator before him and spoke in a cold voice. Are you talking to me? The green-clothed cultivator carefully put the spirit herb into the jade box and turned to look at Zichun with a disdainful smile. You only have one chance. Put down the spirit herb and leave immediately, or die. Zichun's voice was still cold. Haha. The green-clothed cultivator looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. How shameless. Previously, he was so scared by the big bear's power that he didn't dare to attack. Now that Qianlong killed the big bear and consumed a lot of energy, he wants to take advantage of the situation. Qianlong fought the big bear and consumed a lot of energy. Now that he wants to snatch the spirit herb, what a good plan. The crowd in the distance sighed. Many people's eyes flickered, obviously tempted. Qianlong was scary when he was strong, but he was not to be feared now that he had consumed a lot of energy. Haha, Qianlong, do you really think you're a monster? Let me tell you, others may be afraid of you, but I, Zhou Yin, am not. The full-circle cultivator named Zhou Yin was very arrogant, his eyes filled with disdain. You mean you won't let go? Zichun's eyes flashed with killing intent. Endless energy flowed into his body from his heart to replenish his energy. What? You still want to fight? You've consumed a lot of energy, like a toothless tiger. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Zhou Yin said with a sneer. Looking at Zhou Yin, Zichun sneered. It's already a miracle for a sinister person like you to be able to cultivate to the full-circle Xiantian realm. With this kind of mentality, you'll never be able to condense true yuan. Well, I'll kill you today and make a great contribution. There will be one less sinister person in the world. Zichun's words were understated. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he was not someone an ordinary full-circle Xiantian realm cultivator could bully. One had to know that when Zichun was in the true energy realm, he had killed a true energy realm cultivator with the power of thunder and lightning. Humph, boasting shamelessly. Brothers, attack? Zhou Yin coldly snorted as he stared intently at Zichun. In his heart, he was already thinking of retreating. This training ground was very big, so big that it seemed boundless. He did not believe that Zichun would be able to meet him again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, figures flashed from the distance. There were a total of 5 people, 1 full-circle Sciention Realm Cultivator, 3 late Sciention Realm Cultivators, and 1 mid-Sciention Realm Cultivator. Qianlong, we just took the elixir. Don't go too far. One of the full-circle Sciention Realm Cultivators said. Too far? You took the elixir that belongs to me, and you say I'm too far. Zichun was so angry that he almost laughed. It seemed that shameless people were everywhere. Humph, you've consumed a lot of energy. You're like a toothless tiger. We just took the elixir and did not kill you. It's fine if you don't want to be grateful, but you still dare to ask for the elixir. Another cultivator said, birds of a feather flock together. It seems that you're all the same. Fine, I'll send you on your way today. You can accompany each other on the road to hell. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Zichen's body shone with a silver light. His feet flashed, and like a phantom, he appeared in front of a late Sciention Realm Cultivator in an instant. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Boom! The silver light on the palm print was resplendent with terrifying power. Before the latter could react, the palm print hit the top of his head. Instantly, a surge of energy entered his body. The latter's pupils constricted as his body convulsed, and he fell to the ground, dead. A late Sciention Realm Cultivator died with one strike. Didn't he consume a lot of energy? Why is he so fast? It's too terrifying. He's still so fast even after fighting the bear. He's indeed a monster. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Swoosh! With a step, Zichen's figure flashed again and appeared in front of another late Sciention Realm Cultivator. He clenched his right fist and punched out. The latter reacted and conjured a protective barrier. However, in front of the perfect body, the protective barrier was like paper. With a crack, it shattered. Immediately after, he was struck in the chest by Zichun and was sent flying. Another person died. How can this be? Zhou Yan's expression changed drastically. He had clearly expended a lot of energy, but at this moment, he had such powerful combat strength. He already had thoughts of retreating, but in front of Zichen's extreme speed, he couldn't leave at all. He gritted his teeth and said, Everyone, attack and kill him with all your might. He has already expended a lot of energy and is at the end of his rope. Under Zhou Yan's instigation, the others also reacted. They gritted their teeth and made up their minds. All kinds of weapons were unsheathed and struck out fiercely. Sciention True Qi surged and the Sciention weapons emitted cold light as they charged towards Zichun. Clang! Zichun clenched his fists like two indestructible hammers and instantly struck a long saber. With a crack, the long saber shattered. Pong! An extremely sharp sword beam brushed past Zichen's shoulder. Immediately after, it was struck down by Zichen's fist, and the long sword was broken at the waist. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. After a fierce battle, Zichun, under the attacks of two Sciention Peak Sciention Realm experts, a late-stage Sciention Realm expert and an early-stage Sciention Realm expert, was unstoppable. 2 attacks had broken 2 weapons, greatly reducing the combat strength of the two. Go to hell. Zhou Yan held a black saber in his hand, which was surging with a strong aura. He slashed it towards Zichen's head. This was a weapon refined by a true energy realm expert. It was very sharp and sturdy. It was 1 grade higher than a Sciention weapon. Zhou Yan seized a gap and wanted to take the opportunity to kill Zichen. Pong! Zichen raised his fist, and a brilliant silver light lit up half the sky. In an instant, it struck the true essence saber. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the saber, spreading out like a spider web. Finally, with a loud bang, the saber exploded. At this moment, Zichen was like an inhuman. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. Boom! Another late-stage Sciention Realm expert was hit in the chest and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, leaving a trail of blood in the air. When he fell to the ground, his body disappeared. Qingfeng slash. A Sciention full-circle expert saw that the situation was not good, so he turned around and ran, not caring about his companions. But after running for dozens of meters, he felt a terrifying aura attack him, followed by a silver sword that shot towards him. Poof! The blade swept past the Sciention Peak Sciention Realm expert. The latter didn't seem to notice and kept moving forward. But after a few steps, He fell to the ground and almost all of his internal organs were blown out of his body. A Xiantian Peak Xiantian Realm expert was dead. At this moment, only two people were alive, Zhou Yin and a mid-stage Xiantian Realm expert. The latter was alive not because of his strength, but because Zichen was too lazy to kill him. Huff, huff. Zichen panted heavily, as if he had used up a lot of energy. Previously, the sound of his panting had given them courage, but now, the sound of his panting did not improve their mood. Instead, it was like the panting of a demon beside their ears, causing them to be even more terrified. Now, I'll send you on your way. Killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes again, and he flashed forward. Chapter 172. Knowing that he would definitely die, Zhou Yin chose to run out of the jade box. He was very decisive, and it could be considered as fighting for a chance of survival. Haha, Chunlong. Let's see if you want the elixir or my life. Zhou Yin laughed and turned to fly into the distance. He was secretly happy that he had saved his life today. But soon, his laughter came to an abrupt stop because Zichen had unknowingly appeared in front of him. Huff, huff. Zichen was panting heavily, as if he had consumed a lot of energy. But Zhou Yin was not happy at all. The latter was also like this before, but he had killed 4 experts with one blow. It's a waste for a scum like you to live in this world. If you run out of elixirs, you can find more. But if a scum like you escapes, it's a kind of danger. Who knows how many people you'll harm next time. So, it's better to send you on your way. Zichen was panting heavily, but his voice was very calm. You're crazy. You don't even want the elixir. Why do you have to kill me? Zhou Yan's expression changed. In his opinion, the move he had thought of before was definitely a divine move. After all, the conflict between them was the 1,000-year-old elixir. Now that he had thrown it out, the latter should have taken the elixir. Unfortunately, a selfish person like Zhou Yin would never understand Zichen's world. He would never understand Zichen's point of view. Boom! Boundless silver light shot out from Zichen's body like a stormy sea, drowning Zhou Yin in an instant. When the silver light dissipated, Zhou Yin fell to the ground with a look of horror in his eyes. His vitality had already dissipated. After that, the last middle-stage Xiantian expert who had escaped was also killed. But even before they died, they could not believe that someone would give up the elixir just to kill them. Is this a homicidal maniac? The jade box fell to the ground and stood there alone. In the distance, a group of red-eyed cultivators emitted a greedy light, but no one dared to go forward. Because the 2 people who had wanted to take advantage of it had already been killed by Zichen. No one dared to make a move. Zichen's entire body was drenched in sweat, and he was gasping for breath. He had used up a lot of energy, but still, no one dared to move, because those who moved were all dead. Zichen, who was gasping for breath, was terrifying. He stepped forward and picked up the jade box. As he opened the lid, a dense spiritual aura spread out in all directions. So many people died because of you. Zichen put away the jade box, swept a glance at the trembling crowd, and turned to leave. It's too scary. He's simply inhuman. Could it be that all the monstrous geniuses in the world are so powerful? Everyone stared at Zichen's figure until it disappeared. They didn't know when, but they realized that their clothes were wet and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. After Zichen ventured more than 10 miles into the forest, he found a relatively safe place and began to refine the 2,000-year-old spirit herb. This spirit medicine was so rich in spiritual aura that it took Zichen a few days to refine it. With the help of the secret manual and the heavenly thunder reshaping technique, Zichen's physique improved again with a 2,000-year-old spirit medicine. Compared to his physique, the increase in strength was almost negligible. As Zichen went deeper, he found many powerful demonic beasts with terrifying physiques. Although they were all at the peak of the Xiantian realm, their battle strength was comparable to geniuses of the same level. It was extremely terrifying. As he went deeper, Zichen found 2 more 2,000-year-old spirit medicines. Without hesitation, he refined them all. Could it be that the demonic beasts here can't break through to the true essence realm? So all the rich spiritual aura is used to refine their bodies? After killing 4 peak demonic beasts, Zichen couldn't help but guess. Moreover, he found an even stranger problem. The spiritual aura here was extremely rich, and almost no one had set foot here for 10,000 years. However, he didn't find a single 10,000-year-old spirit medicine, only 2,000-year-old spirit medicines. This place is strange. The strength of the demonic beasts was limited to the peak of the Xiantian realm, and the age of the spirit medicines was compressed to 2,000 years. Zichun went straight in, and everything he found was verified. The demonic beasts here were terrifyingly strong. Every one of them was comparable to Qin Feng and Ling Yun, and could be said to be geniuses. However, in this place, they were the most ordinary existences. Boom! After a fierce battle, a peak Xiantian demonic beast fell to the ground, killed by Zichun. Zichun took away another 1,000-year-old spirit medicine and started refining it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Zichun still hadn't walked out of the forest. This place was vast and boundless. Other than that, Zichun didn't see a single familiar face. Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, Yunxia City, Songli City, and martial ancestors' people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He didn't see a single one. Even Su Mengyao and Lin Shuet didn't have any news. During this time, Zichun asked about them, but he didn't get any valuable answers. No one saw them, as if they had disappeared into thin air. Zichun was anxious, and he sped up. 3 days later, Zichun saw a familiar figure. It was an old man in a Taoist robe. He stood out among the crowd of Xiantian experts, like a crane in a flock of chickens. It's him. Zichun was stunned. He had a deep impression of the old man. The old man had once swept away a demonic beast with a flick of his whisk. He was very strong. What is he doing here? Zichun frowned, puzzled. Logically speaking, with such a strong strength, the old man should have gone deeper. Zichun hid in the distance and observed carefully. He found that the old man was drawing on the ground, and then looked at a mountain in front of him, muttering to himself. Strange, this old man is looking at the mountain and muttering something. Could there be some treasure on the mountain? Zichun was curious. This old man was full of mystery, like an otherworldly expert, but his strength was only at the full cycle of the Xiantian realm. He didn't show it before, but the thing he was drawing now was very complicated. Zichun looked at it from afar and felt dizzy. This is an yuan array. Zichun's expression suddenly changed, and he was extremely shocked. One had to know that this was the Xiantian trial ground, and only Xiantian experts could enter. Previously, he had heard that those who suppressed their strength and wanted to enter were all destroyed by the light of the Tai Chi diagram. However, yuan arrays were clearly something that only true energy realm existences could inscribe and deduce. After the formation was drawn, it emitted rays of light. The light flashed as if something was shining. The old man stared at the formation, and after a while, he shook his head in disappointment. He's not here again. Impossible. The old man was very disappointed. He removed the formation and walked away. After the old man left, Zichun walked towards the formation. His heart was filled with shock, and he couldn't help but say, could it be that he is searching for something in the mountain? What kind of formation is this? How could it be so terrifying? The old man was definitely looking for something unusual. Zichun was ready to leave, but soon, he found another figure moving. It's him. It was another familiar face, the burly man with a full beard. He said that he was only 25 years old, but he looked like he was 45 years old. The latter was also moving, as if he was looking for something. His eyes flashed, like a mysterious eye technique. After a while, he turned and left in the direction the old man went. What are they looking for? This is only the periphery. Could there be something comparable to a treasure? Zichun was puzzled. There's someone else. Not long after the burly man left, Zichun found another person. The other person's body was nimble, like an agile monkey. He constantly floated on the tree, but did not make any sound. If Zichun had not been hiding in the dark and stayed here for a while, he would not have found him. It was a young man, definitely not more than 22 years old, but the aura around him was at the peak of the Xiantian realm. His footwork was very agile, obviously extraordinary. What are they going to do? Zichun was 30% puzzled and 70% curious. He secretly followed. In the following time, Zichun could always see the old Taoist. Every time the old man saw a mountain, he would carve and draw beside it. After a fruitless investigation, he turned and left. That's a spiritual medicine that's close to 2,500 years old. Zichun was surprised. Finally, he saw a spiritual medicine that was more than 2,000 years old. Although it was guarded by a monster, Zichun was confident that he could deal with it. Zichun saw it. So did the bearded man and the old man. Even the young man behind the bearded man saw it, but the three of them retreated far away. They didn't have any ideas about the spiritual medicine. Instead, they didn't want to provoke the monster. They don't even want 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine and are sneaking around all day. They must be up to something. Zichun thought. This time, they followed for a full 5 days. During this time, no one found Zichun. The old man and the bearded man also didn't notice that someone was following them. On the 6th day, the old man found a short mountain again. Compared to the tall mountains before, this mountain was only a few dozen meters tall. It was indeed a short mountain. Originally, the old man had already flown past it and obviously didn't pay much attention to this mountain. However, in the end, for some reason, he turned back. The short mountain was barren, without a single blade of grass. It was too ordinary. But after circling around the mountain, the old man's expression became very serious. In the distance, the bearded man also arrived. His eyes flashed and his expression became serious. Could it be that the treasure is here? Zichun frowned. At this moment, the old man began to draw on the ground. A set of extremely complicated patterns appeared. This time, the old man was very serious and worked hard for a full 15 minutes. Buzz. The pattern trembled and emitted a bright light. It was as if something was evolving in the pattern, constantly changing. Zichun watched from afar, but he couldn't see anything. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. The whole pattern exploded, emitting a terrifying energy wave. It directly pushed the old man back. The surrounding trees exploded, and a deep pit appeared. It exploded. Zichun's pupils shrank. When the old man had demonstrated the formation, the light within the formation had only flashed continuously, but it had never exploded. Yes, it should be here. Stop all the evolution and investigation. Seems like the rumors are true. In the distance, the old man's face was covered in dust. He kept patting his robe, splashing a lot of dust. The energy wave was terrifying, but the old man wasn't injured. Chapter 173. It was a small hill without a single blade of grass. In this endless forest, it was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Along the way, if Zichun did not see 20 of them, he would have seen at least a dozen. However, the elder stood there, his expression serious. The complex formation patterns he arranged were actually self-destructing. There was actually something in the short mountain that couldn't be detected. Yes, it must be here. The formation pattern exploded, and the old man was blown away by a huge energy. This energy was enough to kill a Khanate great perfection expert, but the old man was a bit embarrassed. There was no injury on his body. The old man was very sure that this was the place, but no one knew where this place was and what was inside. Zichun and the others watched from afar. Swoosh. The formation pattern collapsed. The burly man was the first to take action. He rushed toward the hill like an arrow. Boom. The burly man was like a cannonball, shining brightly. He directly hit the hill, and with a loud bang, the whole hill shook. The old man was not surprised by the burly man's appearance. The burly man shook the whisk in his hand and shot a light beam, hitting the hill. Rumble. The hill shook as if it was about to split open. Large stones fell from the hill. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard as the two of them unleashed one attack after another. They are really going to split open the hill. Is there really a treasure in the hill? Zichun was shocked. Although it was a small mountain in front of him, it was a real mountain. It was made of stones, so it would be extremely difficult to break it open. Boom. The burly man's eyes were as big as copper bells. His whole body burst out with a strong aura. He was like a mountain-splitting machine. His strong battle strength made the hill shake even more violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The old man was not idle. The whisk in his hand shot out beams of light. Each beam of light hit the hill, causing the hill to shake and large stones to fall, making loud sounds. Rumble, rumble. The hill shook violently, and stones kept rolling from the hill. Just as Zichun was wondering what was going on, a strong aura appeared from the hill. This is a great treasure. Zichun frowned. This aura was extremely powerful, and it was exceptionally tyrannical. It didn't seem like the aura of a precious treasure at all, but more like a living creature. However, how could there be living things in the short mountain? Rumble. Feeling the tyrannical aura, the old man and the burly man instantly retreated, no longer attacking. However, the short mountain was still trembling, and the trembling was even more intense. Like the rumbling of thunder, rocks that were large enough for a person to hug fell down from the short mountain, smashing into the ground with a loud bang. The rumors are true. This thing is really here. However, there is a spirit beast guarding it. I wonder how strong it is. The burly man's eyes flickered. Roar. A deafening roar came from the short mountain. Then, with the mountain as the center, a crack appeared from the top of the mountain to the bottom. The crack spread and made cracking sounds. There is indeed something alive. Zichun's expression changed. A roar had triggered the blood and qi in his body. This guy was obviously not to be trifled with, so he quickly retreated. The old man and the burly man's expression became more serious. Not far away, the young man also stared at the mountain. Rumble. The cracks extended until they finally exploded with a loud boom. Countless pieces of rock flew out in all directions like hidden weapons, or like meteors from outer space. They whistled through the air as they fell. Damn it! Is there a need to make such a big scene? The burly man cursed angrily. The previous stone attack had caused him to retreat dozens of meters, and his clothes had become tattered. Not to be trifled with, the old man was also in a difficult situation. A corner of his Taoist robe was torn, and his expression became very serious. Zichun hid further away, so he was relatively safe. The stones brushed past his body, but seeing the trees that were smashed into sieves and fell to the ground, he was extremely embarrassed. Roar. It was like a dragon's roar, and like a tiger's roar, it spread through the heaven and earth. A terrifying wave of true yuan rushed in all directions. At this moment, the heaven and earth changed color. A terrifying pressure fell on the ground, and a huge monster appeared. It was a huge monster that was comparable to a small mountain. Its eyes were like lanterns, emitting a strange red light. The scales on its body were emitting a yellow light. It seemed to be quite old. It had a dragon's head and a tiger's body. It was ferocious and terrifying. A true energy realm monster. Looking at the monster in the distance, Zichun's expression changed and he exclaimed. This was a training ground for Xiantian realm masters. True energy realm masters couldn't enter at all. Moreover, the rules of heaven and earth here had an absolute suppression on the creatures here. The spiritual herbs were about 2,000 years old, and the monster strength was at the peak Xiantian realm. But everything in front of him was beyond Zichun's understanding of this training ground. Roar. The exotic beast roared and swung its tail like a steel whip, emitting popping sounds. All the rocks that were struck were shattered. Its lantern-sized eyes emitted a red light, as though an old demon had been born. It roared furiously at the sky, and its voice was vast and mighty, spreading dozens of miles. At the same time, its scarlet red eyes locked onto the two of them. Not good. After so many years, this guy has changed. It should have been at the peak Xiantian realm, but now it has broken through to the true energy realm. The old man's expression changed slightly. It broke through the seal of this space. Has this guy really lived for 10,000 years? The big man's expression was also very ugly. Roar. The exotic beast let out a roar and charged at the two of them. Its mountain-like body was extremely nimble. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the two of them. Its ice-cold and sharp claws slashed down at the two of them. You and I each take one. The big man shouted, and the aura in his body surged crazily. His body emitted a dazzling white light, and he waved his fists to hit one of the claws. Immeasurable deity. The old man shouted. The whisk in his hand vibrated, and a terrifying aura escaped, hitting the other claw. Boom, boom. Two explosions sounded. The monster's claws were indestructible, and they directly shattered the two attacks. At the same time, a surge of energy swept over the two. The two were instantly blown back dozens of meters. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their expressions were incomparably shocked. It's so terrifying. It just entered the true energy realm, but it's comparable to a monster. The two's expression changed drastically. They felt that things were getting a little tricky. 10,000 years had passed, and everything here had changed. The monster in front of them with a dragon head and a tiger body gave them a feeling that they were no match for it. What should we do? This guy is too strong. Do we just give up? The big man was unwilling. We can't leave. The old man insisted. He turned to the distance and shouted, "You two stinking brats, do you still want to hide there and watch the show? Come out." In the forest, the young man was stunned. Zichun was also stunned. He thought that he had hidden well, but he didn't expect that he had been discovered long ago. "Two seniors, I'll help you." At this moment, the young man shouted. His figure flashed through the forest like a monkey, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the two. Two seniors. The young man stepped forward and was very polite to the two. The young man was a Sciention full-circle expert, just like the two of them, but now, he was acting like a junior. His attitude was worth thinking. "Humph, sneaky." The big man snorted. The young man had been following him all the way, and the old man nodded. At the same time, Zichun also stepped forward after some thought. However, he didn't say anything and only nodded at the two. Seeing Zichun in the dark, the young man's expression changed. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone would follow them, and it was someone with great battle strength. The four of them stood side by side, and their auras were constantly surging. But in front of the mountain-like monster, they were nothing. This was an extremely strong opponent. It was unprecedentedly strong. Zichun felt that this guy wasn't weaker than Evil Good Monk, and the scales on its body were emitting a yellow color. Obviously, its defense was also very strong. If you want the treasure, you have to kill it. This guy has mutated and is very strong. Don't hide your strength, or you will die miserably. The old man only said one sentence and then stopped talking. But this sentence was enough. The treasure was enough to arouse the greed in everyone's heart. "Okay, let's do it together." The young man nodded. Zichun wanted to ask more, but it was obviously not the time, so he kept quiet and nodded. "Kill, kill." The four of them roared and turned into 4 rays of light, rushing towards the monster. The monster glanced at the 4 insignificant humans in front of it and snorted, as if it was extremely disdainful. Its huge claws whistled down again, causing the air to explode and the space to tremble. "The two of us will hold it back. The two of you go," the old man shouted. The Buddhist whisk emitted a bright light, and a terrifying aura emerged, striking towards the sharp claws. At the same time, the burly man also shouted and clenched his fists, blocking the other sharp claws. Zichun and the young man flashed past the sharp claws and arrived at the monster's head. The two of them attacked from the left and right of the monster. The young man's body emitted an extremely cold aura, like an iceberg or a cold sword, emitting an endless chill. When he attacked, it was as if he was in a 10,000-year-old glacier. The chill was bone-piercing, and it made people's movements slow. Compared to the young man's extreme cold attack, Zichun's body was surrounded by a bright silver light, and a violent lightning aura was released. Its appearance was completely destructive. Coupled with the fusion battle technique, it was almost Zichun's strongest attack. Boom, boom. 2 loud sounds were heard. The old man and the burly man were sent flying again, but they blocked the monster's attack. Next, it was up to Zichun and the young man. Clang. The young man's attack was unusually sharp. A white mist appeared on the monster's body in an instant, as if it was frozen. However, when the sharp attack landed, dazzling sparks burst out. Boom. Zichun punched out with his fist. Streaks of lightning raged, but at the same time, there were also sparks flying everywhere. A huge shockwave spread out, and Zichun and the young man were instantly pushed back. What? It didn't break the monster's defense. The two of them narrowed their eyes, feeling incredulous. They saw that the young man's attack had only cracked a piece of the monster's yellow scale. If they didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. And Zichun's powerful attack had only broken a piece of scale. How can we fight without breaking the monster's defense? The two of them retreated and gathered with the old man. They looked at the monster cautiously, but they were complaining in their hearts. If they couldn't break the monster's defense, they wouldn't be able to hurt it, let alone kill it. Go all out. We have to go all out. This is a crucial thing. We can't miss it. Chapter 174. There's a precious treasure here that can only be obtained by killing the dragon tiger beast in front of us. This item is extremely important. We must obtain it. The old man's expression was solemn, but he still persisted. The massive beast before them was comparable to a small mountain. It had the head of a dragon and the body of a tiger, giving it a ferocious appearance and frightening might. Even with the four of them working together, they were still unable to break through its defenses. What is it? Zichun asked. The young man didn't seem to know either. He also looked at the old man. I'm not sure, but it's said that it's a token. Once you get it, you'll be able to enter the depths. The old man revealed a huge piece of information that shocked Zichun and the young man. The various major forces have already ventured into the depths. However, it's practically impossible for them to obtain the inheritance. Without this token, no one will be able to obtain the inheritance. What? There really is an inheritance here? Zichun and the young man's eyes were filled with disbelief. Of course, and it's not an ordinary inheritance. This is the place where the core disciples of the everlasting sect used to train 10,000 years ago. There are all kinds of inheritances here. However, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the everlasting sect, you must have a great opportunity in addition to the necessary strength. Strength and fortuitous encounters. None of them can be lacking, the old man said solemnly. The everlasting sect. It was a sect from 10,000 years ago. It was called the everlasting sect. Zichun knew the name of the sect from 10,000 years ago. The everlasting sect's inheritance. The young man was shocked. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. That's right. This is the training ground for the core disciples. It is the place with the highest possibility of obtaining the Wuji inheritance. In the past 10,000 years, this is the only place that has been found. It is also the most crucial place. The old man said. Zichun and the young man nodded in agreement. On the path of a cultivator, the true Qi realm and the Xiantian realm were only the beginning stages. Only when true Qi transformed into true essence could one be considered to have truly stepped onto the threshold of a cultivator and be considered to have truly become a powerful cultivator. True Qi turned into true essence, one step at a time, ascending to the ninth heaven and leaping into spiritual essence. The true energy realm was an extremely important realm. It was divided into 9 layers, and each layer was as different as heaven and earth. Every step forward required 10 times the effort. I don't know much about the everlasting sect's inheritance, but the first step to obtaining the highest inheritance is to obtain the token of this place, the old man said confidently. That's right. This is the only clue we have. The big man nodded. Zichun's heart became very eager. This was definitely a genius opportunity, and he wanted to see if he could grasp it. The Sky Thunder reshaping body art was only a body refining technique. Once he reached the true energy realm, he would have to find a true energy cultivation method. The everlasting sect's inheritance was a godsend opportunity. How strong were the core techniques of the great sects 10,000 years ago? Zichun couldn't guess, but it was definitely better than the martial ancestors' secret manual and the Qingxia secret manual. Zichun was sure of this. Tell me, with such an opportunity before us, can we give it up? The old man asked. Of course not. We have to kill this dragon tiger beast. The young man was the first to speak. Battle intent surged in his eyes. That's right. Zichun nodded. This was a great opportunity, and he had to give it his all. Then let's kill him. What are you waiting for? The burly man bellowed as he stepped forward. The energy in his body gushed forth furiously as he charged toward the dragon-tiger beast. Buzz. The old man didn't want to be outdone. The whisk in his hand vibrated continuously, shooting out rays of terrifying light. Clang. A light flashed in the young man's hand, and a long sword suddenly appeared. In an instant, the long sword was unsheathed, and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. A water-like light appeared with a bone-piercing chill. This was a long sword that was almost the same as the flame sword. It was unusually sharp, and the light around it surged like water, but it emitted a chilling light. A spatial treasure. Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank. This unknown young man actually had such a precious treasure. His identity must be extraordinary. At this moment, everyone displayed their powerful techniques. Even the burly man had a pitch-black machete in his hand. Only Zichen was still the same as before. He only used his fists. His appearance alone was enough to weaken the momentum. Roar. The dragon-tiger beast roared and charged toward the group. From afar, it looked like a heavy mountain with a heavy aura. Boom. The two sides collided, and there was a loud explosion. The world began to tremble, and countless trees burst into pieces. The sharp sword in the young man's hand was incomparably cold. With a cold aura, it directly slashed at the dragon-tiger beast, and 7 or 8 scales were cut open. The black machete in the burly man's hand was as black as ink, but it carried a terrifying aura. When it collided with the dragon-tiger beast's huge claw, sparks flew. The old man's whisk was extraordinary. It shot out rays of light, and 2 of them actually pierced 2 holes in the dragon-tiger beast's body. Blood flowed out. Only Zichen, although he used all his strength to launch a fierce attack, it didn't hurt or itch. It was neither strong nor weak, and still, a piece of scale was shattered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the attack, everyone flew back. Although they didn't say anything, Zichen could clearly see a trace of contempt in the young man's eyes. The 3 of them were all in the great fulfillment and were considered geniuses. Although he was comparable to a monster, his strength was 2 levels lower, and he didn't have a good weapon. He was the weakest of the 4. I'm actually being despised. It's all because of that damn monk who stole the Lihua. Zichen cursed in his heart. Helplessly, he could only reach into his bosom. Shortly after, a fist-sized stone appeared, emitting a faint golden light. This is a diamond. Everyone's eyes were very sharp. They recognized the diamond at a glance. The young man's eyes were wide open, and there was a trace of undisguised greed in his eyes. A diamond the length of a finger could be called a precious treasure, and a diamond the size of a fist was even more precious. Its value was immeasurable. Not to mention Yukong. Even the city lord of Yunxia City and the head of the Tsong and Li families would fight for it. The young man's gaze made Zichen feel very comfortable. At this moment, he held it in his hand and raised it proudly. What a pity. Such a big diamond, but we lost the gold essence. The burly man sighed and said disappointedly. However, at this moment, the 2 of them looked at Zichen strangely. They looked at the diamond, then at Zichen, but did not say anything. Boom. The battle broke out again. Zichen used the diamond as a brick and used the true chi in his body to hit the head of the dragon-tiger beast. Boom. It was as if a heavy hammer had smashed into it, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. More than a dozen pieces of the dragon-tiger beast's head were shattered, but that was all. The powerful recoil caused Zichen to fly backwards in the air. The other people's attacks fell one after another. Although there was some effect, compared to the hill-like dragon-tiger beast, a dozen of scales and small bloody holes were nothing. This won't do. After a long battle, everyone was exhausted and gasping for breath. However, the dragon-tiger beast did not react at all. The bloody holes on its body were already closed. It snorted and looked at them with disdain. This guy is too hard to kill. Think of a good way. The burly man frowned. What can we do? Our attacks are just tickling it. We can't hurt it at all. The young man was depressed. The only thing we can do now is to attack the dragon-tiger beast's weakness and stab its eyes. The old man thought for a while and said helplessly, What? Attack its eyes? Do you want to die? It's not easy to hit its head. If we hit its eyes, we'll be dead. If we can't kill it, we'll be dead. The young man yelled. Then there's no other way. All right then. Helpless, everyone nodded in agreement. Light flashed and another round of attacks began. Boom. The young man's sword was blocked by the dragon tiger beast. At the same time, the dragon tiger beast's claw hit the dragon tiger beast's chest. The dragon tiger beast's protective true chi instantly shattered, and the dragon tiger beast's body flew back. At the same time, the burly man dashed forward and cut a hole in the dragon tiger beast's eye. The dragon tiger beast roared and went completely berserk. Boom. The burly man was sent flying. At the same time, Zichun and the old man's attacks were met with a strong wave of true chi. Boom. Boom. The two were thrown far away like kites with a broken string. Roar. A long cut appeared at the corner of the dragon tiger beast's eye. It was completely enraged, and the dragon tiger beast went berserk. Boom. The dragon tiger beast stomped on the ground, and the earth trembled. The dragon tiger beast charged towards them with its mountain-like body. Oh no, this guy has gone berserk. The burly man yelled and looked like he wanted to retreat. Let's go. I just remembered that there's a strong force in the distance. Maybe we can deal with it. At this moment, the old man shouted and turned around to run. Swoosh. The burly man followed closely behind. His figure was extremely fast, and he didn't even say a word before he fled. Swoosh. In the distance, the young man also shot out a cold sword chi. This sword chi didn't go for the dragon tiger beast. Instead, it exploded in front of Zichun. Motherf asterisk cur. Zichun cursed angrily. This fellow actually wanted to harm him. The sound of an energy explosion rang out. The dragon tiger beast immediately turned its head. A pair of eyes that had fallen into madness stared at Zichun. Its body that was like a small mountain instantly came crashing down. Damn you! Zichun cursed angrily as he turned around and ran. He had thought that the young man had been killed with a single strike, but who would have thought that the young man was actually as if nothing had happened? His speed was extraordinarily fast, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Zichun was not willing to be outdone. Although his strength was slightly lower, he had the speed of a human. At this moment, in order to display his fastest speed, he no longer emitted a silver light, but a golden light. The golden light was dazzling. At this moment, it was a matter of life and death. It was useless to hide his strength. When the frenzied dragon tiger beast saw the golden light around Zichun, it was suddenly startled and actually retreated from its berserk state. However, when it saw Zichun disappear in the blink of an eye, it suddenly stomped on the ground and rapidly chased after Zichun. Wait for me. Zichun's body was covered in golden light and he was fast. However, he couldn't catch up with the three of them. Brat, run a little slower. I'll go find reinforcements for you. The old man shouted without any sense of loyalty, and his speed was even faster. That's right. I was thinking the same thing. The burly man was also fast. Chunlong, you're going to die anyway. You've done a good thing by luring the dragon tiger beast to the side. The young man said coldly. Bullsh asterisk T. I didn't even settle the score with you when you plotted against me. Now you want to hurt me. Let's see who's going to die. Chapter 175. Lu Bo was from Yunxia City. He represented the famous Lu family of Yunxia City. Although they could not be compared to the Wang family of Yunxia City, they were still a powerful family. There were several imperial sky warriors in the family, and one of them was a patriarch. This time, we are here to find the secret codex. Once we find it, we will start the Lu family's business. Maybe we can even build a Lu family city. Lu Bo said to his subordinates again. He was very confident about this treasure hunt. This time, he didn't bring many geniuses, only a dozen people. Among them, 5 were at the peak of the Xiantian realm, and the rest were at the late stage of the Xiantian realm. In addition, Lu Bo also brought some of the family's heritage. Their true fighting strength was unfathomable. Cousin, when are we going to go deeper? A young man asked in a low voice. After they gathered, they had stayed in the periphery for a long time. What's the hurry? This is the training ground of the sect 10,000 years ago. It's full of danger. Let those big forces open the way first. When the time comes, we will go up and take advantage of the situation. Lubo said. But good things will be taken by others first. Lubo scolded. Nonsense. This place is full of dangers. Not to mention more than a month. Even if it's 3 months, they won't get the treasure. Lubo was very smart, and he had a plan in mind. Their goal was very clear, and that was the supreme secret scripture. As for ordinary things, they didn't care about them at all. Moreover, he also believed that the other forces wouldn't care about these things either. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind. And Lubo frowned and looked into the distance. He saw an old man with a white beard and a tattered robe rushing from the distance. What's going on? This is the training ground of the Sciention realm. Why did they bring an old guy here? Lubo stood up and was a little speechless when he saw the old man. What the F***ck is this? An old man who is about to die still comes here to join in the fun. What is he running for? Is he being chased? Someone cursed in a low voice. They were very speechless about the appearance of the old man. When the old man saw Lubo in the distance, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he saw hope. This was the force he was talking about. He sped up again and rushed over. Mother ***, old man. You're being hunted down. Please die somewhere else. Don't come to me. Lubo cursed. You old thing. You're about to be buried. Yet you still come here to join in the fun. You deserve to be hunted down. Behind Lubo, the other cultivators also cursed. Haha. However, to everyone's surprise, not only was the old man not angered by those words, he even started to laugh heartily and increased his speed. At this moment, another person appeared at the end of the forest. This was a burly man with a full beard. He was at least 45 years old. What's going on? A half-buried person is actually chasing after a soon-to-be-buried person? This guy should be in his 50s. He actually came to join in the fun. Indeed, people of this age can only bully old people who are about to die. Everyone laughed at him, thinking that the large man was chasing after the old man. One of you has 1 foot in the grave, and the other is already in the grave. Scram. If you want to fight, then scram. Lubo raised his chi and shouted at the old man and the brawny man. However, the two of them did not react at all. They rushed straight towards them with smiles on their faces as if they had seen their family. Did you hear that? My cousin is talking to you two old men. A young man stepped forward and shouted at the two of them. I'm not old. I'm only 25 years old. I just look old. The burly man's defense was very weak. You're F***king 25? I think you're already 52. You're about to die, yet you still came here to hunt for treasures. The young man cursed with a disdainful expression. Haha, so be it. It's my honor to meet all of you. I have to thank all of you for today's matter. The burly man did not mind at all. Instead, he smiled gratefully. The few of them did not understand and were confused. Boom. At this moment, the world trembled. What's that sound? Everyone turned their heads and looked around, but they did not see anything. Boom. Another sound was heard, and the ground shook like an earthquake that spread far and wide. It's an earthquake, a cultivator said. No, that's the sound of a demonic beast stomping on the ground. Great. You two old men provoked a demonic beast and came here to ask us to help you deal with it. Lubo reacted quickly and glared at the two of them. Boom. The rumbling sound was faster and faster, and it was not far away from them. You're old and you're about to die, yet you still don't learn from your mistakes. How dare you scheme against us? Lubo's expression turned extremely unfriendly as his eyes flashed with killing intent. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, two more figures flashed out from the dense forest. One of them was wearing black clothes that were already in tatters, and the other was not much better. His whole body was covered in blood, and his clothes were already in tatters. At this moment, the two of them were flying side by side, cursing at each other. Chunlong, you're F***king courting death. How dare you set me up? The young man kept scolding. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, and there were numerous wounds all over his body. He was almost hit by the claws of the dragon-tiger beast several times, and it was all thanks to Zichun. You nameless be asterisk starred. You set me up first. You're lucky that you're not dead. I'll settle the score with you after this. Zichun scolded. You still want to settle the score with me? See if I don't kill you. The young man shouted. You wouldn't dare even if I gave you a few guts. Zichun was disdainful. It was true that the young man didn't dare to do so. Previously, he had attacked Zichun out of anger, but Zichun had easily dodged the attack. However, he had wasted some time, and the dragon-tiger beast had caught up with him. The young man had nearly lost his life. At this moment, the two of them were flying side by side, and neither of them was willing to back down. They kept exchanging insults with each other. F*CKU. The young man cursed. F*CKU. Zichun did not dare to show weakness. His words were sharp, but his speed was fast. They were almost the same. He was like a flash of lightning, flying towards Lu Bo, that's Qianlong, the barbarian who killed the true energy realm beast. It's that inhuman. I heard that he can even kill the Xiantian full-circle beasts here. It's him, that monstrous genius. I heard that he's invincible here. Some people in Lu Bo's group recognized Qianlong and immediately cried out in alarm. Zichun wasn't the strongest among them, but he was the most famous. Back then, he had attracted a lot of attention. Now that he had appeared, it caused a commotion. He's so strong that he's not even afraid of true energy realm beasts. Why is he in such a sorry state now? He's running. Did he meet some powerful beast? The beasts here are all Xiantian full-circle beasts. They can't be that strong. Qianlong is actually running away. Seems like the rumors can't be trusted. Someone sighed, not caring at all. What's he doing? Cursing? I think so. He and that young man are greeting each other's relatives. Many cultivators were speechless. They didn't expect to see Qianlong, and they didn't expect that the latter would greet the other's relatives. Everyone watched as the two flew over, greeting each other's relatives as they ran. It was a shocking scene. The burly man and the old man snickered at the side. They were so shocked that they didn't run away. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled again. A giant creature appeared at the end of the jungle. It had a dragon head and a tiger body. Its size was comparable to a small mountain. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. It was huge, but its body was unusually agile. Its speed was very fast, and it was actually on par with Qianlong. It was following closely behind. What a big guy. Everyone was speechless. They had been here for some time and had seen many beasts, but they had never seen such a huge one. No wonder they're running away. This big guy is so big and fast. It's not something that ordinary people can deal with. The corners of Lu Bo's mouth curled up into a sneer. A mere gigantic demonic beast was nothing to him at all. No, it's a true energy realm beast. Suddenly, a shocked voice was heard. Someone realized that something was wrong. How can it be? It's really a true energy realm beast. How can there be a true energy realm beast here? Damn it, this beast has mutated. Everyone's expression changed, but it was too late. It was impossible to run away now. Zichun and the young man had already rushed over while cursing each other. Then, the dragon-tiger beast quickly followed. Damn it, prepare to fight. It was too late to run now. They could only fight. Lu Bo let out a roar. Abdomen's true chi was surging. At the same time, he called everyone to prepare to attack. Clang. The sound of weapons being unsheathed was heard. Weapons that emitted cold light appeared one after another. When the dragon-tiger beast was old, they turned into rays of light and slashed at its opponent. Sword light, saber light, fist light, battle skills, and powerful attacks swarmed over like a tide and slashed at the dragon-tiger beast's huge body. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone's attacks were colorful and dazzling, but the effect was much worse. There were many people who couldn't break through the dragon-tiger beast's defense. Beautiful sparks bloomed on the surface of the dragon-tiger beast's body. What? How can its defense be so strong? Everyone was shocked by the result. They retreated in horror, but it was too late. They had successfully angered the dragon-tiger beast. Roar! The dragon-tiger beast roared. It raised its sharp claws and slashed down. The space rippled and the air whistled. This attack was powerful and terrifying. Puff. A late-stage Khanate realm cultivator was pierced by the sharp claws. Blood spurted out, and he died instantly. Bang. A true Yuan weapon was smashed into pieces with a single strike. Then, the cultivator was smashed into a pile of minced meat. Clang. A Khanate realm cultivator attacked the dragon tiger beast's head, but it didn't break through its defense. He was easily killed by the dragon tiger beast. Chapter 176. Under the lead of the old man, Zichun and the young man successfully lured the dragon tiger beast over. Furthermore, the latter was held back by Lu Bo and the rest. However, these people were not as strong as the old man had said. The dragon tiger beast was like a tiger in a flock of sheep as it massacred them wantonly, causing the Khanate realm cultivators to fall one after another. Qianlong, how dare you set us up? We have no feud with you. How dare you set us up? You'll die a horrible death. Seeing their companions dying one after another and knowing that they might be next, the other cultivators were terrified as they cursed and wanted to escape. However, the dragon tiger beast seemed to have intelligence, and those who tried to escape died even faster. Qianlong, you'll die a horrible death. How dare you set us up? You're finished. As long as you survive this, it'll be your death. Hearing these curses from afar, Zichun was speechless. He was clearly led here by the old man, and the young man was involved as well. If they wanted to scold someone, they should be scolding the four of them. However, he was the only one being scolded. Furthermore, the old man and the burly man took a few steps away and looked at Zichun indifferently as if to say, "We don't know you. Your character is too bad." The two of them were disloyal, and Zichun was furious. Humph! Even the young man who had lured the dragon tiger beast over with Zichun harumphed coldly and distanced himself from Zichun. Standing on the other side, he looked up at the sky with a look that said, "I don't know you. Why the hell are you still harumphing? You're not the one who lured it over, brat. Don't act all high and mighty." Zichun could not help but curse, feeling wronged. While Zichun was the only one being scolded, the other three were just watching the show. They were not loyal at all. The dragon tiger beast's claws fell, and another late-stage cultivator died before he could even scream. They were like a flock of sheep that could not fight back at all. Under the claws of the dragon tiger beast, death was the only way out. In the blink of an eye, 5 of them were dead. The other 3 looked as if they were watching a good show. They were indifferent to the death of the cultivator. "Sigh, old man, you said that you would have a way to kill the dragon tiger beasts once we're here. What's the plan? If we don't come up with one soon, they're all going to die." Zichun couldn't bear to see them like this. The old man looked at Zichun with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He smiled and said, "I have already thought of a way, but the one who can turn the situation around is not me. If it wasn't you, then who was it?" Zichun glared at the old man, feeling like he had been tricked. "It's him. Whether they die or not depends on his mood." The old man pointed at Lu Bo. At this moment, Lu Bo's eyes were red and he was very angry. He kept cursing Zichun and put on a pained expression. "Qianlong, I, Lu Bo, swear that we are irreconcilable enemies. Qianlong, just wait for the anger of the Lu family. Our Lu family will not rest until you die." Lu Bo was about to go crazy. He didn't bring his subordinates directly into the depths because he was afraid that they would die. His plan was to fight for the fruits of labor after the major forces were done with everything. But he didn't expect that he would encounter an unexpected disaster even if he stayed in the periphery. "Why are you scolding me? I'm not the one who attracted the dragon tiger beasts." Zichun felt wronged and felt that he was wronged. The other 3 even put on a righteous look. "I don't King know their names. Who else can I scold if not you?" Lu Bo felt even more wronged. What was going on? He provoked such a powerful existence for no reason. What can he do? Look at him. If you can't think of a way, his subordinates will all die. Zichun was anxious. Although this was not his intention, and it was the old man who instigated it, he couldn't bear to see innocent people die because of him. I couldn't tell that you're so kind. The old man chuckled. Don't worry. Even if these people die, that guy won't die. Trust me. Puffed. Another cultivator was slapped into the ground by the dragon tiger beast's claws. His vitality dissipated. As if he was addicted to killing, the dragon tiger beast was no longer in a hurry to chase after Zichen and the others. Instead, he stood where he was and slapped them to death. Throughout the chase, Zichen had long realized that the dragon tiger beast possessed intelligence, and it possessed all kinds of human-like expressions. At this moment, the dragon tiger beast snorted in disdain. Furthermore, its gaze would sweep over from time to time, as if provoking him. Puffed. Another person died. He was smashed into meat paste without even having the chance to scream. Zichen couldn't bear to see it, but he couldn't stop it. As for the old man, the burly man, and the others, they were watching the show calmly. Big brother, save us. Cousin, save me. The others also cried for help and stopped scolding Zichen. Lu Bo's hair flew in anger. He couldn't wait to eat Zichen. Seeing his subordinates die one after another, he was heartbroken. However, it was a huge loss for him to use his trump card now. After all, he could only use it when he was fighting for the inheritance. Miserable screams echoed in his ears. Lu Bo's hesitation caused another 2 people to die. At this moment, the team of more than 10 people was reduced to less than 10, and their numbers were still decreasing rapidly. Out of the 5 Khanate Great Perfection cultivators, only 3 were left. Chunlong, I'm King done with you. And that guy in rags and that old bastard, I swear I'll never forgive you. Lu Bo finally made up his mind and roared indignantly. He reached into his clothes and took out a small flag. It was a small flag that was only the size of a palm. It was very small, and when Lu Bo took it out, the muscles on his face twitched and he looked like he was in pain. Old bastard, Rags, Chunlong, I won't let you go. Lu Bo scolded, and the small flag in his hand emitted a bright light. The 3 of them were just watching a joke, but when they heard the scolding, they were speechless. As for the young man, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, after seeing the small flag in Lu Bo's hand, everyone's negative emotions disappeared. The young man's eyes widened as he stared at the small flag. Forbidden weapon. It's really a forbidden weapon. The big man's eyes lit up, and the old man nodded calmly. Only Zichen looked at the small flag in confusion. Is this thing very strong? It's only the size of a palm. Zichen's ignorance attracted a lot of rolling eyes. The young man said disdainfully, Country bumpkin, this is a forbidden weapon refined by some great masters. It consumed countless precious materials, and its power is terrifying. It's comparable to a master's attack. After hearing the young man's explanation, Zichen was furious. This guy is really shameless. He has such a thing on him, but he didn't take it out earlier. Does he want to wait until everyone is dead? Idiot. The young man sneered. Since it's a forbidden weapon, there's naturally a limit. If there's no limit, then it's not a forbidden weapon. The arrogant young man's face darkened in the next moment. Rotten cloth. Old clapper. Old thing. Chunlong, I won't let you go. Lu Bo scolded again. The small flag in his hand shook and instantly flew into the sky. The bright light illuminated the surroundings. At the same time, the moment the small flag flew into the sky, a terrifying aura was emitted from the small flag, rippling in all directions. Zichen's face changed. This aura was extremely terrifying. Once it landed, Zichen would be no match for it. The dragon tiger beast's disdainful expression disappeared, and there was a trace of fear in its red eyes. The terrifying aura from the small flag made it feel the danger of death. Without hesitation, it turned around and tried to escape. Roar. The sound was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. However, ruthless killing intent had already locked onto the dragon tiger beast. Before it could escape, the small flag shot out a ray of light. At this moment, there was only this ray of light in the world. It was so dazzling and bright that it made people unable to open their eyes. The terrifying aura was rippling, and the destructive energy was raging. Time seemed to have fallen into eternity. Boom! The terrifying attack caused the world to tremble. The ground cracked, and the trees exploded into dust. It was like a bolt of lightning had struck the world, and it continued to wreak havoc on everything. Roar! A low and terrifying roar was heard. The dragon-tiger beast seemed to have suffered a great loss. Its voice was mournful and filled with pain. Smoke and dust danced in the air, blocking everyone's sight. When the dust settled, Zichun saw a shocking scene. The gigantic dragon-tiger beast's body was comparable to a small mountain, and its head was comparable to a millstone. There was a huge bloody hole in its head that brushed past half of its head, leaving behind a huge bloody hole. Blood gushed out like a fountain, gushing out. With just one attack, the dragon-tiger beast was severely injured, and its life was in danger. The power of the forbidden weapon made Zichun extremely fearful. Buzz! In midair, the small flag was emitting a dazzling light. At this moment, it was trembling slightly. A terrifying aura appeared again, as if it was about to launch another powerful attack. Roar! Seeing this, the dragon-tiger beast's eyes were filled with fear. Ignoring the pain in its body, it turned around and fled with its huge body. Monster! Don't run! Lubo shouted. The small flag above his head kept trembling, and a terrifying aura escaped. The dragon-tiger beast roared and sped up. In the blink of an eye, the dragon-tiger beast disappeared. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the small flag, emitting cracking sounds. Then, the light dimmed, and the flag fell from the sky. Lubo caught it with his hand. Damn it, I was going to hit its head, but it dodged it. I wasted an attack, and it didn't even kill it. Lubo was furious, and he was very unhappy. This forbidden weapon, when used at full power, was comparable to the sect leader's attack. However, if used sparingly, it could be used 3 to 4 times. Although its power was weakened, it was just right in the training ground. But Lubo did not expect that his attack did not hit the dragon-tiger beast's vital point, and it escaped with serious injuries. Damn it, it's all your fault. Lubo was furious. He turned around and looked at Zichun and the rest, but he was dumbfounded. The place where Zichun and the rest were standing was now empty. The 4 of them were gone. Chapter 177. Zichun was shocked to see that the dragon-tiger beast was severely injured. Just then, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He turned around and was furious. The 3 of them ran away at the same time. They were not loyal at all. Zichun was the last to run again. As soon as he entered the forest, he heard Lubo's roar. His body trembled, and he ran even faster. A forbidden weapon is too scary. It can kill with one hit. Zichun was shocked. Lubo was not as strong as him, but if he took out a forbidden weapon, Zichun would be dead for sure. After running for more than 10 miles, the 4 of them stopped. Everyone, the dragon-tiger beast is severely injured. Why don't we turn back and kill it together? The young man suggested. His clothes were tattered. You're a fool, aren't you? That dragon-tiger beast is so strong that we can't even break its defense. Even if it's heavily injured, it's not on the brink of death. We can't kill it, Zichun mocked. The dragon-tiger beast would run away in the face of a forbidden weapon. Even if it was severely injured, it would be furious when it saw them. A furious dragon-tiger beast was terrifying. Zichun did not think that the 4 of them could kill it. Humph! The young man snorted and turned to look at the burly man and the old man. Indeed. The burly man shook his head, disappointment in his eyes. Sigh, this is a great opportunity. We have to give it up. Unless Lubo is willing to help us again. The old man shook his head and sighed. Indeed. The young man was also depressed. However, he quickly composed himself and said, I'm here to look for treasures. Since we can't kill the dragon-tiger beast, I'll take my leave. Then, without waiting for the 3 of them to reply, he flew into the forest. His clothes swayed and the tattered cloth shook. Tattered cloth. Zichun's eyes flashed coldly. A murderous intent rose from the bottom of his heart. What do you want? The burly man stared at Zichun and asked mockingly. I want to kill him. He plotted against me before. He has evil intentions. Zichun said. However, the murderous intent in his eyes had disappeared. Then go and kill them. The big man waved his hand, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. I changed my mind again. I don't want to kill anymore. Zichun said, what's more, the two of you aren't any better. You don't have any morals. Let's part ways here. After he finished speaking, Zichun turned around and left. His figure was elegant, and he walked away magnanimously. However, he was regretful that he couldn't kill the Longhu beast. We don't care about morality, haha. The burly man laughed. The old man smiled. Seeing that Zichun had really left and was about to disappear into the dense forest, he finally opened his mouth. I say, kid, you really gave up on that token. Without it, it's impossible to obtain the inheritance of the everlasting sect. What can I do if I don't give up? You can kill the dragon tiger beast if you have the ability. Zichun sneered without turning his head. Of course we won't be able to kill it. But if you follow me, I promise you that you will be able to witness the death of the dragon tiger beast with your own eyes. The old man smiled. Zichun turned his head and stared at the old man. You're joking. I'm already so old. Why would I joke with a kid like you? The old man also stared at Zichun. If even we can't kill the dragon tiger beast, who else can? Are you sure that Lu Bo will go back? Of course not. That guy values the forbidden weapon more than his life. Every strike is like taking half of his life away. It's better to count on yourself than count on him. Then who else? Didn't he go? Didn't you see? The old man smiled. This time, don't say that we didn't call you. You mean that piece of cloth has the ability to kill the dragon tiger beast? Zichun was very surprised. No matter how he looked at it, the piece of cloth was ordinary. That kid is very sinister. He must have left in a hurry to find the dragon tiger beast. Follow us. I guarantee that you won't be taken advantage of. This time, it was the burly man who spoke. His strength is ordinary. Zichun still didn't understand. Are you stupid? His strength is ordinary, but what if he has a forbidden weapon? The burly man glared. Forbidden weapon? You're saying that piece of cloth has a forbidden weapon? Haha, are you kidding? Zichun laughed as if he had heard a joke. If he has a forbidden weapon, he would have waited until now. Do you want me to say that you're honest, or that you're stupid? That kid is from Floating Snow City. His skills are all extremely cold. He's already at peak Xiantian at such a young age. His identity is definitely not ordinary. It's impossible for him to come to the ruins without a forbidden weapon. The burly man sneered. Do you think everyone is like you? He really has a forbidden weapon. Zichun didn't care about the burly man's sarcasm. He just couldn't believe it. That guy actually has a forbidden weapon. That guy actually has a forbidden weapon. This was too unbelievable. We'll know whether he has it or not when we see it. The old man said indifferently. Okay. The three of them quickly left. However, Zichun's heart was extremely shaken. There was a forbidden artifact. That thing sounded very precious and was definitely very rare. This was the first time he had heard of it, but he was going to see it twice in one day. This thing is a forbidden weapon, not a cabbage. Zichun muttered as if he had thought of something. He asked, then according to what you said, those big forces should have forbidden weapons this time? Of course. Otherwise, why would they come here? The burly man sneered. Oh my God. Is this thing really a cabbage? Then give me one too. A cabbage? The burly man laughed involuntarily and said, in the outside world, these things are extremely rare. But in this place, they might really be as common as cabbages. Any random genius with a backer should have one. Finally, the burly man added, of course, that doesn't include you. Zichun was so angry that he vomited blood. The three turned back and went around the cursing Lu Bo. Once again, they came to the place where they met the dragon tiger beast. Far away, the three of them hid in the dark. The dragon tiger beast was lying on the ground. Blood flowed out of its body and dyed the ground red. It was listless, but it was not dying. It definitely still had the strength to fight. If the three of them rushed forward, they would definitely be torn apart by the angry dragon tiger beast. Are you sure that the ragged cloth has a forbidden weapon and will come back? Zichun asked softly. Shut up. I wasn't sure before, but after listening to you all the way here, I'm sure now. Just wait for the token. The burly man scolded. The three of them hid in the dark and waited quietly. 1 minute, 2 minutes. A full 15 minutes passed, but there was still no sign of anyone. Zichun was a little anxious. After so long, the dragon tiger beast did not become weak. Instead, it stopped bleeding and seemed to be recovering. Compared to him, the other two were much calmer. Another quarter of an hour passed. Just as Zichun was about to lose his patience, he finally saw a figure. Ragged cloth, you're here. The first thing Zichun saw was a tattered piece of cloth swaying in the wind. Then, a young man appeared cautiously. A bunch of idiots with pig brains. After glancing behind and making sure that no one was following them, the young man sneered. Roar. The dragon tiger beast's spiritual sense was very strong. It noticed the young man's arrival immediately. It roared and stood up like a small mountain. However, it affected its wound and blood flowed out again. The dragon tiger beast's eyes were red. Its aura was still violent and murderous as it stared at the young man. Beast, today is the day you die. The young man shouted with disdain. Roar. The dragon tiger beast roared. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. It crouched down and seemed to be preparing for a powerful attack. However, in the next moment, the murderous look in its eyes was replaced by fear. The young man flipped his hand, and a palm-sized spear appeared. The spear emitted a dense blood-red light, as if it had been fished out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Forbidden weapon. It's indeed a forbidden weapon. Zichun's eyes flickered. Another forbidden weapon. This young man was indeed not ordinary. It had a different appearance, but a familiar aura. The dragon tiger beast's heart skipped a beat. Its eyes were filled with fear. It turned around and ran without hesitation. Bastard, die. The young man activated the true chi in his body and threw the bloody spear high into the air. Buzz. The spear vibrated and a bloody aura burst out. The palm-sized spear turned into an ordinary spear in an instant. The glaring red light made it hard for people to open their eyes. At the same time, it was accompanied by a powerful aura. The poor dragon tiger beast was strong and could defeat everything. However, it could only run for its life after encountering a forbidden weapon that should not exist in this world. Swoosh. However, in terms of speed, it was no match for the crimson spear. The latter was like a crimson ray that streaked across the sky, carrying a crazy murderous intent as if it had traversed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood as it charged toward the dragon tiger beast's head. Roar. The dragon tiger beast sensed the danger and let out a deafening roar. At the same time, its millstone-sized head dodged to the side. Swoosh. The spear brushed past the dragon tiger beast's head and broke a few of its scales. It whizzed into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The dragon tiger beast was overjoyed. It turned around and ran, thinking that it had dodged the attack. But then, a sharp whistling sound rang out, and the blood-red spear turned back again. Like a divine arrow, it pierced through the air and ruthlessly pierced into the head of the dragon tiger beast. Boom. At the same time, a terrifying energy burst out and destroyed the dragon tiger beast's head. The latter's mountain-like body fell to the ground with a loud bang and dust flew up. It's dead. The dragon tiger beast died just like that. Zichun was extremely shocked when he saw this. A dragon tiger beast that was considered invincible in this place had died after being struck twice by a forbidden weapon. Seeing the dragon tiger beast fall to the ground, the burly man and the old man's eyes were filled with eagerness. Swoosh. The bloody spear returned to the size of a palm. However, there were some cracks on the surface. Apparently, there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. When the energy was depleted, it would shatter. The young man's eyes flashed with pain. He flipped his hand and put away the bloody spear. These idiots have obviously left. This token is mine. Seeing the corpse on the ground, the young man's expression softened. However, at this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. The young man's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Haha, impressive. You killed the dragon tiger beast. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 178. In the forest, the gigantic corpse of the Longhu beast was lying there like a small hill. The young man from Floating Snow City was still proud of himself, thinking that he had successfully deceived the other party. However, the next moment, the young man trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Impressive. You actually killed the Longhu beast. You really put me to shame. The burly man laughed and walked out from the darkness. Hee, young and fearsome. Not bad. You have a bright future. The old man smiled. Trash. Not bad. You didn't show off before. I didn't expect you to be an expert. Zichun teased the other party. The three of them appeared and walked side by side. It's you guys. Didn't you leave? The young man's body trembled as his eyes flashed coldly. Swoosh. The blood-red spear that he had just put away appeared again, emitting a strong killing intent. Io, a forbidden weapon. The burly man let out a strange cry, but he did not move. Young man, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to use weapons? The old man smiled, not caring at all. Zichun curled his lips and shrugged, not saying anything. What's there to talk about? I killed the Longhu beast. The token can only belong to me. The young man shouted. You alone? But there are 4 of us here. Don't you think being selfish is shameless? Good things should be shared. The old man asked. Why should I? Then why should you keep it all to yourself? The young man pointed at the forbidden weapon in his hand and said, because of this. As long as I'm ruthless, all of you will die. At that time, you won't even be able to keep your lives, let alone the token. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Forbidden weapon? The old man smiled and said, I admit that it's powerful, but it depends on who is using it. Do you think you can kill us with it? Of course. The young man was confident. Then you can try. I don't dare to say anything else, but the 3 of us together can block the attack of the forbidden weapon. Unless you dare to use all the energy of the forbidden weapon in one go. But I don't think you have the strength to do so. The old man smiled. I can't use it at full power, but 3 times is more than enough to kill you. Then what do you think will happen if the 3 of us use the diamond to block the front? You. The young man stopped talking. The diamond was exceptionally sturdy. Although it had lost the gold essence, its sturdiness was still there. Even powerful forbidden artifacts could not break through it. When the 3 of them worked together to activate the diamond, they could indeed block the attacks of forbidden artifacts. The young man was discouraged. He glanced at Zichun with resentment. It was all his fault. If it weren't for that stupid stone, he would have had the forbidden weapon. With just that old bastard and that old bastard, they wouldn't have dared to come forward. All right, share. The young man gritted his teeth, unwilling and unwilling. His eyes were filled with resentment, as if the 3 of them had done something that angered the heavens and the people. All right, kid, don't look like you just ate a dead dog. Hurry up and find the token, the big man urged. Oomph! The young man gritted his teeth and stepped forward with his sword. An hour later, where is it? Where's the token? The young man began to roar, his voice rolling like thunder. Not far away, the mountain-like corpse was gone. In its place was a beast head that was split into 2, a huge piece of beast skin, large pieces of beast meat, 4 limbs, some extremely clean beast bones, and a pile of internal organs. The young man spent an hour to clean the dragon-tiger beast from top to bottom. Everything was cleaned out except for the token. Where is it? Where is the token? The young man roared. At this moment, he was about to break down. It was fine if they shared the token. After all, they had gained something. But now, they didn't even have the token. A rare forbidden artifact was wasted just like that. I hate it. He roared at the sky, extremely unwilling. He looked at the old man and the big man and shouted hysterically, Where's the token? Where's the token? Both of them shrugged and smiled, indicating that they didn't know. Where's the token? The young man roared at Zichun. Idiot. How would I know what the token is? Maybe that pile of shit is the token. You keep it first. Zichun said angrily. You're courting death. The 2 of them almost fought, but the old man and the big man pulled them away. I'm asking you where the token is. The young man was about to go crazy. He felt more wrong than Lubo. At least the latter wanted to protect his subordinates. but he was purely looking for trouble. He was just here to give away a forbidden artifact. The young man was roaring, but the three of them didn't dare to ignore him. They just treated him like a mad dog that needed to vent. Another half an hour passed. The smell of barbecued meat came from the forest. Not bad. This thing is really nutritious. Zichun held a piece of golden barbecued meat in his hand and tore it off. The grease spread and the fragrance filled the air. It is indeed nutritious. This is a mutated beast. It can nourish the body. Eat more. The big man's mouth was also full of barbecued meat. His words were a little unclear. Yes, eat more, eat more. The old man was also smiling. He looked like he was enjoying it. In the distance, the young man was holding his head with his hands. His eyes were red and he was blaming himself. A forbidden artifact was wasted just like that. After eating a big mouthful of meat, Zichun felt warm in his stomach. It was as if he had eaten a pill. This warm current flowed directly into his body. It was very comfortable. It's really good stuff. Zichun's eyes lit up. Looking at the mountain of meat beside him, he was thinking about how to bring all these things. Eating meat alone isn't enough. We should have some wine. The big man was unhappy. Wine? This is the wilderness. What kind of wine is there? Zichun asked. Why not? The big man turned his head and looked at the young man on the other side. He shouted, Hey, little guy, give me a few bottles of wine. The young man ignored him. He was about to go crazy. Little guy, I'm talking to you. Wine. Hurry up and give me wine. Wine. I want wine. Don't knock. I just want wine, not your forbidden artifact. The big man kept talking. He was very noisy. The young man was angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. He was really annoyed by the shouting. He took out 3 bottles of wine and threw them over. Drink, drink to death. Each of them had a bottle. The big man opened it and took a sip. The fragrance of the wine filled the forest. At the same time, he kept talking. Good wine. Suddenly, the young man was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This wine was taken out from a spatial treasure, causing Zichun to feel a burst of envy and jealousy. He thought to himself, as expected of a disciple of an aristocratic family. He had power and backing, but his strength wasn't that great. Yet he had a forbidden weapon and a spatial treasure. The fragrance of the wine and meat filled the forest. The 3 of them ate heartily. After eating to their heart's content, the 3 of them lay on the ground. They were too full and needed some time to digest. In the distance, the young man was so hungry that his stomach was growling. Unfortunately, the barbecued meat was eaten by the 3 of them. Okay, now we should discuss how to find the token. The old man closed his mouth and said faintly. Zichun immediately sat up and asked, Isn't it gone? In the distance, the young man also pricked up his ears. The big man was indifferent. He was holding a wild grass in his mouth. Gone? Who said it's gone? The old man asked. We ate all the meat. How can there be a token? It's not here, but it doesn't mean it's not in other places, the old man said firmly. Are you sure? Zichun sat down again. He didn't believe it at all. The young man also turned his head and cursed in his heart. Old liar. 10,000 years have passed. Even the dragon-tiger beast has mutated. Maybe there's something wrong with the token. If it's not here, it could be somewhere else. Who would believe you? Maybe it was taken by the martial ancestors' people. Zichun curled his lips and closed his eyes to rest. It's not that I'm looking down on them, but they don't even know the name of the sect from 10,000 years ago. They are just a bunch of people who think they've hit the jackpot. They have high standards but little ability. Even if a token is placed in front of them, they wouldn't know. Zichun sat up again. Are you telling the truth? Of course. And I'm sure that the token is within a dozen miles. Let me rest for a while, and then we'll look for it together. The old man closed his eyes after saying this. Since it's there, let's go quickly. What are we waiting for? The young man was the first to jump up. He was full of energy again. Zichun also got up and urged them. No, my old arms and legs need to rest. Then let the ragged cloth carry you. In the end, the 4 of them set off. The old man naturally walked, but the ragged cloth refused to carry him. He almost took out a forbidden weapon because of this. With the small mountain where the dragon tiger beast was previously at as the center, it was undoubtedly a huge project to search inch by inch in a radius of more than 10 miles. It would take at least a few days with just the four of them. Moreover, the four of them didn't trust each other and couldn't search separately. They could only search together, which was more time-consuming. On the first day, the four of them returned at night. After a tiring day, they ate meat and drank wine again. The mountain-like beast meat here was simply very nutritious. Ragged Cloth, you should put some of this meat in your spatial treasure. This way, we won't have to keep coming back, Zichun suggested. Chunlong, do you dare to say that again? Chu Fei said coldly. Okay, Chu Fei, put some of this meat in your spatial treasure. This thing is very nutritious, Zichun said. What do you think a spatial treasure is? A rotten bottle? You put all kinds of rubbish in it. Besides, is this a spatial treasure, country bumpkin? Chu Fei said disdainfully. He took a bite of the barbecued meat and swallowed it. With the small mountain as the center, for figures appeared within a dozen miles. They left early in the morning and returned late at night to search for the token. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. A total of 7 days passed, but the four of them found nothing. Even the mountain-like barbecued meat had decreased by a third. The four of them searched during the day and cultivated at night. With the vaporized spirit chi and the nutritious beast meat, Zichen's strength was increasing. There were changes happening almost every day, which attracted a lot of surprised gazes. Occasionally, he would see a beast guarding a spiritual herb. Zichun would go forward and use his iron fists to smash it, and then refine the spiritual herb. He's really a monster. The three of them admired Zichun very much. Only the old man and the big man admired him from the bottom of their hearts. However, Chu Fei didn't mean it. Moreover, the way he looked at Zichun was always with a strange light, which made Zichun feel a chill in his heart. After 10 days, they finally searched the area within a dozen miles, but found nothing. Old thing, are you lying? Chu Fei said impolitely. When they first met, he called the two of them seniors. Now, he was calling them old thing and old piece of cake. Zichun didn't sympathize with the other party. He didn't believe this old thing anymore. His mouth was full of shit, and he was talking nonsense. Absolutely. I dare to use my dignity to guarantee it, the old man said solemnly. Do you have dignity? Chu Fei rolled his eyes, and Zichun also agreed. The group moved forward aimlessly, full of anger. Bang! Zichun kicked a sharp stone sticking out of the ground. The scene of the stone being kicked away didn't happen. Instead, Zichun hugged his leg and jumped up. Chapter 179. After searching for 10 days without any clues, everyone was filled with anger. Zichun kicked a rock, intending to vent his anger, but who knew that the rock was indestructible and abnormally heavy, causing Zichun to feel pain. He hugged his foot and jumped up, crying out in pain. Idiot. Chu Fei sneered, finally seizing the opportunity to ridicule him. The old man and the burly man had a strange look in their eyes. They had seen Zichun's physique before. It was simply terrifying. Kicking a rock away was as easy as kicking a lump of mud. But now, the two of them looked down at the same time and saw a sharp rock that seemed to have been cut by a sharp weapon. The two of them looked at each other. The burly man stepped forward and kicked it. His strength was very light, and he didn't use much strength. With a pong sound, the sharp stone was broken by his waist, and a piece the size of a fist fell into the distance. The burly man was dumbfounded. He didn't use any strength at all, and the thing broke. He looked at Zichun again. He was in pain because of the force. Could it be that my physique has become stronger after eating meat recently? It's actually stronger than Qin Long, the burly man couldn't help but think. But he quickly dispelled this ridiculous idea. He knew how terrifying Zichun's physique was. He was far from being comparable to him. Kid, don't pretend. Is there any meaning to it? Chu Fei sneered. In his opinion, Zichun was completely pretending. Is there any meaning to it? The old man was also a little speechless. I didn't expect you to be so honest and know how to be funny, but is there any meaning to it? The burly man was the same. The three of them were unhappy. They turned around and left. Obviously, They didn't think the joke was funny, even if Zichun's acting was very realistic. What's going on? Zichun was dumbfounded. He was wronged. He wasn't acting at all. It was really painful before. But when he looked in the distance, a fist-sized rock was lying there quietly. The burly man kicked it lightly and broke it. At this moment, Zichun was confused. The pain on the tip of his foot was so obvious, but everything was so unreasonable. I don't believe it. Zichun stepped forward, lifted his foot again, and stomped hard on the stone. This time, he used his true chi. Everyone raised their eyebrows. They didn't expect Zichun to be so serious. Pooh! With a soft sound, Zichun's foot landed, but it was accompanied by a scream. Zichun was like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped several meters into the air, and his face turned ashen. Looking at the ground again, the fist-sized rock was still lying there calmly. It didn't even sink into the ground. What's going on? The three of them were puzzled. Even if he was acting, he shouldn't be acting like this. Although the acting was very realistic, was this the time for acting? The three of them felt bored. Boring. Chu Fei, who was already very unhappy with Zichun, said coldly. The burly man and the old man both frowned. I'm not pretending. This thing is really weird. Zichun felt so wrong that he was about to cry, but no one believed him. You go and try, the old man said again. The burly man nodded, stepped forward, and gently stepped on the stone. With a poochie sound, the stone was stepped into the ground. It was very easy. Chunlong, that's enough. This joke isn't funny at all. Let's go find the token. The burly man's voice was a little cold, but he was extremely unhappy. Was there any meaning in this kind of joke? I'm really not pretending. If you don't believe me, look at the bottom of my shoe. There's a hole. Zichun felt very wronged. He limped forward and showed everyone the bottom of his shoe. There was indeed a hole. Everyone was dumbfounded. If it was acting, it was purely to amuse everyone. There was no need to work so hard and break his own shoe. Is there really something strange? Several people began to doubt. Zichun picked up the stone that had been trampled into the mud. Then, in front of everyone, he activated his golden true chi and forcefully pinched the stone apart. There was no pretense at all. However, no matter how much force Zichun used, the stone did not budge at all. Its hardness was comparable to diamond. Do you believe me now? Zichun took the stone and walked back, muttering, I want to see what's so strange about this thing. Zichun squatted down and used his hand as a shovel to dig the soil. Chunlong, you're so childish. Are you a 3-year-old child? Stop fooling around. We should go. Chu Fei said sarcastically. Shut up, you piece of trash. Zichun shouted angrily. Do you want to die? Chu Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Don't talk. Everyone dig. Maybe there really is something strange. The old man found something strange, so he also lowered his head and began to dig. The burly man was skeptical, but he also squatted down. A bunch of idiots. You're just fooling around with a fool. Chu Fei rolled his eyes and looked to the side. In his opinion, this was simply childish behavior. I've dug it out. There really is something strange. But then, the burly man's exclamation sounded. The three of them worked together, and with their true chi, the digging speed was very fast. When they dug a meter-deep hole, the three of them found that it wasn't a big stone at all, but a statue. A statue? This is a trial ground. Where did this statue come from? The burly man was puzzled. The old man seemed to have thought of something and said anxiously, hurry up and dig it out. The three of them dug hard again. A moment later, a statue that had been buried for God knows how long was unearthed. It was incomplete, only having a lower body and no upper body. The statue was very ordinary. It was unknown what material it was made of. It looked like stone, but it wasn't. The old man looked carefully and frowned. His face was full of wrinkles, but he couldn't see anything special. At this moment, Zichun used his strength and hit the statue. Clang. Sparks flew. Zichun felt a stabbing pain and took a few steps back. His full strength attack not only didn't break the statue, it didn't even fall. What are you doing? The old man stared at Zichun. I just want to see what this thing is. It's so strange. Now you see, We're not pretending, Zichen said. Stop hitting. If I'm not wrong, this should be the token we're looking for. The old man's low voice sounded. What? This is the token? Zichen was dumbfounded, and so was the burly man. As for Chu Fei, he flew over and stared at the statue with his eyes almost popping out. He couldn't wait to snatch it. I'm just guessing. I'm not sure, but we have to find the complete statue first. The old man said. Okay. This time, everyone was very enthusiastic. Zichen carried the statue, and they moved forward together. And this time, no one complained, because the three of them tried to lift this half-statue, but they couldn't. It was like a mountain that weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. When they pulled it out, it didn't feel like this, but when it was unearthed, it was abnormally heavy. Only Zichen could move it. Only Zichen was able to lift the statue effortlessly. Then, he turned around and carried it on his back. Sure enough, it's strange. In the following days, the four of them tried their best to find the rest of the statue. Relatively speaking, this was a relatively difficult task. On the second day, the four of them found a severed arm by a small river. On the edge of a mountain stream, they found another arm. On the third day, they found nothing. On the fourth day, they found another half of the body in a demonic beast's lair. As for the demonic beast, it was naturally killed by Zichen. On the seventh day, the statue was almost restored. Only a neck, an arm, and a head were missing. This mark can't be older than a year. It must have been done by those prodigal sons of the martial sect. They saw a broken statue and actually cut it open. At the riverbank, the old man found the neck that was cut off and cursed angrily. This is the main token of the everlasting sect's inheritance. Those prodigal sons, not only are they ignorant, they even cut such a precious thing into pieces and treated it like trash. The four of them walked for a while and found a complete arm. At this moment, the statue had been restored except for the head. However, from the surface, it still looked ordinary. Hurry up and find the head, the old man urged. Beside a pile of rocks, Zichen found the head of the statue. However, it was only half of it, and it was split in the middle. The cut was very smooth, as if it had been cut by a sharp sword. We still need half. That bunch of ignorant fools. The old man wanted to slap the martial sect disciple to death. Seeing that the statue was so resplendent that it was beyond recognition, he was truly heartbroken. Prodigal son. This is a blasphemy to the strong. Finally, the old man found the other half of the head beside a pile of dried feces. However, there were some yellow things on one side of the head. The old man was so angry that his whole body trembled. He wanted to curse all the ancestors of the martial ancestor since its establishment. It's just a statue. What blasphemy! Old man, you're making a fuss about nothing. Zichen smiled indifferently, not caring at all. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, the other half of the head was replaced by the old man, and the statue began to change. An aura surged out, and in the next moment, the statue, which had been light as a feather, suddenly became as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on Zichen. Crack, crack. His bones made crisp sounds. The statue was pressing down on his back, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. It was like a mountain. Quick, help me. Zichen begged for help. His eyes were filled with shock. However, the statue was emitting an invisible aura. The two couldn't get close at all. As for Chu Fei, he didn't want to help at all. Crack, crack. Zichen's bones made cracking sounds, as if they were about to break. Moreover, there was a strong pressure on the statue, making Zichen feel suffocated. A sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Zichen felt that his life was in danger. Am I going to be crushed to death by this statue? Zichen was shocked and terrified. At this moment, he couldn't move or speak. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This statue was very strange. It was as if it weighed down on Zichen, causing his bones to creak and his life to be in danger. If he died, Zichen would be the first cultivator to be crushed to death by this statue in the past 1,000 years. Just when he couldn't hold on any longer, the pressure on the statue suddenly disappeared, and the statue became light again. Zichen gasped for breath. He had just survived a disaster, So he quickly put the statue on the ground and ran like a frightened rabbit for dozens of meters. Chapter 180. Almost crushed to death by the statue, Zichen was like a frightened rabbit. He jumped a dozen meters away and stared at the statue in fear. At this moment, the statue had been assembled and was standing there quietly. He didn't die. Chu Fei sighed, his eyes full of disappointment. Kid, you've suffered. Seeing the frightened Zichun, the old man smiled faintly, but he was also relieved. Along the way, the old man had a good impression of Zichun. He was kind and alert, honest and intelligent. Compared to Zichun, Zichen's character was much better. What's going on? Zichen didn't know what was going on. His eyes were still filled with fear. The statue was very strange. It was powerful enough to kill him, but it stopped at the last moment and spared his life. The old man looked at Zichen meaningfully and said, "This is the result of being disrespectful to the strong. In the Tianwu continent, never underestimate anything. Sometimes, statues have their own thoughts." Statues have their own thoughts? What a joke. Zichen laughed involuntarily, not caring about it at all. Boom. The statue suddenly went berserk and shot out a ray of light from its arm. It hit Zichen like a bolt of lightning and sent him flying dozens of meters into the ground. When he crawled out, he was covered in dirt and dirt. Beside him, the big man and Chu Fei's expressions changed. They quickly retreated as if they had seen a great enemy. The statue actually came to life and shot out an energy attack. Zichun was also frightened. He no longer spoke rudely, but he didn't dare to go forward. Now you know, kid. The world is full of wonders. There are many strange things. Take a good look. If I'm not wrong, this is the first step to obtaining the inheritance. As for whether you can comprehend anything and obtain the token, that will depend on your luck. The old man's voice was solemn. Clearly, he did not have any intention of looking down on the statue. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Zichun. Instead, he withdrew his consciousness and focused on the statue. The burly man seemed to have understood something and was also watching with rapt attention. As for Chu Fei, he seemed to have been absorbed in it. His eyes were in a daze, and he had already lost all his defenses. If Zichun were to attack at this moment, he would naturally be able to kill him. Humph, Zichun, may be greedy, but I'm not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Zichun turned his head and put away all distracting thoughts. Although he had been thinking about Chu Fei's forbidden artifact for a long time, Zichun still couldn't do something like taking advantage of someone's unpreparedness to rob them. He had his own bottom line. His gaze shifted away from Chu Fei and landed on the statue once more. At this moment, Zichun was also sizing up the statue for the first time. It was a statue of a man. It was very lifelike. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. He stood there as if he was the only one in the world. He was tall and majestic. At first glance, Zichun was attracted. The statue looked forward with sharp eyes like two cold bolts of lightning. His fingers were pointing to the sky and his mouth was slightly open. It was unknown what he was saying or roaring. Zichun's mind was instantly attracted. His mind was in a mess. It was as if his soul was about to leave his body and float to the statue. In a daze, Zichun seemed to see a tall man. His body emitted a bright golden light. He stood at the end of the world and coldly looked at Zichun. Tall and majestic, he seemed to be the only one in the world. His eyes pierced through hundreds of thousands of miles and landed on Zichun. An extremely powerful aura radiated from his body. Wherever he was, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A large black hole appeared. It was as if the world could not withstand this energy and could only stay in the endless void. The man didn't speak. He only stared at Zichun from hundreds of thousands of miles away. In front of this majestic figure, Zichun felt very small. Moreover, all his secrets were seen through by the other party with a single glance. It was as if he was looking at him from endless time and space. After a hurried glance, the majestic man withdrew his gaze. He looked up at the sky. His sharp eyes were like cold lightning, piercing through the sky and looking into the void. Zichun's eyes were mortal and couldn't see what was in the void. However, the man stared intently. Time seemed to have stopped. It was as if he had fallen into eternity. No one spoke. No one breathed. The world was silent, as if it had fallen into a dead silence. Everything withered. Not even a blade of grass was alive. At this moment, the man withdrew his gaze. Starlight flickered in his eyes as if he was deducing something. A mysterious Tao diagram appeared in his eyes. Zichun was too far away to see all of this. This deduction lasted for a long time. 1 year, 10 years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Perhaps it was an eternity. Finally, the man moved. He formed a seal with both hands. A set of extremely mysterious seals appeared between his fingers. The seals were very fast. He formed them for a full quarter of an hour. In a breath's time, millions of seals flashed by. Zichun concentrated, but he had a splitting headache. He couldn't see clearly at all. It was too fast and too complicated. Boom! As the seal fell, the sky trembled violently. A large area of space collapsed, revealing a pitch-black hole. Zichun saw an endless amount of spatial turbulence. What a powerful seal! Zichun exclaimed. He only saw the man forming seals, but there was no energy. The simple seals shattered a piece of space. If energy was used, this move would be even more terrifying. Unfortunately, such a powerful move was comparable to a divine skill in Zichun's eyes. However, the man wasn't satisfied. In his eyes, the Tao diagram appeared again. He was deducing again. After a long time, his hands formed seals again. This time, although the seals were complicated, it only took a few minutes to complete. Boom! The sky shattered. This time, the seals were very short, but the power was not weak. He is creating a powerful battle skill, Zichun exclaimed. He wanted to remember this set of seals. Unfortunately, hundreds of thousands of seals were formed in a breath. Zichun couldn't see clearly at all, and his mind was far from being able to keep up. Such a powerful move, but the man was still not satisfied. At this moment, he was deducing it again. Therefore, across 2 spaces, Zichun saw the birth of a powerful battle skill. The man deduced it again and again. He didn't know how many times. In short, Zichun knew that the sky in front of him had collapsed at least 1,000 times, and each time, it was more and more powerful. Moreover, the seals became simpler and simpler in the end. The great Tao is simple. In a trance, Zichun suddenly said these 4 words. At this moment, after countless deductions, the man made another seal. Swoosh. This time, the seals were very simple. There were only a few seals, but within each seal, there were hundreds of thousands or even millions of seals. This was a fusion, and also a characteristic of the great Tao being simple. The complicated and profound seals became extremely simple. Like the great Tao, the 2 simple words describe the heaven and earth, the Tao and the truth. Boom! When the seals fell, there was a big explosion. The whole place collapsed and turned into nothingness. Everything disappeared. The heaven and earth disappeared. The man disappeared. Even Zichun felt his body collapse with the heaven and earth and disappeared. However, the seals that the man deduced in the end were like a brand that was imprinted in Zichun's mind. This seal is called Extreme Yang. At the same time, a vast and mighty voice sounded in Zichun's mind, shaking Zichun's mind. Swoosh. Zichun opened his eyes. It was like a dream. Everything was like an illusion. Now, he still felt that everything was so illusory and unreal. The statue was right in front of him. He didn't know when he walked here. The statue's eyes were still sharp, but it lacked the domineering aura. It was as if it had really become an ordinary statue, but it had a little more charm. Buzz. At this moment, the statue began to tremble. From the glabella, a golden light flew out. It was like a golden seed that flew towards Zichun's glabella. The latter wanted to dodge, but he couldn't match the speed of the golden light. The golden light flashed from the glabella and disappeared. Zichun was still in a trance, and his mind could not move fast enough. While he was in a trance, Zichun saw the statue in front of him smile. Then, cracks spread all over the statue's body, and finally, it exploded with a loud boom, turning into dust. The statue disappeared just like that. Dust to dust, dust to dust. The statue that had existed for countless years collapsed at this moment. The statue disappeared. The old man and the burly man woke up instantly. However, one of them had a bright light in his eyes. It seemed that he had gained a lot. The other person was a little confused. He didn't know what had happened. No. At this moment, a cry was heard. Chu Fei cried out in sorrow. His eyes were filled with pain and despair. He attacked Zichun. Boom. A strong aura rolled out. A chill was emitted from his body. Chu Fei's eyes were red. His expression was desperate. Endless killing intent surged around him. I'm going to kill you. He roared as if he had seen his enemy for 10 lives. He attacked with his strongest attack, freezing heaven and earth. An endless chill spread towards Zichun. It was supposed to be the season of flowers blooming, but now it had turned into a world of ice and snow. The sky was filled with snow. The cold wind was bone-chilling. Thousands of icebergs were floating up and down. This was a powerful killing technique. When used by a true expert, it could freeze the body, freeze the soul, and freeze all life. Although Chu Fei's strength was negligible, it was more than enough to deal with a mid-Xiantian expert. The change happened in an instant. The old man and the burly man were in a trance. They couldn't react at all. Zichun was the same. His thoughts had become very slow. But when he felt the danger, his hands subconsciously formed a seal. This was an extremely simple seal, but it contained the complicated Great Tao. It was the true Great Tao of simplicity. Subconsciously, Zichun attacked with extreme yang. An earth-shattering aura appeared and rushed towards Chu Fei's freezing heaven and earth. The endless chill instantly collapsed and turned into nothingness when it touched the power of the seal. Then, the energy rushed towards Chu Fei. Buzz. The latter was still in a frenzy. He couldn't react at all and was hit by the energy. But at this critical moment, the jade pendant in front of his chest emitted a bright light. A bright protective light shield appeared and blocked the attack for him. It was given to him by the elders of his family to save his life. It was said that it could withstand attacks from the air. However, at this moment, facing the power of the seals, the light barrier only lasted for a breath before collapsing. Then, the energy rushed towards Chu Fei. Puff. Chapter 181. Between Zichun and Chu Fei, one was still in a daze, feeling that everything was just a dream, while the other seemed to have gone mad. His eyes were filled with pain and despair, as if he had lost his mind. The clash of the two powerhouses. In the end, Chu Fei was sent flying and almost lost his life. Poof! A bloody line flew through the air. Chu Fei nearly lost his life. Cracks appeared on the jade pendant in his bosom, and it exploded with a bang. Chu Fei woke up from his madness and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the broken jade on the ground, his eyes were filled with shock. What the hell is going on? Chu Fei picked up the broken jade and felt that everything was so illusory. Before he left, the old ancestor's voice sounded in his ears. Feier, this is a defensive jade. It can protect you. When you are in danger, it can block the attack of a spirit origin realm expert for you. How many times can it block? Even if not 10 times, it can at least 8 times. The old ancestor patted Chu Fei's head and smiled kindly. The patriarch was the strongest person in the family, and no one could doubt his words. But now, his jade pendant had been shattered by a mid-stage Xiantian brat with a single blow. Chu Fei was not the only one who was shocked. Even the big man and the old man were shocked. The two stared at Zichun, who had just woken up, as if they were looking at a monster. How is this possible? The two could not believe that such a terrifying attack was made by a mid-stage Khanate brat. If it were either of them, they would have died on the spot. Why are you all looking at me? Is there something on my face? Zichun touched his face. There was nothing on it, but there was dirt. Chu Fei's eyes were filled with hatred. His expression changed again and again, and killing intent filled the air. He was just short of taking out a forbidden weapon to fight with Zichun. How did you do it? The big man was shocked. If it were any other time, he would not ask this question. But now, he could not help it. Although the old man did not speak, he was looking forward to it. How did I do it? Zichun was puzzled. It's the move you used to send Chu Fei flying. It's even scarier than a forbidden weapon. How did you do it? The big man asked. What? More terrifying than a forbidden artifact? Zichun thought he had misheard. Chu Fei's jade pendant is extraordinary. Its defensive power is shocking. If I'm not wrong, it can at least block several attacks from a spirit origin realm warrior. However, it was shattered by you in one strike. Moreover, he was injured. The elder said in a deep voice, Really? That move of mine is even more powerful than a forbidden weapon. Zichen's eyes lit up. That's right. How did you do it? The big man asked again. That's how I did it. Take a look. Zichun was very happy. Then, his fingers began to move. A seemingly simple yet extremely complex and mysterious seal appeared. No. The moment the seal appeared, the burly man let out a cry of alarm. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he suddenly flew backwards at lightning speed. At the same time, the elder also ran far away. Even Chu Fei, who was far away, did not hesitate and ran far away. Zichen's previous attack was too terrifying. It was comparable to a spirit origin realm warrior. Who could block such an attack? In this trial ground, even a forbidden weapon would die when facing Zichun. Swoosh! The seal fell silently. It was like a gust of wind blowing past, bringing a small cloud of dust with it. There was no change. The might that could destroy the world did not appear. This is a powerful move. Zichun was dumbfounded. The three people who were running away were also dumbfounded. The previous move was powerful and terrifying, but the one in front of them was just a breeze. What's going on? The four of them stared at each other in confusion. However, when Chu Fei saw Zichen's expression, he heaved a sigh of relief. Such a powerful move just now was comparable to a spirit origin realm warrior. If Zichun could use such an attack every time he attacked, it would be too monstrous. In this world, who could be his opponent? It was so powerful just now. Why is it so weak now? It can't even scratch an itch. The big man frowned and walked towards Zichun. No. Zichun was confused. It was like this before. After that, Zichun formed the same seal again in front of the big man. Golden light danced between his fingers, and the seal appeared again. Boom! A surging aura gushed out like a tornado, rushing towards the big man. The aura of destruction rippled, and a terrifying aura escaped. The big man screamed. His whole body emitted a dazzling light. He clenched his fists and guarded in front of him. Bang! The earth-shattering energy attacked with a terrifying aura. It instantly broke the big man's defense and sent him flying. Kid, are you doing this on purpose? The big man roared in the distance, but he was not injured. I'm not. Zichun felt wronged. He formed another seal to stop the big man from coming forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He formed the seal 3 times in a row, but only 3 gusts of wind blew. It was no longer powerful. It seems that you are still not familiar with it. You have to carefully comprehend this move. The old man saw the trick. That's not right. The difference between before and after is too big. Moreover, the attack just now was not as strong as before. The big man frowned. That's because Chen Long should have this kind of seal in his heart before. His mind was still immersed in it. When he copied it, there was some power of the seal. The old man explained. Just now, Zichun had launched this attack in a daze. In his mind, the man's imposing and domineering aura was still present. The attack that was launched together with the opponent's shadow was extremely frightening. However, when he woke up, everything had disappeared. Chu Fei was very disappointed and very jealous of Zichun. They were both statues, but Zichun had comprehended a powerful move, while he himself had fallen into madness. This made him feel a burst of jealousy and envy. What about the keepsake? Now that the statue is broken, there is no keepsake. Zichun looked at the old man. The old man glanced at Zichun meaningfully and said, I'm not too sure. Maybe this is not the keepsake we are looking for. The real keepsake is still nearby. Let's go. Young master, let's go. The Perfection Realm Guard let out a hysterical roar. Innate chi surged around his body. With a violent aura, he rushed into the sword light. Puff! The sword light flashed, and the Perfection Realm Guard was killed. Young master, let's go. The other Perfection Realm guard pulled Miao Kong and fled. It had been 2 months since they came to this space. Everything was going smoothly. However, during this period of time, Miao Kong encountered a series of assassination attempts. Swoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the darkness. It was a sharp sword that was aimed at Miao Kong's forehead. Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Hidden Killing Sword. A sure kill sword. Puff. A middle-stage Xiantian Realm guard rushed to Miao Kong and blocked the swordlight with his body. In an instant, his heart was pierced through. Young master, let's go. Blood flowed out of his mouth. The guard struggled to open his mouth. His head tilted, and his vitality dissipated. These were all men of sacrifice. Their responsibility was to protect Miao Kong. Puff. A perfected stage cultivator had killed the assassin from the Heavenly Kills Pavilion with a backhand swing of his sword. The guards died one after another. Miao Kong's eyes twitched, but his expression was indifferent. By now, he was no longer angry. He had long been used to the pain. In these days, many people like this died in front of him. He was helpless. He cried and roared, but there was nothing he could do. The deaths continued. Young master, let's go. The Perfection Realm guard pulled Miao Kong and flew into the distance. After a while, dozens of air-breaking sounds were heard. A black-clothed youth came to the battlefield. Seeing the corpses on the ground, his expression was cold. Not dead yet? The youth asked. No, the underling said in a low voice. He has a long life. Even the people of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion failed. But with so many guards dying along the way, there shouldn't be many who can die. Yes, there are only 5 left. Very good, very good. Miao Kong, this trial ground will be your burial ground. The youth revealed a handsome face with a cruel sneer. It was the martial ancestor, Wu Xiong. The martial ancestor was very big, and there were many internal forces. Naturally, they weren't united. During this pursuit, one person left the team and escaped. The underling reported, Who? A woman. She seems to be very important to Miao Kong. He didn't hesitate to use himself as bait to let her escape. Oh, what a pitiful sense of loyalty. This Yi Qian has been dead for who knows how many hundreds of years. I'm afraid even his bones are gone. Miao Kong is still so loyal. Think of a way to inform Wang Shan of this matter. Wu Xiong sneered. Yes. The underling nodded and turned to leave. Wait, tell Chen Feng. That guy has never given up, but he doesn't have the guts. This time, we'll give him the guts.
Yes.
Miao Kong, this is the price I told you many years ago. This is also the price you must pay. So what if you're sent to the Nimbus martial ancestor? It still can't atone for your sins. The humiliation I suffered must be repaid with blood. Wu Xiong's eyes were incomparably ruthless. He seemed to be thinking of the night several years ago when he lost all of his dignity. In the following time, the 4 of them cultivated while searching for the token. Zichen's growth made everyone feel terrified.
Pong.
A muffled sound rang out, causing the ground to tremble. A huge demonic beast was forced back by Zichen's punch. Beside the monster, there was a 2,500 years old spiritual herb that emitted dense spiritual energy. Surrounding it, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into mist, looking like small dragons. This monster is getting stronger and stronger. It's getting harder and harder to kill him unless I use a forbidden weapon. But if I kill him, I'll have to use the forbidden weapon once. How can I compete for the inheritance? Looking at Zichun in the distance, Chu Fei's expression kept changing.
Roar.
The demonic beast roared and charged towards Zichun again. It had to be said that other than the dragon tiger beast, everything else here was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, including the age of the spiritual herbs and the strength of the demonic beasts. Zichun formed a seal with his hand. Extreme Young appeared again. A set of complicated seals could be easily formed by Zichen after he learned how to simplify things. Boom. As the seals fell, a dazzling golden light appeared in front of Zichun. It was like the extreme Yang between heaven and earth. With blazing heat, it rushed towards the monster.
Pong.
The monster fell to the ground, dead in one blow. Haha, I did it again. Zichen laughed and went to collect the spiritual herb. P.S. Every day at 5 a.m., there is no saving. Friends, I'm working hard. I'm persevering. What about you? Are you still supporting Leiwu as usual? This month is very important. I'm doing my best. Every month, every subscription is the greatest support for me. I hope everyone can continue to support me. Sometimes, a monthly subscription, at a critical moment, can raise Leiwu's ranking by 1. Chapter 182. He succeeded again. Why did he have to use the word again? Because Zichun hadn't fully comprehended this move. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Although it was a powerful killing move, it couldn't be used as a trump card, because it often failed. Let's go. After taking away the spirit medicine, Zichun signaled everyone to leave. Where are we going? Aren't you going to refine the spirit medicine? Asked the big man. Time is tight. Finding the keepsake is more important. I'll refine it as we go. After saying that, Zichun bit off a leaf of the spirit medicine and put it in his mouth. At the same time, the heavenly lightning body tempering art and the auxiliary secret technique circulated in his body, automatically absorbing this energy. Ah, it's so good to be young. There's an indomitable drive. Yeah, it's so good to be young. You can have no scruples and press forward, even if you break your head. The big man also sighed. Haha, uncle, you finally admit that you're 45 years old. Zichun laughed, not caring at all. The four of them walked deeper. During this time, the old man would explain some cultivation matters to Zichun. Zichun gained a lot. Young master, where are we going? Miao Kong and his 5 guards were hiding in a hidden cave. The injuries of the 5 guards were very serious. They were healing their injuries at the moment. However, they couldn't stay in this place for long. The pursuers would arrive soon. So, they had to leave quickly. To the periphery, Miao Kong said calmly. Periphery? Young master, do you think they'll let us go if we go to the periphery? That's impossible. I suggest we just charge through that path. Even if we die, it'll be worth it. If we're lucky enough to survive, we might be able to get the inheritance. Yeah, young master, we're not afraid of death. We might not be able to survive even if we reach the periphery. Why should we give up the opportunity to get the inheritance? The guards spoke one after another, their eyes full of determination. No, I'm not giving up. I'm going to find reinforcements. Miao Kong said firmly. Reinforcements. Young master, we're surrounded by Wu Xiong's men. Every faction that sees us is hiding. This is already considered support. There are also some factions that want to curry favor with Wu Xiong and are hunting us down. We're like rats crossing the street. Who would be willing to help us? Perhaps everyone is chasing after us, but there is one person who is definitely not. Not only will he not chase after us, he will also not run away when he sees us. Instead, he will steadfastly help us. Miao Kong was extremely confident. Moreover, when he mentioned that person, a hint of brilliance appeared on his indifferent expression. It was as if he had seen hope. Who? A person who always brings about miracles. You guys know him as well. Miao Kong smiled. We know each other. Who is it? Chunlong, Miao Kong said word by word. Him, that barbarian. That non-human is indeed very strong, but judging from his attitude towards the other forces that day, he was neither friendly nor friendly. Why would he help us? The guard was puzzled. Because he wants to help us. Miao Kong smiled. Both his face and expression were smiling. It was as if he would smile whenever he thought of that person. Su Mingyao, you should leave. I almost harmed you before. Their target is me. You should leave in another direction. Miao Kong remembered the scene that day. I'm not leaving. Don't be discouraged. We still have hope. Su Mingyao said. There's no hope. You should leave. Go find Chenlong, find him. He will definitely help us. Why? He didn't accept any of the invitations before. Miao Kong said. That's because you didn't invite him. If you did, he might follow you because he is Zichen. What? Miao Kong's heart trembled. Chenlong is Chen Zi, and Chen Zi is Zichun. Su Mingyao said. It's him. It's him. I was wondering why it was so familiar. Let's go find him. All right, but I'll go. I don't want to implicate you. In the end, Miao Kong led everyone and left. Su Mingyao left alone. Although it was dangerous to be alone, it was much safer than being with Miao Kong. Zichen should be in the periphery. I've been waiting for him, but my luck was bad. I was directly teleported into the depths. Su Mingyao left alone. However, Miao Kong didn't know that Su Mingyao wasn't in a better situation than him. Find such a beauty. You must find her. Wang Shan sat on his black-scaled horse. He was arrogant as he commanded his subordinates. Sir, why aren't we scouting? Why are we wasting time here? A perfect, earthly immortal asked. How is this a waste of time? Didn't you see that beauty? Don't you know that she is Zichen's confidant? Wang Shan was a little displeased. I will destroy everything related to Zichen. I will take everything he likes. Even if he dies, I will tell him the consequences of offending me. Wang Shan.
Yes.
The perfect earthly immortal lowered his head and didn't speak anymore. Are you stupid? Of course, this is only one of the reasons. There's another reason. Are we going to open the path first and let them take advantage of us? Now is the time to clear the place. Wang Shan smiled meaningfully. Understood. Sir is really wise. Haha, of course. Everyone, work hard. We must find such a beauty. Also, tell the others that whoever finds her and brings her to me will be heavily rewarded. Wang Shan laughed. Then, he changed the topic and said in a cold voice, also, go and warn some people that they must not have any ideas about the things that I, Wang, have set my eyes on. Otherwise, my anger is not something that ordinary people can bear. When the time comes, I will definitely beat them until they are looking for their teeth on the ground and kneel and call me brother-in-law. Yes, the perfect earthly immortal's heart trembled. Ever since the incident with Zichen, Wang Shan had been using the term brother-in-law to torture people. He would break the teeth of anyone who provoked him and make them call him brother-in-law. This new term was currently very popular in Yunxia City. Zichen, where are you? Why haven't you come to find me? And Shuer, where did you go? Didn't we agree to meet? Su Mingyao was hiding in a thick bush. She looked lovely and helpless. A few miles away, several figures had appeared. There was Chen Feng, Ling Yun, Luo Min, Wu Shang, and some members of the Chen family. We must find her. The incident at the punishment hall that day was exposed. Half of the blame lies with her. Luo Min said coldly. Yes, when I entered the core, she must have found the Supreme Elder and told him everything. That's why the Supreme Elder is so concerned about Zichen. Wu Sheng's voice was also very cold. Haha, once such a beauty is caught, we must not let her go. We must enjoy her. Next to Chen Feng, a young man smiled cruelly. He was Chen Feng's cousin, the one who called Zichen a bastard. What do you think? Ling Yun smiled faintly. This matter is not urgent. Let's find Su Mingyao first. Wang Shan has already spoken. For the huge Wang family, we have to take it seriously. Chen Feng said, why should we care about him? Yunxia City is too far away from our Zhongli City. Why should we care about him? Chen Feng's cousin said discontentedly. He had been thinking about Su Mingyao and Lin Shui for a long time. For this kind of people who had no aptitude or talent and were not focused on cultivation, enjoyment was almost all they had. Beauty was almost the interpretation of enjoyment. If it was someone else in Yunxia City, we may not have to worry about it. But I know from Wu Xiong that Wang Shan is a man with talent, but he is lustful. He has a stubborn prejudice in everything. Moreover, he suffered a big loss in the hands of Zichen. It is said that all his teeth were knocked out. For this kind of person, touching the things of his enemy and not being able to vent his dissatisfaction is a very dangerous sign. Cousin, what do you mean? Instead of offending a force, it is better to befriend a force, Chen Feng said. Boom. Zichen's hand seals fell, and he once again sent out an extreme yang attack. An ancient tree in front of him instantly collapsed, turning into wood fragments that drifted in the air. Not bad. Today's success rate is higher than yesterday. The burly man praised. Zichen opened his eyes, but he didn't show any joy. These 2 days, he had been uneasy, as if there was something on his mind. As a cultivator, he shouldn't have this kind of feeling. It's Su Mingyao and the others. Did something happen to them? Zichun suspected that something must have happened to his friends as his emotions fluctuated. No, I have to go deeper. Zichun stood up, and a powerful aura surged out of his body. After entering the trial grounds for 2 months, the rich heaven and earth spiritual qi in addition to the 1,000-year spiritual medicine had allowed Zichen's strength to progress very quickly. He had already reached the peak of the mid-Xiantian realm and was not far from the late Xiantian realm. You are leaving. Chu Fei stood up and stared at Zichun, as if he wanted to see through him. Although everyone had been looking for the token since the statue disappeared, they were not as serious as before. Most of the time, it was Zichun who was looking for spirit herbs to improve his strength. I have been feeling uneasy recently. I feel that my friends are in danger, so I have to go deeper. Zichun ignored Chu Fei and looked at the burly man and the old man. In that case, you can leave first. We will look for the token. The burly man didn't hesitate and said directly. The old man nodded. Then goodbye. We will meet again. As soon as he said he was going to leave, Zichun immediately set off. Carrying his bag, he left in a clean and nimble manner. We will meet again, the burly man murmured. After Zichun left, there were only 3 people left. Sorry, I have to leave too. Chu Fei cupped his hands. The two nodded, as if they had already expected this. Chu Fei turned and left at full speed. Where do you think he went? The burly man asked. This little guy is full of tricks. Of course, he went to find Qianlong. The old man smiled faintly. Then who do you think is stronger? If Qianlong can survive a blow from the forbidden weapon, this little guy will die without a doubt. Is he willing to use the forbidden weapon? For the token, he will. But how does he know that the token is on Qianlong? Even we can't be sure. There are some people who are good at scheming and deceiving themselves. If they can feel something, they will definitely think it is right. This kid is such a person. As long as he thinks that Qianlong has the token, he will definitely have it. Then you should just watch Qianlong die and not save him. It will be a pity if such a talent dies under the forbidden weapon. The burly man sighed. Chapter 183. After leaving the large man and the old man, Zichun sped up. The deeper he went, the more restless he became. Something must have happened to them, Zichun said in his heart, blaming himself. When he left Zhongli City, he found that Wang Shan's gaze was not right. He warned Wang Shan with his gaze, but it was obviously useless. Is it Su Mingyao, Shui'er, or Miao Kong? Zichun's heart was in a mess. The attack on Miao Kong that day was definitely related to Wu Xiong. This time, Wu Xiong was very likely to make a move. Chen Feng and Ling Yun were not good people. They more or less had their own thoughts. Zichun was very worried. His speed was very fast, almost at full speed. During this period, he found spiritual herbs, but he abandoned them. As he went deeper, the bad feeling in his heart became more and more intense. Who was in trouble? Zichun was very anxious. Swoosh. At that moment, a silhouette appeared in front of Zichun. It was a young man. He was wearing a green robe, and he could be considered quite handsome. After he appeared, he glared at Zichun. Rotten cloth, Zichun said in a deep voice and stopped. Chu Fei was in the Xiantian full circle realm, and his battle strength could be called a genius. However, Zichun was not afraid of him. The only thing he was afraid of was the other party's forbidden weapon. Qianlong, you run really fast. It took me 4 days to catch up. Chu Fei stared at Zichun and said sarcastically, I have something to do. Zichun's voice was indifferent. He raised his vigilance, guarding against Chu Fei's sudden attack. Of course, I'm here for the token. Hand it over. Chu Fei went straight to the point. Token? What token? Zichun frowned. Glancing at Zichun, Chu Fei said, Don't play dumb. If you don't have the token, why are you running so fast? Those 2 guys are stupid, but I'm not. Hand over the token, and I'll spare your life. Rotten cloth, I don't know what a keepsake is. The reason why I entered the depths was because I sensed that something might have happened to my friend. You better leave now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Zichun said coldly. Right now, his time was very precious. The longer he was late, the more danger his friends would be in. Who are you trying to fool with your words? If you're being impolite to me, let's see how you're going to be impolite to me. Chu Fei sneered. With a flash of light in his hand, a blood-colored spear appeared. It was only the size of a palm, but it emitted a terrifying aura. Forbidden artifact. Zichen's pupils constricted. Back then, the might of the spear had killed the dragon-tiger beast. However, he was not to be outdone. He took out the adamantine stone from his bosom. Back then, the old man had unintentionally said that if the diamond was used well, it could withstand the attack of a forbidden weapon. At that time, Chu Fei was also present. At this moment, seeing the diamond in Zichen's hand, his expression became extremely unnatural. I said, I have something to do. If you stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Zichen held the adamantine stone and said coldly, You can try to take a step forward. Chu Fei stared at Zichen. The blood-colored spear in his hand was emitting cold light. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if a life-and-death battle could happen at any time. Humph! Zichen snorted. With the adamantine stone in his hand, blue veins bulged. He walked forward step by step. His speed was very slow, but it was very firm. He constantly paid attention to Chu Fei's expression. If the latter had any intention to move, Zichen would definitely make a move. Chu Fei did the same. Apart from his eyes becoming sharper and the pressure from the forbidden weapon becoming stronger, he did not do anything else. Zichen walked forward step by step. He brushed past Chu Fei and walked into the distance. How dare you? Chu Fei gritted his teeth but did not make a move. In the end, Zichen left and avoided this battle. When he sped up, his body was already drenched in cold sweat. I don't believe that you can endure for long. Chu Fei was unwilling. The reason why he did not make a move in the end was not because he was afraid of not being able to kill the other party, but because he was reluctant to use the forbidden weapon. The forbidden weapon had a limit to the number of times it could be used. Furthermore, it was a high-grade item. It was not something that just anyone could have. This time, he brought one with him because he was given a mission. He did not dare to be completely sure that Zichen had a token on him. Furthermore, he was hesitant. What if he could not kill the other party with one attack? If he used 2 attacks and obtained nothing, it would be a huge loss. He could not afford such a loss. I'll follow you and see if you have a token. Chu Fei was worried. He did not want to make a move, but he did not want to give up either. He could only follow Zichen. After a long time, Zichen discovered Chu Fei who was tailing him while he was decelerating. This guy is like a ghost that refuses to leave. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. If it were not for this matter, he would have wanted to fight with Chu Fei. Chu Fei was thinking about him, but how could he not be jealous of his spatial treasure? That was a good thing. Compared to Zichen, who carried a backpack and ran around every day, it was much more advanced. Chu Fei was like a fly, following Zichen closely. At the same time, he was also looking for an opportunity to make a move. If Zichen was a little unguarded, he would launch a sneak attack. The success rate of using a forbidden weapon to launch a sneak attack was still very high. Just like this, Zichen advanced with high vigilance for 5 days. During this period, Zichen would go wherever he found energy fluctuations. Once he found that it was not the person he was looking for, he would turn around and leave. Boom! On this day, Zichen heard the sound of energy fluctuations again. This time, the energy fluctuations were more intense, causing the earth to tremble. There are powerhouses fighting. Many of them are at the peak. Zichen's heart stirred. He turned and flew towards the battlefield. Running all the way, Miao Kong and the others could be said to be exhausted. Of the 5 guards, 1 died on the way. Now, only 4 were left. Finally, he was surrounded in the central region. This was a mountain ridge. Miao Kong was surrounded by more than 10 people. Kill! The leader was a peak Xiantian expert. With a loud shout, he stepped forward with boundless killing intent and attacked Miao Kong. Puff! Miao Kong's bodyguard was very strong. He pierced a cultivator's chest with his sword, causing a line of blood to shoot out. Then, he kicked out with his foot, causing the cultivator to be sent flying. There was no life left in him, but there was also a wound on his body, from which blood flowed out. The smell of blood pervaded the air. There were 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. They were all peak Xiantian experts. As expected of the martial ancestors' men, their guards are so strong. The peak Xiantian expert licked the blood on his sword with his scarlet tongue. Who are you people? At this moment, Miao Kong couldn't stay calm. His clothes were stained with blood, and there were 2 corpses lying at his feet. Although he didn't comprehend the powerful martial ancestors' techniques, Miao Kong was not without the strength to fight. At this moment, he went all out and killed 2 people. The people in front of him were definitely not martial ancestors' men. However, they chased them all the way and even killed 2 of his guards. Miao Kong, today is the day you die. As for who we are, we will burn paper and tell you after you die. Everyone charged again. Saber lights and sword shadows flashed continuously. Another massacre began. Puff! Miao Kong's guard was very brave. He killed another person. This person was actually a peak Xiantian expert. However, the latter also paid a heavy price. One of his arms was cut off. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. However, he still used his arm to exchange for the life of a peak Xiantian expert. His strength was terrifying. Young master, I will cover you. Leave quickly. Blood gushed out from the severed arm. The guard's voice was still firm, and the cold light in his eyes was even more intense. We will open a bloody path and let young master leave. The other 2 also shouted. They were extremely confident, but they couldn't help but vomit blood. Haha, today is the day you die. You can't go anywhere. Our people are everywhere. The peak Xiantian expert laughed. At this moment, figures swayed in the distance. There were more than a dozen people rushing over. Forget it. You have been protecting me. We are all lives. We are all the same. Why do you want to die for me? There were people everywhere. It was hopeless to rush out. Looking at the 3 guards left, Miao Kong's cold heart fluctuated again. Young master, don't worry. We will definitely open a bloody path for you. That's right. What are these scumbags? We will definitely escort young master safely. Our lives are young master's. Naturally, we will escort young master out. The 3 of them were unafraid of death. Although they were coughing blood and their footsteps were weak, their expressions were firm. They didn't choose to wait for death. The 3 of them protected Miao Kong and took the initiative to attack. You actually took the initiative to attack. You are simply courting death. The leader of the peak Xiantian expert sneered. Puff. The long sword slashed out like a poisonous snake. The angle was extremely tricky. A late-stage Xiantian expert fell to the ground. Swish. The long sword slashed down, bringing with it a terrifying saber light. It beheaded another expert of the same level.
Scram.
He punched out, bringing with it a blazing fist light. With a loud bang, it caved in a cultivator's chest. The 3 of them were very ferocious. In the face of death, they unexpectedly exceeded their usual performance. They killed the enemies one after another. They were very decisive. They forcibly brought Miao Kong forward. Puff. With a sweep of the sword light, another peak Xiantian expert died. This was already the 4th peak Xiantian expert he had killed. There were more than a dozen cultivators of other levels. With such combat strength, it was enough to be proud. Boom. There were many enemies, and even more powerhouses. A peak Xiantian expert attacked, shattering the guard's fist light. Then, a sharp sword chi pierced through his chest. Young master, I'm sorry. I can't protect you anymore. Spitting out blood, the cultivator fell to the ground and died unwillingly. No. Miao Kong's eyes were filled with grief. We're all arrows at the end of their flight. Let's see how strong you guys are. Kill them. The leader of the peak Xiantian experts roared. He was extremely unhappy that so many of them had died while dealing with a few seriously injured people. Puff. They were outnumbered, not to mention that they were arrows at the end of their flight. Another guard was killed. However, before he died, he also dragged a cultivator down with him. I'm sorry. The guard's vitality dissipated. He fell with unwillingness. Kill. The last guard roared and charged forward. He had burned all his potential and didn't have long to live. Puff. Puff. 2 cultivators were killed in succession. However, 2 weapons also pierced through his body. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud tremor. The entire mountain range trembled. Rocks rolled and leaves trembled. Zichen rushed over from afar like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the crowd and rushed to the side of Miao Kong and the guard. Boom! With a punch, heaven and earth trembled. A cultivator was instantly sent flying. Pong! Another punch landed. This time, it was filled with boundless anger. A cultivator was forcefully blown apart, his vitality extinguished. Chapter 184. There were corpses everywhere in the mountain range. Blood flowed out, leaving a bloody footprint with each step. The three guards couldn't escort Miao Kong away and fell to the ground one by one. They were death warriors. The purpose of training them was to protect Miao Kong. The last guard burned his life force. Although he killed 2 more people, there were still many cultivators around. However, he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Just as he was in despair, he saw a figure in black robes. His body shone with golden light, and his hair fluttered in anger. In the blink of an eye, he charged into the middle of the battlefield. With 2 simple punches, he killed 2 cultivators. The guard's dim eyes finally had a touch of light. This powerful young man was called Chen Long. He was powerful and terrifying. He had seen it with his own eyes that day. Young Master said that he would come to save them. At this moment, he finally came. Young Master said that he is powerful and can always bring miracles. With him, Young Master will be safe. The light in the guard's eyes disappeared. His life force was completely extinguished. Ignoring Miao Kong's roar, he fell to the ground without a sound. At this point, dozens of Miao Kong's guards were all killed. No one was left alive. Puff! A seal appeared in Zichen's hand. It wasn't the unreliable Extreme Yang, but the green peak slash. At this moment, the green peak slash had changed greatly. It had turned into a pure golden color. Rays of golden light were dazzling as it slashed forward. The golden light flashed and disappeared. 2 cultivators became headless corpses. Blood gushed out. Their heads rolled far away. Their eyes were filled with shock. Zichen's appearance was powerful and terrifying. He killed 4 people in an instant, shocking everyone. Who are you? The leader of the Peak Xiantian experts was shocked. He had never seen such combat strength. The one who will kill you. Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Killing intent filled the air. His hair flew in anger as he attacked fiercely. Puff! With another strike, another cultivator was beheaded. His head flew, and his headless corpse tumbled down the mountain ridge. Big brother, he is Chen Long, the one who killed the true energy realm beast with 1 punch. A cultivator beside him exclaimed. He obviously recognized him. Not everyone saw Zichen's power that day. After all, there were too many people and the battlefield was too big. However, Chen Long's reputation had already spread out. What? He's Chen Long? He's the barbarian. The sound of people sucking in cold air unceasingly resounded. Everyone was very afraid of this taboo name. However, all of Miao Kong's guards had been killed at this moment, and only he remained. It could be said that this was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. If they missed it, they would be struck by lightning. Chen Long, you're blocking our way. What do you want? Do you know who we are? The leader of the Great Perfection cultivators shouted. You are a bunch of scum. Zichen's voice was cold. Humph. The leader snorted coldly. You're just a mid-Xiantian expert, and yet you're so arrogant. So what if you're strong? Let's see if you're strong enough to kill everyone here. Waving his hand, the surrounding experts all charged towards Zichen. Green Peak Seal. Zichen's expression turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. A seal appeared in his hand, and a powerful aura surged out. Heaven and earth trembled as a square seal appeared. This was the Red Cloud City's killing technique, and its power was terrifying. Boom! The seal fell, circulating with a terrifying aura, and suddenly fell down. In an instant, 4 cultivators were covered by the seal and completely suppressed. When the seal dissipated, the 4 cultivators were nowhere to be seen. They were all beaten into the ground, and their auras were completely gone. Clang! Clang! 2 sharp blades slashed on Zichen's body, but they didn't cut Zichen's body as expected. Instead, They seemed to be standing on top of metal, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard.
Pong.
Zichen waved his fist and suddenly fell down. A large expanse of golden light scattered, and he looked like a majestic war god. The two sharp blades exploded like sawdust, and then Zichen flashed forward and grabbed two people's necks. With a slight force, only a cracking sound could be heard. Two more died. Go to hell. A perfected Xiantian expert found an opportunity and leaped up with a large machete that radiated cold light, chopping towards Zichen's head. This wasn't an ordinary Khanate weapon, but a weapon made by a true essence overlord. Its quality was very high, and its toughness and sharpness were also outrageous. He was very confident that it was used by a Khanate full-cycle cultivator.
Clang.
In the face of such a blow, Zichen didn't dodge. He waved his fist and hit the long knife, instantly pushing the overlord back. Zichen used his body to resist the true essence weapon. What? The Khanate full-cycle cultivator's face changed drastically, and he kept retreating. At this moment, Zichen flashed forward and waved his fist fiercely.
Clang. Clang.
The perfect body constitution was completely displayed. Bright golden light dyed the sky. After two consecutive blows, a true essence weapon was broken, and by the third blow, the Khanate full-cycle cultivator died. Powerful, that was how powerful he was. Terrifying, this is too terrifying. In just a short period of time, Zichen had killed more than 10 people. His face was not red and he was not out of breath. His strength was unbelievably strong. If this continued, not to mention a few dozen people, even 100 people would not be enough to kill him. Chunlong, we're Wu Xiong's people. If you attack us, you'll attack Wu Xiong. You'd better think carefully. Everyone trembled. Such a powerful battle strength was really terrifying. His battle strength was comparable to a monster. It was easy for a mid-stage Khanate full-cycle cultivator to kill a Khanate full-cycle cultivator. Wu Xiong? Very good. Zichen nodded, but his eyes were shining coldly. What? You know to retreat? Very good. Now turn around and kill Miao Kong. What happened before will be forgotten, and you'll be credited. The leader was overjoyed. When I said very good, I meant that after killing you all, I'll go kill Wu Xiong. That's very good. Zichen's eyes had a hint of mockery. His killing intent rose again, and he charged at the leader like lightning. You don't even put Wu Xiong in your eyes. Very good. Then wait for the martial ancestor's anger to descend. The leader let out a strange cry, his footsteps flickering as he tried to shake off Zichen. However, he was shocked to find that Zichen's speed was much faster than his. Despite moving later, Zichen had already arrived in front of him. Get lost. With a roar, the leader unleashed a powerful attack. A saber light that was over 10 meters long flew towards Zichen with a terrifying killing intent. You have some tricks up your sleeve, but not enough for me. Zichen was a bit surprised, but he didn't show any mercy. His golden fist fell, and the blade light exploded. Then, Zichen's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the leader. His golden fist instantly enlarged in the leader's eyes. Boom! With a single punch, the leader's nose instantly caved in, and he fell backwards, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Not good. Big Brother is in danger. Go save him. Some loyal cultivators rushed towards Zichen, weapons in hand. However, what greeted them was a golden blade. Green peak slash. Swish. 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 Like cutting vegetables and grass, the golden blade flashed, and the weapons of the cultivators were cut in half. Even their protective true energy was broken. Their bodies were also cut in half, and they died instantly. The leader's face was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. Clutching his collapsed nose, he tried to flee, but how could he be faster than Zichen? After the golden fist fell, the leader's body fell straight to the ground. Not far away, Miao Kong was incomparably astonished. If he hadn't heard Su Mingyao say that this was Zichen, he simply wouldn't dare to believe that this overwhelmingly powerful young man before his eyes was the brother that was rumored to have died. Go, retreat. Go back and report to Wu Xiong. Let him deal with this guy. With their leader dead, the others were terrified and could only flee. You want to leave? Today, no one will leave. The killing intent in Zichen's eyes didn't diminish. He used his footwork to rush forward. Poof! A cultivator's head was chopped off, and his headless corpse rolled down the mountain stream.
Bang.
Another cultivator's heart exploded by Zichun, and his eyeballs almost fell out. He died in one blow. Run. He's a demon. A demon who kills without batting an eyelid. A perverted murderer. A group of cultivators roared in horror and fled. But under Zichen's 9 lightning flashes, who among the same level could surpass it? Poof. Boom. 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 Loud sounds rang out as cultivators fell to the ground one after another. In the end, all of them died. Zichun didn't leave a single one alive. The current Zichun was ruthless. He would show no mercy when encountering people who deserved to be killed. And these people who attacked Miao Kong had touched his bottom line. They must be killed. This guy is so ruthless. It seems that his kindness before was just an act, but his strength is too strong. Chu Fei saw everything in the dark. The blood-colored spear had already appeared in his hand, but he didn't attack, because he lacked confidence. To deal with such a difficult opponent, he had to succeed with a 100% success rate. Chu Fei silently put away the blood-colored spear and waited for the next opportunity. Are you okay? Zichen returned and looked at Miao Kong. I'm fine. Miao Kong shook his head and said gratefully, Thank you so much. I didn't expect you to save my life again. Looks like I'm destined to owe you. You're welcome, said Zichun. He didn't know that Miao Kong had already known his identity. Right? You have to go save Su Mingyao now, said Miao Kong suddenly. Mingyao? What happened to her? There's no time. Let's talk as we go. I gave her a jade pendant back then. Now, I can sense her location, said Miao Kong. After sensing Su Mengyao's specific location, the two of them flew towards the distance. They left again. Chu Fei appeared from the dark and followed them. Su Mingyao was captured. It was done by Chen Feng and the others, said Miao Kong directly while flying. What? Zichen's face instantly changed. You don't have to worry. She's just been captured. Wang Shan has spread the word that he'll get angry with anyone who dares to touch Zichen's close female friend. So, Chen Feng and the others definitely won't dare to touch her. Now, they should be sending her to Wang Shan. You should know that Wang Shan has a very big prejudice against you, said Miao Kong. You know my identity. Chapter 185. When Miao Kong saw Zichen again, and the two of them recognized each other under such circumstances, he sighed. How have you been? Miao Kong asked. Zichun replied indifferently. I've been paying attention to your matter. I have to say, you've created another miracle. But sorry, I can't save you. Miao Kong's eyes were filled with guilt. I know. Miao Kong was currently being chased by people of the martial ancestor. Obviously, his position in the martial ancestor was very awkward. Moreover, he was just a little Xiantian. What could he do? One must know that the people who chased after Zichun were Yukong. I was originally a martial ancestor's man. When I was young, I had some conflicts with Wu Xiong. That was why I was sent to the Nimbus martial ancestor. My purpose was to find the whereabouts of a great treasure. I stayed in the Nimbus martial ancestor for several years. Previously, I was silently investigating and looking for some clues. However, I didn't find anything and could only enter the inner sect. Miao Kong said slowly, but unfortunately, I didn't find anything. I only know Su Mengyao's identity. The sect suspects that the great treasure is in the hands of old man Su. The sect was suddenly destroyed. I didn't know it all. Otherwise, I would have informed you in advance. Zichen didn't speak. He listened silently without slowing down. The sect's destruction and the death of the Grand Elder made me feel very guilty, but I didn't have the ability to save them. I could only save Su Mingyao and Lin Shui. I've been paying attention to your matter. Everyone guessed that the great treasure is in your hands. I swore that you didn't have it, but no one believed me. A great treasure? What exactly is it? Zichen finally asked. I don't know either, but it's said to be a token of a relic. It seems to be something like a black scale. This is a top secret. Although I was asked to find it, it was more of an exile. They asked me to avoid Wu Xiong. Miao Kong smiled bitterly. Wu Xiong's identity is very special. Although his talent can't be compared to a monstrous genius, he has always been treated like one. His background is also unbelievably powerful. A token from the ruins, something that looks like a black scale armor. Zichen frowned. Could they really be talking about the black armor? The item that the Grand Elder had given him to protect himself was really a precious treasure. However, ever since this thing had saved his life, it seemed to have consumed all of its energy and became an ordinary black armor. Zichen didn't speak anymore. He was very anxious because Su Mengyao's condition was unknown. Su Mengyao was with me before, and then we separated. My intention was to let her escape, but I never thought that Wang Shan would deal with her. I think he came for you. Of course, he must not know that you are still alive. Seeing Zichen's anxiety, Miao Kong said, in addition to Wang Shan, there is also Qin Feng and the others. They also have bad intentions. However, Wang Shan said that if anyone dares to touch Su Mingyao and Lin Shui, he will fight them. So, I don't think Qin Feng has the guts. Miao Kong looked at Zichen doubtfully and asked, as far as I know, Wang Shan is a very scheming person. Moreover, he never suffers losses. He might not repay kindness, but he will repay enmity tenfold, or even 100-fold. Back then in the silent jungle, how did you torture him? I broke all of his teeth, then interrogated him about 2 killing techniques. I also poured beast blood all over his body to attract an old ape that was about to reach the level of a small demon. That was how I managed to escape. Zichun did not hide anything. What? Wang Shan was incomparably shocked. Zichun said it casually, but he could hear the danger in it. Just an old ape that was close to the level of a lesser demon was already extremely terrifying. It seemed that Wang Shan was really lucky to be able to survive. No wonder the latter hated Zichun to the bone. Su Mingyao is in this direction. I can already feel that they are getting closer and closer. Miao Kong said, Good, let's speed up. You will definitely regret this. Su Mengyao's angry voice resounded in the forest. At this time, her body was covered in blood. There were also a few scratches on her peerless face. It was unknown whether they were made by a sharp weapon or by some shrubs. In short, the beauty was injured and abused. She had been hiding for nearly half a month. During this time, she had encountered several demonic beasts. However, she was still found by Qin Feng and the others first. After a fierce battle, Su Mingyao was successfully captured. As if knowing that such a beauty was not fated to be with him, Qin Feng was ruthless. Moreover, that cousin of his had a seriously twisted mentality. After capturing Su Mingyao, he also used a shrub to make a few cuts on her face. We can't touch Wang Shan's things, but we can't just let her go like this. Anyway, she was scratched by a shrub when she was running away. It has nothing to do with us. The other party found such an excuse. You will pay for your stupid actions today. Su Mingyao cursed. Haha, it is very stupid. We actually want to give away such a beauty. Chun Feng's cousin sneered. Su Mingyao, you should be content. Chun Feng also said coldly. Bah, Qin Feng, you despicable person. Humph, I'm despicable because you haven't seen someone more despicable. You will know when you see Wang Shan. However, I will not give up. When he is tired of playing with you, I will take over. Don't worry, I don't mind. Chun Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of crazy hatred. You pervert. Su Mingyao's face turned pale. If it weren't for the fact that she was restrained and sealed, she would have killed herself. It's also your fault that I'm a pervert. Back at the Nimbus Martial Ancestor, you offended me everywhere because of that pretty boy Zichen. Humph, Zichen is dead, but you still can't forget about that pretty boy. You deserve today's humiliation. Chun Feng roared. If Zichen is a pretty boy, then what are you? You are not even comparable to a pretty boy. You are not even a villain. At most, you are a lackey. Su Mingyao was not to be outdone. Shut up. Slap. A crisp slap sound was heard. A handprint appeared on Su Mengyao's face, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. What? I was right. Su Mingyao sneered. Let me tell you, Qin Feng, one day, you and all of you will pay a heavy price for what happened today. You. Qin Feng was furious and raised his hand again. Chen Feng, why lower yourself to the level of a promiscuous B*TCH? Ling Yuan waved his hand, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. Such a person can't even die in the future. She will definitely become a tool for others to vent their frustrations. Aren't you lowering yourself to her level? Indeed, I was too agitated. Chen Feng stabilized his emotions and glared fiercely at Su Mingyao. Your ending will definitely be worse than mine. Su Mingyao sneered. There were bloodstains on her face, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. B*TCH, it's not up to you to decide what will happen to us. However, I know that you will soon become a plaything for thousands of people to vent their frustrations on. Don't worry, I will definitely visit you when the time comes. I will visit you every day. Chun Feng's cousin laughed sinisterly. Shameless. Su Mingyao was so angry that her body trembled. How could she compare to these people? She said again, one day, you will pay a heavy price. Haha, one day. What day will it be? My Chen family has a huge business in Songli City. Now that we have the support of the martial ancestor, who can do anything to us? If we send you away, Wang Shan will owe us a favor. One day, I don't think that day will ever happen. Chun Feng's cousin laughed. Wrong. That day will definitely happen, and it will happen today. An indifferent voice filled with killing intent sounded. Bullsh*T, a bunch of nonsense. Chun Feng's cousin said in disdain. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. He looked to the front and saw that two people had appeared. At the same time, Chen Feng and the others also looked to the front with fear in their eyes. There were only two people, but they brought a lot of pressure. To be precise, one of them brought a lot of pressure to them. Miao Kong, Chun Long, it's you guys. The group of more than 10 people stopped and looked to the front. You guys are really shameless. So many people, and you actually want to deal with a girl like this. Miao Kong said angrily. Seeing Su Mengyao's reaction, Zi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. You're finally here. I knew you would come. Seeing Zi Chen, Su Mengyao smiled and shed tears of joy. That day, when they entered the Tai Chi diagram, Zi Chen revealed his identity. Although she knew that Zi Chen was still alive, she was happy to hear Zi Chen admit it. However, after being caught by Chen Feng and the others, she was in despair. She was afraid that she would never see Zi Chen again. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to match up to Zi Chen anymore. Fortunately, Zi Chen was here. Su Mingyao, who had never shed tears, was crying at this moment. There was a smile in her tears, which were tears of happiness. I'm here to save you. I'm sorry to have wronged you, Zi Chen said in a gentle voice. Even if an iceberg was placed in front of him, it would melt into water. Su Mingyao kept nodding, but tears flowed out of her eyes. They were like drops of pearls, shining brightly under the sun. Chenlong, what do you mean? Do you want to go against martial ancestor and Yunxia City? Chen Feng felt that something was wrong. He wondered when Su Mingyao had hooked up with Chenlong. Chenlong, there are beauties everywhere. Don't make a mistake and offend two forces. Even if you have a strong background, you will die without a burial place. Ling Yuan also stepped forward and warned Zi Chen. Two forces? Zi Chen sneered and said word by word, for her, not to mention two forces, even if I have to provoke the 3 major sects of the 7 major cities, I am willing. His words were sonorous and powerful, and his conviction was firm. It made people feel proud. What a big tone. It seems that you are determined to die. Chen Feng stared at Zi Chen. You are indeed a bit arrogant, but you are the ones who will die. Today, none of you can leave here alive. Zi Chen's eyes were full of killing intent. The people following Chen Feng turned pale. They had seen Chen Long's strength with their own eyes. His strength was unfathomable. He could kill a true energy realm beast with one blow. Send the signal for reinforcements. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with fear as he shouted at his subordinate.
Yes.
The subordinate nodded. He was very alert. He took out martial ancestor's signal and was ready to send it. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Then, a golden fist bloomed from the eyes of the cultivator, emitting a dazzling golden light. Chapter 186. Chen Long definitely had monstrous combat power. and he was even stronger than Chen Zi. Chun Feng and the others naturally didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, they wanted to restrain Chen Long while signaling for help. However, before the signal could be sent out, Zichen attacked. With a simple punch, he killed the cultivator who sent the signal. At the same time, even the martial ancestor's signal was shattered into pieces with a single punch. Chun Feng's expression changed, and there was fear in his eyes. He didn't see how Chen Long rushed into the crowd at all. His speed was extremely fast. Bang! His hair flew in anger, and his killing intent soared to the sky. His body emitted golden light, and he waved two golden fists, smashing toward a late-stage cultivator next to him. Boom! Under the punch, the protective light shield shattered, and the cultivator's chest caved in. His body flew back dozens of meters, and he fell to the ground, dead. Chen Long, you really have the guts of a leopard. You really want to go against the martial sect? You want to go against Yunxia City? Chun Feng shouted angrily. However, he had a bad feeling and retreated. Boom! There was a loud bang, like the sound of a drum, and the world trembled. Another cultivator died under Zichen's fist. Chun Feng's threat didn't work at all. When he was in the true Qi realm, he had already provoked 3 forces, and it was already a situation where he would fight to the death. At this moment, for Su Mingyao, it didn't matter if he offended 2 more forces. Boom! Golden light covered the 2 cultivators. When the golden light dissipated, the 2 cultivators had already died, and they fell in a pool of blood. At this moment, Zichen was powerful and terrifying. Chen Long, don't come over. I didn't attack Su Mingyao. Seeing Zichen's cold eyes looking at him after killing several people in the blink of an eye, Wu Shang's teeth began to chatter, and he even stuttered. This was Wu Shang. Back then, he had competed with Zichen for the position of first place. At that time, the 2 of them had been evenly matched. In the end, Zichen had won. However, the second elder had said that Wu Shang was younger and more talented, so the core position had been given to him. A few years had passed. Although Wu Shang had become an innate ranker and had grown a lot, Zichen had grown to the point where he could instantly kill an innate ranker. The bloody wound on my body was left behind by him, said Su Mingyao. All right, I'll slash 10 of them. Zichen's voice was indifferent and full of confidence. He turned his fist into a palm and formed a sword with his 2 fingers. Innate qi gushed out from his fingers, forming into a meter-long sword qi. No, I didn't. Wu Shang cried out miserably. He was extremely frightened, and his face was already pale. Swoosh! In Zichen's hand, the dazzling sword qi slashed down on Wu Shang's right hand. Wu Shang's right hand was severed, and blood spurted out. It should be this hand. Then let's start from here. Zichen's voice was cold, like a demon from hell. With his right hand chopped off, Wu Shang let out a shrill cry. Pooh! The sword light rose again and landed on the right arm. In an instant, blood splattered as the entire right arm was chopped off. The second one. Zichen's voice was so cold that it sent chills down people's spines. Even the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, as if it was the 12th lunar month. Run. Some people couldn't stand such an atmosphere. They screamed in horror and turned around to run. At this moment, Zichen was like a demon that came to the human world, killing people like cutting grass. Pooh! A golden blade instantly slashed out. Blood splashed out, and a headless corpse rolled on the ground after running for a dozen steps. This was a terrifying scene. A headless corpse was actually running. It made everyone's heart shiver once again, almost reaching the extreme. Pooh! Wu Shang's left hand was chopped off again. The golden light rose again, and then his left arm disappeared. Zichen's eyes were emotionless, and his attacks were ruthless. This was Zichen. He had a kind heart, but he also had another ruthless side. When it was time to attack, he would never be soft-hearted. The fifth one. The sword light slashed again. The golden light was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. One of Wu Shang's legs was chopped off. His body was unstable, and he directly fell down. Blood dyed the ground red, and the broken limbs fell in the distance. It was a shocking scene. No, Wu Shang was in despair. Heaven and earth didn't help. At this moment, Even a quick death was a luxury for him. The sixth one. The golden light flashed again. Wu Sheng's other leg was gone. At this moment, all four of his limbs were chopped off. Blood flowed out, and he couldn't even let out a scream. The seventh one. The golden light flashed one last time and fell on Wu Sheng's neck. His whole head rolled into the distance. After 7 consecutive slashes, Wu Sheng's vitality dissipated. Leave behind 3 for your next life. As Zichen's words fell, endless coldness rose in everyone's heart. It was just a wound on Su Mengyao's body, and he actually had to pay with his life. It wasn't over in this life, but in the next life. Whether there was a next life or not, no one knew. However, there were always cultivators who believed in it. Zichen's words might not come true and could really cut off Wu Sheng's next life, but the deterrent was shocking. It represented Zichen's endless killing intent and represented Zichen's firm killing intent. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. This is a devil, a murderous devil from hell. Everyone was frightened and almost couldn't speak. Their hearts were cold. At this moment, they thought of Su Mengyao's words, "You will have your retribution." Sure enough, retribution had come. Moreover, it came so fast that they didn't have time to react.
Puff.
A disciple who went behind Zichun wanted to escape from Zichun, but he was cut down by a sword light. In the distance, Miao Kong's expression was indifferent. There was even a hint of excitement on his face. He didn't think that Zichun was cruel. On the contrary, he felt that it was good to kill these people. These people deserved to die. When they killed people, they were extremely ruthless and merciless. They didn't care about the life or death of others. Everything today was karma. If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. They deserve to die. Chunlong, you're crazy. It's just a woman. If you want, when we return to Tsangli City, I'll give you 100, 1,000. Chun Feng was terrified. His mouth was trembling as he spoke. You're the crazy ones. You actually dared to attack her. You were already crazy from the moment you attacked. Zichen's voice was cold. It was like 10,000-year-old ice rubbing against each other, emitting an even more intense chill.
Puff.
Another person was cut down. He didn't even have time to cry out. The golden sword chi was extremely sharp, almost comparable to a divine weapon. Under one strike, whether it was protective Jin Qi or weapons, they were all shattered. Zichun was powerful and terrifying. Even geniuses like Qin Feng and Ling Yun didn't have the heart to fight at this moment.
Puff.
The sword light flashed. It was dazzling, and golden light overflowed. Another person was cut down. At this moment, only Luo Min, Qin Feng, Ling Yun, and Qin Feng's cousin who was trembling. He was the one who called Zichen a glass. Chunlong, this is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. I swear, I didn't attack. I never attacked. Luo Min met Zichen's gaze. He was so frightened that he actually knelt on the ground without any dignity. Then, Luo Min looked at Su Mengyao for help. Junior sister Su, you have to help me. I didn't attack from the beginning to the end. We're actually in the same group. We're brothers and sisters from the same sect. Yes, you didn't attack. Su Mengyao nodded. Luo Min heaved a sigh of relief and looked at her gratefully. But Su Mengyao changed the topic and said, You sealed my power? No, no. Luo Min shouted in horror. Swoosh. The dazzling sword light bloomed in front of his eyes like a brilliant flower, reflected in Luo Min's eyes. Puff. Luo Min fell to the ground. His vitality was gone, but the fear in his eyes never dissipated. There was one less person in the field. Chunlong, don't come over. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Chun Feng's cousin suddenly stood up. His eyes were red, and he was in a frenzy. He held a sharp blade in his hand and placed it on Su Mengyao's neck to threaten Zichun. Zichun turned his head and looked at him with cold eyes. He said calmly, If you kill her, the Chun family will no longer exist in Tsangli City. His words were calm, but the words behind them made people's hearts tremble. You dare to threaten me? Believe it or not, I'll kill her with a shake of my hand. Do you want a living person or a dead person? Chun Feng's cousin's hand was trembling. It seemed that the blade would pierce Su Mengyao's jade-like skin in the next moment. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow, admit your mistake, and then kill yourself. Only then will I let her go." His voice was trembling. It was unknown whether it was due to excitement or madness. Anyway, his eyes became redder. Zichen looked at him calmly. This made him feel even more pressured. "I'll kill you quickly, or else my hand will shake." The long sword was shaking. Zichun raised his hand. "Yes, slap his face. Slap him hard until he dies." The young man nodded. He was very satisfied with Zichen's actions. Zichen naturally didn't slap his face. Instead, he started to form hand seals. The seals were very simple, but they represented a kind of Tao. There was no energy flowing out of the seals. It was as if Zichen was messing around with his fingers. "What are you doing? I told you to slap his face, not to play with his fingers." The young man shouted. The long sword shook even more violently. Swoosh! As the seals were formed, a golden light suddenly appeared. It was extremely fast and rushed towards Chun Feng's cousin.
Puff.
The golden light streaked across the sky. It was even faster than the Qingfeng chop. Before the young man could react, the golden light had already disappeared. What's going on? Chun Feng's cousin didn't notice anything unusual. He only felt that the golden light had disappeared in front of him. "Cousin, you..." Just then, Chun Feng exclaimed. Then, a clanging sound was heard. This was the sound of a weapon falling to the ground. The young man lowered his head and looked at the ground. He saw a sword that was very familiar. It was very similar to his own sword. He then looked at the sword hilt and saw an arm holding the sword. "This is my arm." Before the other party could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. When he turned his head to take a look, he nearly fainted on the spot. The arm that he used to hold the sword with was gone. Swoosh! Just then, another golden light streaked across the sky. It was extremely fast and chopped off the young man's other arm. Su Mingyao was freed. "No!" The young man roared. His voice was filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, both of his arms were chopped off. Fast, too fast. Swoosh! Just then, Zichun walked up and waved his hand, slapping the young man's face.
Slap.
The sound was extremely crisp. "Didn't you want me to kill myself? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish." Chapter 187. Amidst the forest, the smell of blood assailed the nostrils. Corpses were lying on the ground, dyeing the ground red. It was a tragic scene. Zichen's two extreme young attacks actually succeeded, instantly neutralizing the youth's threatening aura. He took a step forward and waved his hand, aiming for the youth's face. Slap. The sound of the slap was clear and loud, and it contained Zichen's boundless killing intent. Puff. The youth spurted out blood, and half of his face instantly swelled. Especially after hearing Su Mingyao say that this person used a shrub to cut her face, leaving scars, Zichun was even more furious. He then displayed another secret art to the world. Slap. With a big slap, the youth spurted out blood and a big white tooth. Immediately after, Zichun gave another slap. 2 teeth gushed out along with blood. This was a technique that Zichun had long cultivated. Under Miao Kong and Su Mingyao's incredulous eyes, Zichun performed a perfect slap technique. Slap, 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 slap. Miao Kong was dumbfounded to find that even the amount of blood spurted out from the youth's mouth was the same. Technique! Miao Kong exclaimed. He never thought that a simple slap would have such a technique. It could be said to be perfect. Zichun had forcefully developed a violent aesthetic into an art, causing those who admired it to be surprised. Puff. After spitting out the last tooth, all the teeth in the youth's mouth fell out. His face was swollen like a ball. Only a small gap could be seen in his eyes. As for his nose and mouth, they were nowhere to be seen. It was like a person with an inflated ball on his head. Slap yourself in the face. Very creative. It's even better than the Mountain Kings looking for teeth. Fine, I'll remember this move. Now, I'll send you on your way. Zichen's final slap landed, and the youth was directly sent flying. His vitality dissipated. It was indeed a slap to the face death. The youth was very sullen. He didn't say a word until his death. The invincible face slapping technique was perfectly displayed, shocking everyone. Unfortunately, only 2 people appreciated it. As for Chen Feng and Ling Yun, they had long since fled in fear. Vaguely, 2 faint silhouettes could be seen. Run? It's too late. Zichun sneered. After saying that, he rushed forward after protecting Meng Yao. Damn it, where did this Qianlong come from? He's so much stronger than Chenzi back then. This is too scary. I have to tell Wu Xiong and get him to do something. Chen Feng was terrified. His eyes were filled with fear. He had fought with Chenzi before and was almost killed by him. Now that he saw Qianlong again, who was stronger than Chenzi, he could not summon up any fighting spirit in his heart. He could only run for his life. Freak. This freak. If he doesn't use his trump cards, even Wu Xiong would not be his match. Chen Feng roared inwardly. He wished he could grow a few more legs and run faster. Suddenly, Chen Feng's pupil shrunk as he looked ahead in shock. Ew. Looking at Zichun in front of him, Chen Feng was so terrified that he could not say a word. Chen Feng, let's settle our grudges today. Zichun stood in front of him and said indifferently. Grudges? Qianlong, what grudges do we have? I'm just following Wu Xiong's orders. I was forced to do this. Chen Feng slowly retreated, his eyes filled with fear. Is that so? Then take a look at who I am. Zichun activated a secret technique, and his bones cracked. In an instant, Qianlong changed into Chenzi's appearance. You are Chenzi. You. Chen Feng was so shocked that he could not say a word. Back then, 9 true element boundary experts had tried to kill Chenzi, but none of them had been able to kill him. Not only that, but one of them had also been killed. The Chen family had become the laughingstock of Songli City, and because they had provoked such a monstrous genius, the Chen family had been living in fear all day long. But they never thought that Chenzi was Qianlong, and he was even stronger than before. We still have a lot of grudges. Back then, you framed me at the Nimbus martial ancestor, and even let the great elder sneak attack me. Now that we meet again, I naturally will not let you go. Let's settle all our grudges today. Zichun said indifferently. What? You are Zichun? This time, Chen Feng was almost scared to death. Chenzi was actually Zichun? How could this be? He was very clear about Zichun's strength. The first time he saw him, he was just a little guy who was not even at True Energy Realm level 5. He was the one who carried Lin Shui away and ruined his plan. The second time was during the Inner Disciple assessment. At that time, Zichun was only at True Energy Realm level 5 and had not entered the Inner Sect. After that, every time they met, Zichun was growing. Although Zichun's growth had surprised him, he had never really taken it to heart. He had never thought that the guy he could crush to death with one finger would actually grow into such a monstrous genius. That was a monster. That was a character that could only be nurtured by a superpower. It's good that you know. Let's settle all our grudges today. Now is the time to send you on your way. Zichun's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a step, heaven and earth trembled. He turned into a golden light and rushed towards Chen Feng. No! Chen Feng screamed in horror. The aura of the great fulfillment realm surged, and the surging energy rushed towards Zichun like a tide. This kind of combat power is not even comparable to those monsters. You don't deserve to be called a genius. Zichun sneered and waved his fist. Golden light overflowed and dyed the sky with a terrifying aura. Boom! Under the punch, Chen Feng's powerful attack was instantly scattered. At the same time, the golden fist fell with terrifying energy and landed on Chen Feng's body. Puff! Chen Feng spat out blood and flew backwards. He was injured in one hit. In front of a monster, Chen Feng's little bit of combat strength was nothing at all. Chen Feng was shocked with blood at the corner of his mouth. His strength had increased again, and he was only one step away from the true energy realm, but he was beaten back in one move. I'll send you on your way. The killing intent in Zichun's eyes did not diminish. Boundless golden light surged again, forming a golden blade in the air. It was dazzling and filled with boundless killing intent. Like a flash of lightning, it swept across Chen Feng's body. This is the Green Peak Slash. Qin Feng spat out blood and fell into a pool of blood in disbelief. Qin Feng was dead. The number one of the Nimbus martial ancestor in the past only lasted 2 rounds against Zichun today. Let's settle all our grudges today. From now on, my enemy is the martial ancestor. After killing Qin Feng, Zichun's eyes were calm. Next was Ling Yun. He was afraid of this existence before, but now he could face it calmly. Zichun had the heaven and earth extreme speed, so it was not difficult for him to catch up with Ling Yun. In between the 2 mountains, Zichun intercepted Ling Yun. Ling Yun's eyes were still filled with panic. He was surprised to see Zichun appear. You killed Qin Feng, Ling Yun said. He's already waiting for you on the Yellow Springs Road. He said he missed you and asked me to send you there. Zichun said calmly. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to let me go? You know that I'm not the mastermind. Although I'm guilty, I don't deserve to die. Tell me if you want vitality stones or treasures. I can pay for it. Ling Yun was very calm at this moment. I want your life, Zichun said calmly. Qianlong, I don't think we have any direct conflict. If you want to kill me, go find Wang Shan or Wu Xiong. You're such a monster. Why do you have to find trouble with me? I'm willing to pay for it with vitality stones. Ling Yun said, I have vitality stones, a lot of them. Once I become the sect leader of the Battle Martial Ancestor, the entire Battle Martial Ancestor will be mine. As long as you let me go, the Battle Martial Ancestor will serve you in the future. There's no need. If you don't die, Zhang Shui will be very uneasy. Moreover, this matter started because of me, so let me solve it. Zichun said indifferently. Zhang Shui. Ling Yun was stunned. Obviously, he did not remember who it was. Other than Zhang Shui, there are many people who want you dead. They are all lucky survivors of the spiritual herbal gardens. Some of them had their cultivations destroyed by your people. Zichun said, the spiritual herbal gardens? You did it for these people. Ling Yun's expression changed. That's right. I forgot to tell you. Your accomplices, the elders, the juniors, I killed them all a few months ago. Now, you're the only one left. Who are you? Ling Yun's expression became very ugly. I was the one who broke the deadlock in the spiritual herbal gardens. Ling Fei and Ling Chen also died in my hands. Who do you think I am? Zichun asked back. You're Zichun. Ling Yun's expression finally changed. He was shocked. That's right. I'll send you on your way. Zichun flashed forward, and a series of fierce battle techniques appeared. This was a battle without any suspense. Even though Ling Yun was slightly stronger than Qin Feng, it was only a slight difference. It was a matter of 1 or 2 more moves from Zichun. Very soon, the battle was over. Ling Yun fell into a pool of blood, and his vitality dissipated. Zichun turned and left. He did not look at Ling Yun. Today, he would leave him behind to face an even stronger enemy, the martial ancestor. Zichun would use his life to shake this colossus. He would take revenge for the Nimbus martial ancestor, for the Supreme Elder, and for countless brothers. Zichun. On the way back, Zichun saw Su Mingyao rushing over. The latter was very emotional, and there were still traces of blood on her face. She rushed to Zichun. Mingyao. The two hugged each other for a long time. I finally see you. Sob. Su Mingyao cried tears of joy. I'm sorry to have worried you and caused you to suffer. Zichun was very guilty. The two hugged each other, and a feeling of happiness filled the air. In the distance, Miao Kong did not want to disturb the two. He was watching from afar, and he silently sent his blessings. Zichun had a narrow escape, and so did Su Mingyao. The two of them finally met. Previously, the two of them did not confide in each other, but this time, it was natural for them to be together. Everything was so natural, and everything was a matter of course. Happiness came late, but it did not last long. In an instant, Zichun felt a murderous intent, and the danger of death filled his body. Not good, Chu Fei. Zichun's expression changed. He knew that the other party was following him, and he had been very vigilant. He did not let his guard down even when he killed Ling Yun and Qin Feng. But at this moment, when Su Mingyao was in his arms, he was distracted. Chapter 188. Boo-hoo, I finally see you. Su Mingyao was crying sadly, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances she had suffered. Zichen patted Su Mengyao's back and comforted her softly. In this moment of distraction, Chu Fei, who had been following behind Zichun, seized the opportunity. After hesitating all the way, he finally made up his mind at this moment. Regardless of whether Zichun had a treasure or not, Chu Fei chose to attack because he was too strong. He was so strong that only a forbidden weapon could suppress him in this space. He was only a middle-stage Xiantian expert, but he was invincible among Xiantian experts. This was too terrifying. The crimson blood spear appeared in his hand, but he did not use his strongest attack. Instead, the moment it appeared, Chu Fei activated it and threw it out. Zichun was a monster, and his perception was naturally sharp. If Chu Fei launched an all-out attack, it would take time. By then, Zichun would be alerted, and everything would be too late. Therefore, even if he weakened the power of the forbidden artifact, he still had to take Zichun by surprise and kill him. Moreover, his attack was very tricky. He did not attack from behind Zichun, but from the front of Zichun, and launched a swift and violent attack. If such an attack was launched directly, it would first penetrate the girl's body, and then pierce Zichun's heart. It was a perfect attack, a perfect plan, and a perfect guess. Chu Fei did not think that Zichun would be willing to let this girl take the blow for him. Sure enough, Zichun felt the danger and looked up to see Chu Fei. At the same time, he saw the crimson spear flying out at an extremely fast speed. No, Zichun felt the crisis of death. He felt his mind go blank. The moment Chu Fei threw out the crimson spear, he made a decisive choice. His right hand let go of Su Mingyao, and his left hand swung out, throwing the latter away. This was Zichun's fastest reaction, but he only had one chance to react when the forbidden weapon was launched. He did not choose to take out the diamond, but chose to save Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao was thrown away. The palm-sized crimson spear turned into a red light and rushed towards Zichun's heart. Puff. With a soft sound, the blood-red spear pierced through Zichun's heart. He stood motionless as if he had been electrocuted. It's not Zichun, Su Mingyao exclaimed. She was shaken off by Zichun. In her puzzled eyes, she saw a red light rushing to his heart and then disappearing. Blood instantly gushed out of Zichun's chest. No, Miao Kong also exclaimed. Everything had happened too quickly, so fast that it was inconceivable. Miao Kong had never imagined that there would be someone secretly launching a sneak attack on Zichun at this moment. You. Zichun clutched his chest with one hand. Blood flowed out from between his fingers, but he didn't fall. Instead, he stared ahead in disbelief. Haha, you didn't expect this, did you? Chu Fei's laughter sounded from afar. He was extremely arrogant and proud of himself. This was a sure kill attack. It was also a well-calculated attack. Apart from strength, there was also wisdom in it. You didn't expect me to make a move, did you? Haha, this is how unexpected it is. Chenlong, oh no, so your name is Zichun. You are very strong and can be said to be invincible among Xiantian experts. But so what? Under my sneak attack, you will die without a doubt. Chu Fei laughed. Forbidden weapon. Su Mingyao and Miao Kong, who had a glimmer of hope for Zichun, were now in complete despair. A forbidden weapon was an extremely powerful existence. Its power was astonishing. The only downside was that there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. Why? What enmity do you have with Zichun? Why do you want to kill him with a forbidden weapon? Su Mingyao supported Zichun, not letting him fall. However, she couldn't help but cry. She didn't expect that after going through so much, they would be separated by heaven and earth. Haha, because he took something that he shouldn't have. Chu Fei laughed. His eyes were filled with the pride of a victor. More blood flowed out from between Zichun's fingers. The bright light in his eyes was also dimming. It seemed that he would die in the next moment. As expected of a monster, your vitality is very strong. Others would die immediately after being hit by a forbidden weapon, but you only lasted for a few seconds. Chu Fei walked towards Zichun step by step. He was very disdainful. But that's all. Now, fall. As Chu Fei's voice faded, Zichun seemed to be under some kind of spell. The light in his eyes dimmed completely. His vitality disappeared, and he fell straight to the ground. Haha, Zichun monster. You also have a day like this? Chu Fei laughed wildly. I'll fight it out with you. Su Mingyao rushed forward. Get lost. I don't want to deal with you now. I'll deal with you later. Chu Fei waved his sleeve. The aura of a complete realm expert surged and swept Su Mingyao away. At the same time, Miao Kong, who was rushing over, was also swept away. It's really troublesome not to use the forbidden weapon with all its strength. I can't even return. Looking at Zichun, who had lost his vitality, Chu Fei frowned slightly. With such an attack, the forbidden weapon's energy was almost depleted. I can also take away that diamond. It's a profit. But where is that token? While thinking, Chu Fei kicked Zichun twice. The latter did not have any reaction at all. His vitality dissipated, and his eyes dimmed. Then, Chu Fei bent down and touched Zichun's chest. The moment his hand touched Zichun's chest, Zichun's eyes suddenly lit up. They were as dazzling as Xingqian's. Not good. Chu Fei's expression changed drastically. He immediately retreated. Boom. A terrifying aura surged out of Zichun's body. His blood-covered hand exploded with a blinding golden light, bringing with it a powerful energy as it struck towards Chu Fei. Bang! Chu Fei's chest was hit squarely by Zichun's attack. Under the impact of the boundless energy, Chu Fei's body was sent flying, and he vomited blood. Chu Fei stood up from the ground. He felt a stabbing pain in his chest. His ribs were broken, but this was not the most serious thing. The most serious thing was that his injuries were very serious. What about me? Do you think you can kill me with this little trick of yours? Zichun stood up. Although his face was pale, his words were very powerful. However, his heart was still bleeding. Zichun. In the distance, Su Mingyao and Miao Kong were dumbfounded. Impossible. You've been hit by my forbidden weapon. You're dead for sure. Chu Fei roared. The impossible has happened. Man proposes, God disposes. Zichun sneered. If this attack had hit his head, he would have died for sure. However, it had hit his heart. Such a sure kill attack had been blocked by the mysterious bead. Thus, Zichun's calamity had been resolved. At this moment, there was an extremely rich vitality surging in his heart, healing the wound. You've been hit by a forbidden weapon. Even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured. I'll send you on your way now. Chu Fei flipped his hand, and a medicinal pill appeared. He swallowed it instantly. Then, his face turned yellow. His seriously injured body seemed to have recovered in an instant. I'll use the medicinal pill to temporarily suppress the injury. Let's see if you'll die or not. A sword appeared in Chu Fei's hand. It shone with cold light as if it was made of thousand-year-old ice. The moment the sword appeared, the surrounding temperature crazily dropped. I have the same intention. I won't rest until I'm dead. Zichun's eyes flashed. His feet flickered as he rushed towards Chu Fei. With a shout, he soared into the sky and used the diamond as a brick, smashing it towards Chu Fei. Die. Freeze the world. Between heaven and earth, there was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it was raining ice. The temperature dropped even lower, as if one was in a world of ice and snow. Endless killing intent surged, and an extremely cold sword light instantly appeared before Zichun. Clang! The diamond fell and hit the ice sword. Powerful energy raged, and a surging aura swept out in all directions. Ice sword! Chu Fei shouted. The coldness in the sword light became more intense. The killing intent was even thicker as it pierced forward again. Green peak slash. Zichun was not to be outdone. A seal appeared in his hand. A golden blade emitting a bright golden light rushed towards the sword light. Clang! The collision of the two forces caused a metallic sound. The two fought fiercely. Killing moves were constantly used. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Green peak seal. The sky suddenly darkened. A huge golden seal appeared. It was as big as a mountain, pressing down like a mountain. Chu Fei was not to be outdone. The sword light in his hand flashed. A bright sword chi went against the sky and hit the seal. Boom! The seal collapsed and the sword light dissipated. The two's attacks were evenly matched again. You are so heavily injured. Let's see how you can kill me. The icy aura on Chu Fei's body became even more intense. His entire body seemed to have turned into a piece of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. A thin layer of ice appeared on the ground within a radius of 10 meters. Under the sunlight, it emitted a colorful glow. Zichen's body was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. It was like a golden sun, forming a sharp contrast with the cold aura. Die! Die! The two rushed forward again and attacked aggressively. Boom! Under the powerful aura, a big tree was shattered by the energy. It turned into sawdust and the ground was shaved off by more than a meter. It was a fierce battle. All kinds of powerful secret arts were used. Clang! Zichun waved his fist. It was like a big hammer, emitting a golden light. It suddenly fell and hit the ice sword. Clang! 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 His fist, which had always been successful, could not break the ice sword. It must be an extraordinary item. It was not inferior to the raging flame sword. Green Peak Slash and Green Peak Seal were used continuously, emitting a terrifying pressure. Zichun, you will die today. Chu Fei was full of confidence now. He could not defeat Zichun in his peak state. But when Zichun was heavily injured, killing him would be a piece of cake. You are too confident, Zichun snorted. At this moment, his damaged heart was about to fully recover. Zichun's powerful battle strength would soon be displayed. Die! Chu Fei used another killer move. Thousands of cold swords appeared. Each of them carried a dense killing intent and flew towards Zichun. Bang! Bang! Zichun waved his fist. The cold swords exploded, and some of them landed on his body. Although he was heavily injured, Zichun's body was still terrifyingly tough. All right, I will send you on your way now. The wound on his heart was finally healed. Zichun formed a seal. This time, it was the most powerful extreme yang. Chapter 189. A beam of golden light tore through the world. This was the first time Zichun had used his full yang power, unlike the previous times when he only used the power of seals. His fingertips glowed with golden light, as if spirits were jumping around. Soon, a set of seals fell. Then, Zichun felt that the golden true qi in his body was rapidly disappearing like a tide. At the same time, a beam of golden light appeared in front of Zichun. This golden light was like the sun, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It also carried an extremely terrifying and indescribable aura of destruction. As the last seal fell, the golden light rushed towards Chu Fei. No! The dazzling golden light illuminated Chu Fei's face, which was distorted due to his shock. His confidence instantly crumbled the moment the golden light appeared, and it turned into fear and shock. All of his offensive means turned into defensive means at this moment. Chu Fei propped up one defense after another for himself. Boom! When the golden light arrived, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. All of the defenses were as fragile as paper in front of the golden light. One defense after another was shattered under the golden light. Poof! When the last defense was broken, the boundless aura of destruction rushed towards Chu Fei. The latter seemed to have turned into a golden man, his whole body filled with golden light. No! He was still screaming in fear, but was completely drowned by the golden light. Miao Kong and Su Mingyao were dumbfounded. The two of them were evenly matched before, but Zichun's attack immediately made the outcome clear. Chu Fei didn't have any strength to fight back at all. The golden light dissipated, and Chu Fei fell to the ground. Why? His eyes became listless, as if he could lose consciousness at any time. Zichun's appearance just now was now on his body. Do you want to ask why this trick worked again? Zichun's lips curled into a mocking smile. That's because I've completely comprehended it. This will be my killer move from now on, and you're the first human to die under my killer move. You're not unlucky at all. I'm not willing. On the verge of death, Chu Fei let out a roar of unwillingness. He rarely made mistakes in his calculations, but this time, he miscalculated, and the price was his life. The heart was indeed a natural weakness, but it was not Zichen's weakness. Chu Fei had really miscalculated. Chu Fei's life force disappeared, and he died. Bang! But then, Zichen's vision went black and he collapsed. No, Zichen. Su Mengyao rushed forward and held Zichen this time. She exclaimed in panic, "Don't scare me. Don't get into trouble." Miao Kong stepped forward. First, he felt Zichen's breath. Then, he listened to his heartbeat. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "He's fine. He just consumed too much energy." Zichen had indeed used up a lot of energy. That last attack had almost drained all of his true qi. A few hours later, Zichen slowly woke up. The first thing he felt was a stabbing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that the palm-sized scarlet blood spear was still stuck there. Moreover, the wound had not healed yet, and blood was still flowing out. Fortunately, Zichen had a terrifying constitution and a mysterious heart. Otherwise, just a few hours of blood loss would have been life-threatening. It's really extraordinary. It actually prevented the wound from recovering. Zichen licked his lips. He pulled in his lower abdomen, which affected the wound, causing a stabbing pain. "Zichen, you're finally awake." Su Mengyao heard the movement and quickly helped Zichen up. Miao Kong also walked over. "Where is this?" Looking around, Zichen found that this was not the previous battlefield. He asked doubtfully. "The previous battle caused a huge commotion. You were also unconscious. I was afraid that Wu Xiong and the others would chase after you, so I took you away from the battlefield," Miao Kong explained. "Then where's Chu Fei's corpse?" Zichen nervously asked. Because it affected the wound, he grimaced again. "You're talking about that spatial spirit artifact, right? It's here." Miao Kong waved a white ring in his hand and smiled. "Then what about that sword? That's also a good thing." "It's right beside you." Su Mengyao also smiled. Zichen still had the leisure to care about those external things. Presumably, there would not be any major problems. "Ah, very good, very good." Zichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been thinking about that thing for a long time. Now, he had finally gotten it. In addition to that, there was also a forbidden artifact. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. "You're already injured to this extent. That's not bad." Su Mengyao rebuked. "I've profited this time. Even if he didn't kill me, I would have killed him. This was a necessary battle. In any case, I won. First, treat the wounds on your face. Look at these scars. They're very shocking. Don't disfigure them," Zichen said with concern. "What? You don't want me anymore if I'm disfigured?" Su Mengyao glared at Zichen. "How is that possible? Even if you become ugly, I still want you." "You're the ugly one." Su Mengyao was extremely bashful. In the end, Su Mengyao put down Zichen and went to treat her wounds. There were not many women who did not care about their appearance, let alone a peerless beauty. After Su Mengyao left, Zichen pointed at the scarlet blood spear in his chest and said to Miao Kong, "Come, Miao Kong, pull out this little thing." "You're crazy. If you pull it out, you'll die." Miao Kong was shocked. "Don't worry, I won't die. This is a forbidden artifact. Everything will depend on it in the future. Don't tell me you want to let it stay here forever and not let it shine? No, you'll die." "Don't worry, I'll definitely live. The three powers didn't kill me, let alone a mere forbidden artifact. My wounds are only superficial. It's only because of the forbidden artifact that my wounds haven't healed for a long time." "Really?" "Of course." Under Zichen's persuasion, Miao Kong finally nodded and carefully stepped forward. After meeting Zichen's firm gaze, Miao Kong made his move. Pooh! A line of blood shot out, spraying a meter high. The scarlet blood spear was pulled out. As expected of a forbidden artifact, not a single drop of blood was stained on it, and it emitted a brilliant red light. Zichen's wounds had completely scabbed over after an hour. His recovery speed was still frightening. "Your physique is truly frightening. Your recovery speed is actually so fast. Whoever fights you and wants to exhaust you to death is really finished." Miao Kong already knew that Zichen's physique was special. Now that he saw it again, he was still amazed. After an hour, Zichen was able to stand up. His injured body had recovered a lot. Come, tell me how to use this spatial treasure. Zichun raised the white ring in his hand, looking as if he was presenting a treasure. This is not a spatial treasure. It's a spatial spirit tool. Many Xiantian masters call it a spatial treasure. It's very rare. Only experts above the spirit origin realm can make it. Moreover, it requires a lot of materials. It's very precious. Miao Kong smiled and explained, I'm afraid only those who don't understand would call it that. Zichun muttered in his heart, you just need to inject a strand of your own Zhenqi into it. It's very simple. Zichun was very happy. This was a high-grade item, and it was very convenient. Ordinary people couldn't get it at all. Swoosh! The golden Zhenqi in his body gushed out from his finger like a golden stream, flowing into the white ring. It's really wonderful, Zichun exclaimed. The moment his Zhenqi came into contact with the ring, a wonderful feeling occurred in his heart. At this moment, Zichun felt his consciousness enter another space. This space was about 2 meters wide. There were many things inside. There was food, clothes, primal stones, and some other things. This is the space of a ring? It's only this big. Zichun felt very novel, but he curled his lips because of this small space. No wonder Chu Fei was reluctant to put the mountain of beast meat into the ring. It turned out that the space was too small. This was an extremely miraculous thing. Zichun was completely relying on his will to take things out of this place. With a thought, a primal stone would appear. With another thought, the primal stone would disappear, reappear, and disappear. Zichun was having a lot of fun. It's not even 2 square meters. It's really small. After playing around, Zichun's consciousness left the spatial spirit tool. He was a bit disappointed. Miao Kong's mouth twitched. It's not small. These things are very precious. Some of them are not even 1 square meter. There were hundreds of primal stones in the ring, as well as some elixirs, pills, and secret manuals. Zichun's harvest this time was great. Clang! Zichun pulled out the longsword. In an instant, a chill filled the air. It was as if he was in a 10,000-year-old glacier. He couldn't help but shiver. The longsword was very sharp. Its material was not inferior to Mount Royal's raging flame. It could cut through iron like mud. Good sword. The longsword hummed, making a crisp sound. Zichun couldn't help but praise. After killing Chu Fei, Zichun's harvest was so great. It was a pity that he didn't have Chu Fei's technique. Otherwise, his harvest would be even greater. However, all of this wasn't the most precious thing. The blood-colored spear was the most valuable thing here. It was far more valuable than the ring. Zichun held the palm-sized blood-colored spear. He could feel that the spear contained a terrifying energy. After using it once, some cracks appeared on the spear. Zichun estimated that this weapon could be used 2 more times. He had to be careful when using it. Li Hua, Song He, Wu Xiong, these people should have forbidden weapons and spatial weapons. If I can get them all, then? Zichun was a little whimsical. Being able to kill Chu Fei this time was mostly due to luck. If it wasn't for the mysterious heart, Zichun would have died long ago. Zichun found a 1,000-year-old elixir from the ring. It was a water-attributed elixir. Zichun took it out and applied it on Su Mingyao's wound. The rich spiritual energy was like water. When it was applied on the wound, the latter's injury quickly recovered. The scratches on her face quickly disappeared, and her skin became pink again. A day later, Su Mingyao's injuries were completely healed, and she regained her peerless appearance. Her jade-like skin emitted a mesmerizing light, and she looked so delicate that it seemed like it would break at the slightest touch. At this moment, her face was glowing with radiance, and there was an enchanting smile on her face that could steal one's soul. How is it? Su Mingyao, who had changed into a white robe, looked up at Zichun, who was staring at her in a daze, and smiled proudly. Very beautiful. Zichun praised sincerely. It's a pity that Shuer isn't here. Otherwise, she would be very happy to see you. Su Mingyao lowered her head, feeling disappointed. Where did Shuer go? I don't know. We lost contact the moment we came in. Zichun's face changed. He asked carefully, did something happen? Chapter 190. Something happened, but it's not a bad thing. What do you mean? Could it be a good thing? Zichen frowned. When we came in, I gave both of them the same jade pendant. It was specially prepared by the martial ancestor for the participants of this trial. It can sense the presence of others. Miao Kong walked over and sat on the ground. When we came in, we gathered people. During this time, we sensed Su Mingyao, but not Lin Shui. However, the latter is definitely not dead, because we can also sense the jade pendant of a dead person. So, I suspect that Lin Shui may have entered a special place that can block the jade pendant's detection. You mean the ruins? It's very possible. This is a famous sect from 10,000 years ago. After its destruction, there were 7 cities and 3 major sections. Moreover, this place is the trial ground for the core disciples of this sect. It's very unusual. It's normal for some ruins to be in the periphery. But entering the ruins is also dangerous. Zichen said, if there's danger, we can't help. She can only rely on herself. Miao Kong spread out his hands, showing a helpless look. Indeed, if Shui is really in the ruins, this is also an opportunity. As for whether she can survive or not, she can only rely on herself. Su Mingyao also nodded and murmured, I hope she can survive. Then, where are we going now? Zichen asked. Go deeper. We found a ruin there. It's suspected to be the inheritance of a sect from 10,000 years ago. It's full of danger, but it's also accompanied by great opportunities. Almost all the surviving Xiantian experts and several major forces are there. Miao Kong said, previously, we went deeper and reached the outside of the ruins. However, there were many demon beasts guarding there, and there were all kinds of seals. Several major forces hesitated. Their goal is the inheritance, the supreme secret scriptures. However, those rogue cultivators didn't dare to expect anything. They have been breaking the seals and killing the demon beasts. The major forces didn't stop them, but when they reached a certain point, they would stand out and clear the place. Do these major forces all have forbidden weapons? Zichen frowned and asked. Miao Kong pondered for a moment and said, I'm not sure, but Wu Xiong definitely has forbidden weapons. As for the others, I think they won't be inferior. That won't do. Zichen hesitated and said, we can't go deeper now. Several major forces all have forbidden weapons. We won't get any benefits if we go there now. Then, what do you mean? Miao Kong looked at Zichen. I'll stay in the outer area for now. My strength is about to make a breakthrough. I'll enter the inner area when I reach the late Xiantian realm. When Zichen had first entered this space, he was already at the middle Xiantian realm. But after several months of absorbing the rich heaven and earthling qi and refining many 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs, Zichen's strength had already reached the peak of the middle Xiantian realm, and he wasn't far from the late Xiantian realm. Don't worry. It's not that easy. Forbidden weapons are rare in the outside world. But once the real inheritance appears, you'll find that forbidden weapons are as numerous as cabbages. Zichen said with a faint smile. In the following time, Zichen led Miao Kong and Su Mingyao to sweep through the periphery. Like a swarm of locusts, Zichen began a carpet search. Everywhere he went, there was nothing left of the spirit herbs. Zichen spent all day refining spiritual herbs. When he cultivated, the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth made him feel like he had a stalk of spiritual herb in his mouth. Zichen's strength increased very quickly. At the same time, Miao Kong and Su Mengyao's strength also increased. This place was simply a cultivation treasure for Xiantian experts. Of course, this didn't include peak Xiantian experts. This space was very strange. Peak Xiantian experts couldn't break through here. Zichen guessed that the old man and the big man were very strong. At least, they weren't peak Xiantian experts. But they could only fight with peak Xiantian experts here. Wu Xiong stood on the top of the mountain with several guards beside him. Below the mountain, a chaotic battle was going on. This was the best place to enter the inheritance land. There were a lot of demon beasts guarding here. These rogue cultivators had gone berserk for the sake of treasures. They charged forward, and with their numbers advantage, they had already slain quite a number of perfect paragon demonic beasts. Battle cries rang out constantly. The thick smell of blood had spread to the top of the mountain. The people who went to kill Miao Kong haven't returned yet. Didn't you say that there would be clues soon? Wu Xiong retracted his gaze and asked. It seemed that the battle here would continue for another day or two. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. It should be soon. Miao Kong is dead for sure this time. A guard behind him said. At this moment, a figure flew over quickly. Not good. Young master, something bad has happened. The guard used light body technique and flew to the top of the mountain. His face was filled with horror. What happened? Wu Xiong turned his head. Dead. They're all dead. When we arrived, we only saw corpses. The miserable scene appeared in the guard's mind. His eyes were filled with horror. Everything is dead. The people who chased after Miao Kong are all dead. Not a single one is alive. The guard calmed down. However, his eyes were still filled with horror. What's going on? The calm Wu Xiong's expression changed. We followed the corpses of Miao Kong's guards all the way. In the end, we saw that all of Miao Kong's guards were dead. However, we didn't see Miao Kong's figure. As for our people, they were all dead. Their deaths were filled with horror. It was as if they had seen something extremely shocking. Moreover, some of them tried to escape. However, they were killed halfway. The guard said in horror, "Is it a man or a beast?" Wu Xiong frowned. It's a man. There must be traces of a man. Someone rescued Miao Kong and killed everyone who tried to kill him. Moreover, looking at the traces of the battlefield, there was only one person. What? Only one person killed dozens of people. Among them, there were many complete earthly sovereigns. At this moment, not only Wu Xiong's face changed, but the other complete earthly sovereigns beside him were also shocked. Who has such a powerful combat strength? It's so terrifying. In this space, the strongest strength is a complete earthly sovereign. One person can kill dozens of people. His combat strength is too terrifying. The guards' faces changed. Their eyes were filled with horror. Could it be him? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Wu Xiong's mind. Who? Chunlong, Wu Xiong said. It's him. That existence whose combat strength is comparable to a monstrous genius. That Chunlong can kill a true energy realm monster with just his physical body. If it's really him, then it's possible. He saved Miao Kong's life back then. It's reasonable that he's helping Miao Kong again. After guessing that it might be Chunlong, everyone's mood was not very good. Chunlong's combat strength was too terrifying. Even Wu Xiong was not confident that he could defeat him, let alone them. Go and tell the people of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion that we've paid a sufficient price. Why haven't they killed Miao Kong yet? Ask them to act quickly. After pondering for a moment, Wu Xiong said indifferently, Yes. The guard nodded and turned to leave. Humph. Chunlong, you dare to go against me? Once you enter the depths, it'll be your death. Wu Xiong's eyes flashed coldly. Chunlong's combat strength was a threat here. Since he couldn't use him, then he had to kill him. Once the forbidden weapon was out, who could fight against him? In his eyes, Chunlong, who walked together with Miao Kong, was already a dead man. At the same time, Wang Shan also heard the news of Qin Feng and Ling Yuan being killed. Qin Feng and Ling Yuan are dead. They were killed when they were running away. Both of them are at the complete realm. Their combat strength is comparable to geniuses. They're just a little weaker than me. If I don't act, who can kill them? Wang Shan was no longer calm. That person is very vicious. One of them had his limbs chopped off. The other was beaten to a pig's head and slapped to death. The guard said, Hiss. Wang Shan sucked in a breath of cold air and felt his teeth chattering. Beaten to a pig's head was a word that Wang Shan was allergic to. Who is this? What a familiar way of killing. It's actually similar to that guy. Wang Shan frowned and looked at the guard, saying, If that's the case, then the beauty is also gone. Yes, there's no living person there other than corpses. Damn it! How dare you snatch my beauty? Suddenly, a light flashed across Wang Shan's mind. He thought of a cold figure. Chunlong, could it be him? He once saved Su Mingyao and never came to the depths. It's very likely that he's at the periphery. If it's really him, then this is going to be difficult. Wang Shan was also very wary of Chunlong's powerful combat strength. Sir, What should we do now? Wang Shan turned his head and looked at the battlefield below. Although it was already the end, it would still take a few days to successfully break through. Let's go. Follow me to the periphery and find Qianlong's traces. If such a combat strength helps me, my chances of obtaining the inheritance will naturally be higher. Wang Shan was overjoyed. He thought that he had thought of a brilliant plan. He retreated with a group of people and turned to walk towards the periphery. In the periphery, Ziqian swept away all the spiritual herbs. In this place, the demonic beasts were very powerful. Ordinary complete realm cultivators couldn't deal with them. Most of the cultivators were not interested in this place, so there were many spiritual herbs. Roar. A demonic beast roared at Ziqian. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with the arrival of an outsider. Swoosh. Ziqian's body shone with golden light. Like a golden lightning, he rushed to the front. He clenched his fist and smashed down with a loud bang. Boom. The demonic beast suffered a heavy blow and was pushed back more than 10 meters. Then, there was the sound of fighting. A moment later, a huge monster fell to the ground and its vitality dissipated. Beside it, there was a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb that bloomed with auspicious colors and emitted rich spiritual qi. I watch it every day, but every time I see Ziqian fight, I still feel a strong shock. It even gives me the illusion of who the real demonic beast is. Miao Kong shook his head and exclaimed. Compared to the demonic beasts, Ziqian was more of a beast. Chapter 191. In the pitch-black night, one couldn't even see their own fingers. In this strange space, Xingqian and the moon couldn't be seen. This proved Wu Xiong's guess. This was an independent space, but it was comparable to a real world. Ziqian sat cross-legged, circulating his cultivation technique. He was refining the 1,000-year-old elixir that he had obtained during the day. The rich and pure spirit energy turned into a warm current, flowing to his limbs and bones. It constantly changed his physique and then entered abdomen. The surroundings were silent. It seemed that even the birds and beasts were silent. Miao Kong and Su Mingyao sat cross-legged, silently cultivating. The spirit energy here was extremely rich. It showed signs of turning into mist. It was like a small white dragon. It could be said that it was a cultivation treasure. Their strength hadn't reached the peak level yet. At this moment, they were rushing to cultivate. At this moment, a pitch-black figure appeared. It was like a ghost. It walked silently and fluttered towards them. The other party was silent. It was careful and cautious. It was like a shadow. It walked silently, and the wind didn't leave any trace. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. The pitch-black night didn't block the black figure's vision. The other party's figure was strange. It walked silently, but its target was very clear. It was Miao Kong. The distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer. During this period, the three of them were cultivating. They didn't notice anything unusual. Swoosh. The distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer. When it was within the attack range, an extremely rich killing intent suddenly emerged. A cold light flashed in the pitch-black night. A sharp sword was unsheathed. With a clear sword sound, the man and sword became one. The black figure rushed towards Miao Kong's throat. At this moment, Miao Kong was cultivating. He didn't notice this scene at all. Moreover, the other party's attack was swift and strange. When the sword sound appeared, the man and sword had already become one. They arrived in front of Miao Kong's face. At this moment, Miao Kong was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. It seemed that he had fallen into a deep level of comprehension. He didn't notice anything unusual. He didn't even feel the cold sword point at his face. Swoosh. Miao Kong was about to lose his life under the assassination. Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared in the pitch-black night. It was sharp and terrifying. It was like a huge sword blade. It rushed towards the black figure at an extremely fast speed.
Puff.
As the sword sliced through the air, a light sound rang out. It was filled with boundless killing intent. In a flash, the golden sword disappeared. At the same time, the black shadow's aura also disappeared. In the pitch-black night, Miao Kong had suffered an assassination attempt. Logically speaking, His expression should have changed greatly, and he should immediately jump up. However, he still closed his eyes and continued to cultivate, remaining calm and composed. On the other side, Su Mingyao was the same. Zichen didn't move either. He didn't even open his eyes. With his powerful spiritual sense, Zichen was able to detect unusual movements in the dark and make preparations in advance. This was only an assassination at night, but it was not the first assassination attempt. The night passed by quickly. The next day, when the sky was bright, the three of them opened their eyes. Cultivating at night and searching for spiritual herbs during the day had almost become a habit. Opening his eyes, Miao Kong saw the three corpses beside him. However, he was already used to such a sight. Instead, he skimmed through their stiff bodies in an extremely proficient manner and turned to look for some useful things. This was an extremely ordinary day. With Zichen around, the two of them could cultivate in peace. As for Zichen, he also discovered that ever since he had comprehended extreme yang, his perception had become much sharper. It's time to go. Zichen stood up and led the two of them out once more. Zichen, it's been longer and longer. How much longer until you break through? Miao Kong asked. Soon. It should be in the next 2 days. I just need some spiritual herbs to make another breakthrough, Zichen said. During this time, he had tried to break through to the late Xintian realm several times. However, most of the energy had been absorbed by his body. When his strength increased, Zichen's perfect body had to make a breakthrough first. This required an even more vast amount of energy. Zichen had no way to do that. The spell in the depths will be broken soon. We don't have much time, Miao Kong said. I know. Zichen nodded. More than 5 kilometers away, Zichen discovered another demonic beast. Wait for me. Where there were monsters, there would naturally be spiritual herbs. This had almost become an unwritten rule. Zichen gestured for the two of them to wait. His entire body turned into a beam of golden light as he rushed forward. A moment later, the roars of beasts rang out in the forest. Then, a golden figure turned back. Let's go. Zichen put away the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb and led the two of them to the next place. Retorting like this, they slowly went deeper into the forest. Boom! Another monster beast fell to the ground. Zichen had snatched away the spiritual herb it was guarding. However, he did not kill it. In this space, Zichen had killed enough. Now, unless he had no other choice, he would not even kill the demonic beasts. Today, I'll break through to the late Xintian realm. Zichen found a place with extremely rich spiritual herbs. There was a 2,500-year-old spiritual herb here that had been snatched away by Zichen. The monster beast had also been driven away by Zichen. At this moment, this place had become Zichen's territory. Okay, the two of yous will guard you. In front of Zichen, there were 3 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs. One of them was more than 2,500 years old. It was used to break through to the late stage. Now, Zichen had reached the peak of the middle stage. He was only a small step away from the late stage. However, this small step required a huge amount of energy to break through. The energy contained in these 3 spiritual herbs was almost unimaginable. However, Zichen swallowed them in one gulp. He was not afraid of exploding. Buzz. The rich spiritual energy was like a raging dragon that had lost control, constantly attacking Zichen's body. However, at this moment, Zichen's meridians were emitting a golden light. It was like an iron wall, blocking the impact of this energy. Under the operation of the cultivation technique, this pure energy flowed through his meridians and into abdomen. Time passed. Zichen was motionless. His body was surrounded by a golden light, like a golden armored war god. Beside him, Miao Kong and Su Mingyao were guarding. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. A rumbling sound came from Zichen's body. The golden light soared into the sky like a raging wave, carrying a terrifying energy aura. 2 hours passed. The golden light around Zichen's body was even more dazzling. The surging energy was also more powerful. The entire forest was dyed golden. An oppressive aura pervaded the surroundings. Some small forest beasts could not bear this aura and fled in panic. Boom! 6 hours later, Zichen's body erupted with a surging aura. Boundless golden light wreaked havoc in all directions, dazzling and dazzling. At the same time, a terrifying aura belonging to a late Xiantian master filled the forest.
Pong, pong, pong.
Wherever the golden light passed, it carried with it a terrifying pressure. Some trees that came into contact with the golden light instantly exploded. The ground was also shaved off by the golden light by more than a meter. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged through the entire forest. The perfect body had been cultivated to the late stage of Xiantian. It carried a terrifying aura. Zichen opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with a bright light. He felt that his body was filled with strength. At this moment, Zichun felt that killing a perfection stage monster beast with a single strike wasn't a problem at all. I've finally broken through. Miao Kong had already retreated far away. Just now, Zichen's breakthrough had caused a huge commotion. He and Su Mingyao had no choice but to retreat. We can enter the depths now. Miao Kong had always been brooding over the inheritance in the depths. All the powerhouses he had brought with him had been killed. If it weren't for Zichun, it would have been impossible for him to kill his way into the depths. All his hopes were placed on Zichun. Not bad. We can go in now. The illusory golden light in Zichen's eyes slowly dissipated. However, a terrifying aura surged. His strength had once again broken through. Zichun could be said to be fully deserving of the title of #1 Xiantian expert. What genius! What major power! As long as they were in the Xiantian realm, he didn't fear them. Even if they were monstrous geniuses of the same level, Zichun would still dare to fight them. After breaking through, the three of them began to go deeper. As expected, there were very few cultivators they could see along the way. Even Lu Bo was nowhere to be seen. It was likely that he had gone into the depths to take advantage of the situation. 2 days later, Zichen's group was stopped. There were dozens of people, each of them riding a black scale horse. They were mighty and extraordinary. Standing in front of them, they were like an iron wall without any weaknesses. Ha! Chunlong, a hearty laugh rang out. Behind the black scale horse, an even taller one appeared. On the black scale horse, a handsome youth laughed heartily. Wang Shan. Seeing Wang Shan appear, Zichun was very surprised. Along the way, he had encountered many assassins. Presumably, they had all been sent by Wu Xiong. But now, Wang Shan hadn't gone into the depths. Instead, he had come here. This really surprised Zichun. I'm afraid you're the only one in this trial ground who can kill Chunfeng and Ling Yun. Now that I've seen it, it's true. Wang Shan rode forward and glanced at Su Mingyao. A strange light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Su Mingyao was even more beautiful. Her white robes fluttered in the wind. Her peerless face was flawless, as if it was carved from jade. Wang Shan's heart was moved. Be careful, these riders are not ordinary. They should be Yunxia City's Black Steel Cavalry. They have been cultivating with the black scale horses since childhood. They are good at joint attacks. They are very famous in the 7 cities. Miao Kong whispered in Zichen's ear. Black Steel Cavalry. Zichen looked ahead. These dozens of riders gave him the feeling of a giant beast lying on the ground. Although they hadn't launched an attack yet, they were always on guard. Once they attacked, it would be a thunderous attack. I have something to say, Zichun said indifferently. His strength had broken through again. His blood and qi were like the sea, surging violently. Even if they were Black Steel Cavalry, Zichun had the confidence to fight. I want to ask Brother Chenlong, why do you have designs on my woman? Wang Shan was smiling, but his eyes were surging with coldness. This was Wang Shan, the 4th genius of Yunxia City. Although he was self-proclaimed, he was still arrogant. Even in the face of a monster, he dared to sternly question him. Your woman? Wang Shan, is your brain damaged? Zichen's voice was cold. This Wang Shan had guts, daring to speak like this. If it was someone else, Zichun would be a little afraid. But facing Wang Shan, this guy couldn't even defeat him when he was in the early Xiantian realm. Although he had reached the peak Xiantian realm, Zichen was also in the late Xiantian realm. Dealing with him could be said to be a piece of cake. Audacious brat, you talk big. Is my master's name something you can call? Chapter 192. As soon as the rider spoke, a strong killing intent was emitted from dozens of riders. The killing intent filled the air and merged with each other, forming a giant beast that was crouching on the ground, ready to attack at any time. "Brat, you better be polite when speaking to my lord," the rider said coldly. "Be mindful of your identity," another rider said. "Sai, you need to be polite when speaking to Qianlong." Wang Shan waved his hand and smiled indifferently. The strong killing intent behind him retracted. "Is this a deterrent?" Zichen sneered, not caring at all. "Qianlong, Su Mingyao is my woman. How dare you kidnap her without informing me? Aren't you giving me too much face?" Wang Shan said. "Face? Lord Wang Shan, do you still have any face?" Zichun smiled coldly. "You." Wang Shan was furious. He didn't expect Qianlong to not give him face. Behind him, the killing intent that had just dissipated reappeared. This time, it was even thicker, as if it was about to materialize. "Then what do you want?" Zichun said again with a playful expression. He wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. As for Zichun, Su Mingyao was already furious. If Zichun hadn't held her back, she would have already exploded. "It's just a woman. It's not impossible for Brother Qianlong to have her. However, I have so many subordinates here. Brother Qianlong, you snatched her away without saying a word. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "What explanation? Normally, I would just grab someone like you and beat him until his face is swollen and his teeth are broken. Then, I would like to kneel down and call you my brother-in-law. However, I respect you as a genius and don't want such a genius to fall. Today, I'll give you a chance. Follow me into the depths and help me obtain the inheritance," Wang Shan said, finally revealing his purpose. "This fellow is truly shameless. He clearly wants you to work hard for him, yet he spoke so much and took such a huge turn. Based on his intentions, he even wants you to be deeply grateful." Miao Kong curled his lips and muttered in a low voice, "Haha, Lord Wang Shan is truly benevolent." Zichen laughed. "Of course, I, Wang Shan, have always been known for my benevolence, and I'm a famous gentleman in Red Cloud City. Since I've spoken today, then I won't bother about what happened before. This woman is yours, and there is no distinction between master and servant. Once I get the inheritance, I can give you one," said Wang Shan. "Brat, be grateful. To be able to meet Lord Wang Shan is a blessing that you have accumulated over several lifetimes." "That's right. By following Lord Wang Shan, you've boarded a huge ship. In the future, you'll enjoy endless resources." The two great perfection protectors behind Wang Shan spoke. "Qianlong, the war is about to begin. The inheritance may appear at any time. You don't have much time to think. This is a chance for you and me to work together," Wang Shan said. "Furthermore, I have a generous gift to thank you after this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must grasp it well. Of course, if you refuse, then today, I will settle the score of why my woman is in your hands." The invisible murderous intent appeared again. Dozens of riders pressured Zichen again, and a strong murderous intent filled the air. "Haha, you, Wang Shan, are actually a gentleman and a benevolent one at that. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. It's very funny and funny." Zichen laughed. Wang Shan's face turned ugly. He did not expect Yi Futian to be so stubborn. At this moment, Zichen spoke and asked coldly, "Let me ask you, were you the one who ordered Shinfeng and the others to capture Mingyao?" "Yes, she's my woman. Of course, I have to find her." Wang Shan nodded and admitted. "Then let me ask you again. When did Mingyao become your woman?" "She's Zichen's confidant, and Zichen died in my hands. So, of course, she's my confidant. If she's not my woman, then who is she?" Wang Shan said righteously, but there was a cold light in his eyes. "Haha, what a benevolent gentleman." Zichen's eyes were cold. "Today, because of what you said, if I don't beat you into a pulp, I'll be sorry for you, Wang Shan, and your arrogance today." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's eyes were already cold. He let go of Su Mingyao's hand and took a step forward. Heaven and earth trembled, and he turned into a golden light and rushed towards Wang Shan. "You're courting death. How dare you attack my lord? Go to hell." Zichen's attack was out of Wang Shan's expectation, but it was within the expectations of the riders. They could not hold back any longer, and a crazy, murderous intent surged. A burst of energy rushed out of the riders' bodies and merged in the air, forming a giant beast that rushed towards Zichen. Boom! Zichen's blood and chi exploded, and his strength broke through. His body was even more terrifying. The late Xiantian perfect body had appeared in the world again. Golden blood and chi surged, and Zichen punched towards the giant beast. Roar! The giant beast was very tall, and it was originally formed by energy. At this moment, it roared to the sky, and the world trembled. The roar shook the leaves, and a pair of giant palms also slapped forward. Boom! When the fist landed, a huge shockwave shook the heavens and the earth. The palm print was forced to retreat. Zichun had blocked the attack of the giant beast by himself. Bang! The fist landed like a big hammer with terrifying power. The whole forest shook, and a terrifying aura spread. The giant beast was knocked back by Zichen's attack again. What terrifying strength! He actually blocked the giant beast. This is the fusion battle technique of dozens of riders. Although it's not comparable to the attack of a forbidden weapon, it's not something a Xiantian can block. The riders' faces changed. Zichen's strength was too strong. His strength alone was comparable to dozens of riders. Bang! Zichen's eyes were cold and ruthless. He punched again. The golden fist surged with a terrifying aura and instantly smashed towards the giant beast. Dong! The world trembled, and a terrifying aura spread. The giant beast was knocked back, and it kept roaring. What? Wang Shan, who had been hiding behind the riders, was shocked. He didn't underestimate Qianlong and thought highly of him, but he never expected the latter's strength to be so terrifying. Even the fusion battle technique, which was second only to the attack of a forbidden weapon, couldn't suppress him. Moreover, he was shocked to find that Qianlong's strength had broken through and reached the late stage of the Xiantian realm. A late-stage Xiantian realm monster. Wang Shan was excited. This was an extremely powerful force, and he had to fight for it. Zichun took a step forward, and the heavens and earth trembled. It was as if an ancient giant was taking a step forward, causing violent tremors. His golden fists landed one strike after another, shaking the heavens. Boom! The giant beast retreated again and again. In the end, there was no way out. Finally, it exploded and turned into the energy of heaven and earth again. A shocking scene appeared. Zichen actually used his fist to disperse the fusion battle technique. The dozens of riders were shocked and took a step back. Furious beast roar. The leading rider let out a cold roar. At this moment, the Zhun Qi in their bodies kept surging, and the surface of their bodies emitted a strong Xiantian realm aura. The dozens of riders roared at this moment, and the sound was deafening. Rumble. The world trembled as if thousands of horses were galloping. The dozens of riders urged the black scale horses to charge towards Zichun. This was a kind of charging technique and also a kind of fusion battle technique. The more riders there were, the stronger the power. Although there were only dozens of riders, it was easy to deal with a late-stage Xiantian realm cultivator. Kill. All of them unsheathed their long sabers, emitting a cold light. In the trembling earth, the black scale horses roared and rushed towards Zichun. Back off. Zichen motioned the two to back off. At the same time, he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed forward. He wanted to charge at the dozens of riders with his own strength. This is the Yunxia city's combined attack technique. The power of each rider is much stronger than an ordinary rider. Not to mention dealing with a late-stage Xiantian realm cultivator like you, even a true energy realm cultivator would be defeated. Wang Shan saw Zichen rushing alone and sneered disdainfully. The other riders also sneered. They knew how powerful this charging technique was. Even a true energy realm cultivator wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds. Boom! The horses' hooves shook and dust flew. The dozens of riders rushed towards Zichen in an instant. Then, long sabers emitted a cold light and slashed towards Zichen. This was a kind of fusion battle technique. With the help of the black scale horses, each rider's attack was much stronger. The long sabers flashed with a terrifying aura. Even a true energy realm cultivator wouldn't have an advantage. Huh. With a loud shout, Ziqian jumped into the air. Dozens of long sabers brushed past his body, but just as he dodged the saber light, another saber light appeared and enveloped Zichun like a dense net. Buzz! Zichen's body surged with golden light and emitted a powerful aura. He clenched his fists and punched the saber net. Boom! Under the attack, the light on the long sabers dissipated, revealing the long sabers emitting cold light. They were directly knocked back. Sure enough, there's something strange. Under the attack, Zichen only knocked back the Xiantian long sabers, but didn't break them. This showed how terrifying the fusion technique was. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, even more attacks landed on Zichen's body. However, the sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard. Even the combined attacks were unable to break through Zichen's defense. Zichen's body was almost monstrous. The expressions of the cultivators changed. It was expected that Zichen's punch couldn't break the long sabers. After all, the fusion battle technique was second only to the power of a forbidden weapon. But their attacks couldn't break through the defense, which made them extremely shocked. Ha! Zichen shouted, and the golden light around his body became even more dazzling. He waved his fist and threw out a powerful attack, knocking back several long sabers again. Buzz! At the same time, his whole body turned into a golden light and rushed into the midst of the riders, throwing out a powerful attack. Clang! The endless saber light was easily blocked by Zichun. His body flashed with golden light, and the riders couldn't break through his defense at all. Then, Zichun threw out a fusion punch. This was an indestructible fist, and the fusion with the green peak seal was very powerful. Boom! After the punch, a black scale horse was sent flying, and the rider on it was also sent flying. Pong! You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.